authentic and true and really.
There's a lot of those.
And then at some point you just get an offer to go somewhere, or somebody above you goes, dude, you got to get that story out. Like, I don't know. And you're trying to get a name for yourself, like any sort of sports pundit, right? Sometimes they say wacky shit just to get their name out there, but.
Well, it's good for the business, right? Yeah. So if they write a thing that says, hey, everybody used to like Trump. Like the show, you ever seen videos of Trump on The View with Barbara Walters back when they liked him? You ever seen that?
Yes, but I can't remember what you're referring to.
You should see it because it's bonkers. Literally bonkers. It's going around. See if you can find it.
The Barbara's, he's just being...
Dude, it's nuts. It's literally nuts.
Like Sean Connery saying you can hit women nuts?
No. They love him. They love him. Everyone loves him.
Trump on The View.
Whoopi loves him.
Wow.
Yeah, Barbara Walters loves him. Everyone loved him.
Approval. Wow.
Everybody was friendly. Everybody was they were considerate. They were talking nicely to each other. There was no attacks. It was a wonderful conversation.
Whoopi, I love your hair. What do you wash it with, syrup? And they just laughed.
Found it? It's going around.
Sorry, so I'll look on that.
Somebody posted it.
Bro, that's wild.
I can't remember who posted it on Twitter, but I was like, this is crazy. Watching it is just bananas.
Do you think they've seen what Shane and I have done at all? Do you think they've seen people in there?
For sure has. Yeah, this is it. Watch this. This is bonkers. Go full screen. This is literally bonkers.
And a television star. But does he really want to add President of the United States to his resume? A lot of people would like him to. Please let's find out, and please welcome my friend, Donald Trump.
My friend.
Watch this. Just watch this. This is nuts. We're in an alternative universe. Okay? Because this is not that long ago.
Go standing O.
Bro, watch this. Just watch how this goes. Watch this. So she's a Republican. That's easy.
Yeah.
But everybody else.
Joy can't wait to get a hug in.
Yeah, everyone's hugging. Look at this. Look at this. Kisses, hugs, kisses to Whoopi. Everybody hugs and kisses. Even Joy Behar hugs and kisses.
Hugs and kisses.
See? Now watch this.
So I'm going to take you at your word that you have not decided yet when you're going to run, but you're thinking about it, and you've expressed some of your views, which are controversial and in many ways, but well, not to her. Okay, you're a Republican, so but let's say that you do decide in the spring, right? And your ideas resonate so much. On the other hand, we saw Newt Gingrich apologizing for his marriages and divorces. You've had 3 marriages, 2 sort of uncomfortable divorces. Do you think
they were very comfortable?
Well, we won't leave you there. Do you think
getting laughs right away?
That would bother anybody?
I think the country is doing so badly. They want somebody that's going to help it. I think the country is never been in a position like it is right now. It's being ripped off by every nation, every intelligent nation in the world, whether it's China. They're taking our jobs, they're making all our product, and then they loan us back the money, we pay them interest.
That is
whether
crazy.
It's OPEC.
That's crazy.
OPEC, which is this Washington field day right now. How about the Arab League? They say, we want you to go in and attack Libya. These are the wealthiest countries in the world. Why aren't they paying us?
Okay, so
then they changed their minds.
But you didn't answer my question.
No, I did answer your question.
Well,
I really think
people.
I think maybe 10 years ago it would have mattered. 5 years ago. The fact is, I think people want somebody now that's going to protect them and protect this country, because we're not going to be a great country for long if we keep going the way we're going right now.
The audience cheers.
Yeah.
When we have France leading the charge, okay? France, this is our new leader. By the way, they led for about 2 hours. After that, nobody's seen them. I don't know if you know that.
Geographically, so they
Let me just ask a follow-up question to that. Let me just ask a follow-up question to that. Let's say you run. You've given a lot of thought for this. Who would you like as your vice president? Possibly Sarah Palin?
Well, I think it's far too early even to discuss that. I'm going to make a decision sometime prior to June. I'm thinking about it very strongly. I think I'd do a really good job. I think I'd protect this country like it's not being protected. It's funny. So many of the things I say, now politicians are saying, hey, that's right. Why aren't they paying us? If you look at North Korea, South Korea, we're protecting South Korea. They're making a fortune. Let's call it hundreds of billions of dollars of profit on us. We have 25,000 soldiers over there protecting them. They don't pay us. Why aren't they paying us?
You'd be treating this like a business.
No. A business with heart.
Okay.
Believe me, there's a lot of heart. It's a business, but it's also a business with heart. We will destroy this country. It won't be a war, if the economics of this country keep going the way they're going, we're not going to have a country.
You're kind of a social liberal, Donald. You know, you're a social liberal. Could you actually get the base to vote for you in the primary?
Well, every poll is saying that I'm the one that does the best. You know, they're doing polls.
They actually have you a higher approval rating than Mitt Romney, Tim Pawlenty, John Boehner.
So let's just pause and think.
He's very poised. He's listening. He's
grasp
yeah,
the 180
yeah,
that the media has taken on him since he decided to be president. Yeah. When you see the machine go after a guy, we've never seen the machine go after someone as bold-faced. You know, the prosecutions, the Russiagate stuff on television every night, all of it. And then to see just a few years ago, they loved him.
Yeah.
You know, he was like he was a Democrat, I think, until like 2000 and something.
Oh, yeah.
2008, maybe?
Yeah.
Something crazy like that.
And Clinton, I think they were all pals, right? There's pictures of them at Dave and Buster's and shit. Just
he
skee ball.
like I think he said that he had to pay them to come to a wedding. Like they have a price if you pay them to come to a wedding.
Pay to play as a spectator.
It's what is an accusation. It's a Trump accusation. See, the thing about it's like apparently he said that he was in a helicopter with Willie Brown, but it wasn't Willie Brown. It was Joe Brown. It was a different Brown. And so now Willie Brown is saying that's not true. You know, it's just. Donald Trump says his money drew Hillary Clinton to his wedding. She had no choice because I gave it to a foundation.
Wow. Yeah.
Is that what I just said? Is that true? Yeah,
Joe
the Willie
Brown
Brown thing, Joe Brown thing. Yeah, I think that was like a mistake he made. That people are like, he's old, she's young. Like, you fucking seen her mistakes? This is crazy. The gaslighting is nuts. It's the same gaslighting they did to turn Trump into a monster. Now they're doing that same gaslighting to turn her into our future, our hope.
Yeah.
And it's working. It's crazy to watch. It's crazy to watch.
Is it crazy to like? I mean, I don't know. Do you think it's only going to get like 20 years from now? Because the upswing, I guess, of just all social media and media in general, and then also you're taking the people that are involved. Like it's the perfect mesh of crazy and crazier, right?
So this says former Trump executive disputes his claim that Willie Brown was on board, right? This is a woman said, Barbara Rez, the Trump organization's former executive vice president of construction development, said former state senator Nate Holden was on the plane, not Brown. Is that the same exact helicopter thing? So it was a helicopter crash? Is that what it was? So no Brown was on there, not Willie or Joe?
He's been on tons of helicopters.
It's all what she was saying? Like, he doesn't have an attack strategy. I don't think, this is what I was trying to say when everybody got mad at me when I said what I liked about JFK Jr. or RFK Jr., excuse me. Robert F. Kennedy is a guy who just goes after issues, goes after the action. He talks about things. This Trump has, like, always in the past, like, attacked. He's like attack people, and it's just in this case. I feel like I don't know if what they're doing right now, the way they're elevating. I don't know if she's ever going to debate him.
They locked one in, I think, September 10th.
What is that going to be like when she's off screen, off grid, off paper?
I don't know.
Off script.
Wild.
Just completely able to say whatever she wants to say. And if we get one of those,
you kind of got to match Trump a little bit with his, fearless, like, nobody has risen to the level of his, I'm just going to kind of interrupt and combat everything you say. Like, I feel like you have to go toe to toe and be in the ring. You can't be there and kind of just.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. But I do have to say that one speech that she gave right after they decided that she was going to be the nominee, that one speech where she said, if you're going to say something, why don't you say it to my face? It was great timing.
It was middle school recess shit.
It wasn't just that, man. The way that she delivered it was, like, very clear. It was prepared, right? And so that means, like, she's coachable, which is very important if you want to be a president.
Right.
You got to be coachable.
Yeah.
So, So she figured out how to deliver a banger of a speech, right? Like, play that because it's pretty powerful.
Yeah, I think she'll have something to say back to him.
But this is the thing. That's a speech.
Yeah.
But when you go toe to toe when you're just talking off the top of your head, that's where she has some issues.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think people lock up
Yeah.
when they know that everybody is criticizing every word they're saying, and you're applying for a job as essentially the mom of the world.
Wow.
Or the dad of the world.
Yeah.
You know, if he wins, that's what you are. You're the fucking dad of the free world, right?
Or if she just does a Biden impression, goes, "You're a sucker. You're a sucker." Just throws it right back at him.
There's so many people watching you. Your brain just freezes up with anxiety. But listen to this. This is amazing. This is really.
Here's the funny thing about that. So he won't debate, but he and his running mate sure seem to have a lot to say about me. And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird? Well, Donald, I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. Because as the saying goes, if you got something to say, say it to my face.
Damn.
They knew it was coming.
Oh, she nailed it.
Yeah, she nailed that.
She nailed that.
How did you
So
think
that's that alone
Yeah.
can get you the president. This is we're in idiocracy. That alone, like that is
get a couple
very
banger sound bites, right?
You can't say that's not outstanding.
Totally.
She just crushed it. She crushed it.
Yeah.
She had the big moment.
Oh, I'm tuning in. This is pay-per-view now.
She had the big moment and she crushed it.
Yeah.
And she did it without any ums or stammers, no fucking missed words. She had a smile. The laugh made sense. It made sense there.
Yeah.
For the
It
first
was
time.
in context.
When
yeah.
she laughs,
Yeah.
like sometimes she laughs like out of nerves, it
Totally.
seems like.
Yeah.
Just try to get everybody to feel lighter about
Yeah.
the situation.
Yeah.
But that wasn't that one. That was like this genuine smile on the laugh. Crushed it.
Yeah.
That's a problem. And I don't think they thought she was going to be able to do that.
Uh-uh.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You can fucking coach somebody, bro. It ain't hard. I mean, maybe she just practiced.
Who are these coaches? Just public speakers and stuff?
Oh, yeah, public speaking coaches. Yeah, there's political speech analysts. There's people that
Imagine if there's
teach
comedians.
people how
What
to
if David
teach.
Lucas gets hired to give her like some one-liners.
Listen.
I mean, there's a crazy world where there's shit like that, where there's somebody goes, you need a couple zingers in your back pocket. I don't know.
100%.
Because if that's not your world and your brain doesn't operate like that, Trump's does. Trump is looking at like, to make a little put down or he's just quick in that way.
Listen,
So
he is quick in that way. Also, it would behoove him to hire a few great comics to just tour with him and just write one-liners about all these different fucking people.
I mean,
If he could remember them, I mean, I know he likes to go off his own head, but
Sure.
if he could remember a few Hinchcliffe bangers, if he hires Hinchcliffe to take him on the road, you know how fucking insane that would be?
yeah, dude.
Hinchcliffe writing bangers for Trump to shit on people.
Comedy cures, and it also is like sometimes what kind of just pushes things over the top.
The
dude.
thing you're getting from him is no one is coaching him, right? He's going off the cuff.
Yeah.
Nobody gets to tell him what to do.
Hmm.
When he goes out there and he talks about things, it's like he's just off the cuff, and that's why it gets sideways sometimes.
Yeah.
It gets a little fumbly sometimes. But what I'm saying is that what she did was like a pro. She did that like a pro.
Yeah.
That's where it gets dangerous. Because
You don't think that was calculated? You think that was off the cuff, like just responding to what was? Yeah.
No, that was a 100% planned out thing.
Yeah.
100% and well executed.
Yeah.
Like she fucking nailed it.
Yeah.
The problem is that's what we're looking for. It's not even necessarily who has the best policies for the country. It's not necessarily who's going to make real reform, who's really going to change things and make it better for everybody, versus who looks like the kind of person who should be president. Who's talking like a leader? Who's got the whole say it to my face? And the whole bro.
What if
That's
that
a
becomes your
mic drop.
catchphrase?
That's a mic drop.
Yeah, you're going around to every country. I mean, there's going to be those T-shirts. That's your I caramba if you're Bart Simpson.
Well, that's a bit of a problem is that she does repeat the same speeches over and over and over again in these speeches. So they have all these compilations of her saying things in the exact same order.
You got to mix it up.
But this is the thing that they like about Trump is that he does not do that. When Trump goes up there, he is more than capable of talking for an hour and a half straight, be entertaining, He cracks on things. He says funny things. Like he was joking around about Biden wandering around, not knowing where he is. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
It was like he was a comic. He was killing.
I know.
And I guarantee you, he probably had an idea in his head that he's going to shit on Biden. Probably, had an idea how he's going to do it. But that's like just being a free baller.
Yeah.
You're up there free balling. He's the only one that can do that.
People do respond to that too. Everybody does, like you said, want to look at somebody and go, oh, they represent us well. The same way, like if you have a agent or manager, right? You want them, if they're out in public, you go, oh, are they an extension of me in a certain way? So
you want to see the best out of it?
Yeah.
Clinton, when he was running for president the first time. Bro, let me tell you something, dude. He's the fucking Michael Jordan of those motherfuckers.
I can't argue with that.
Dude, old school titty grabber.
From they probably called tits bazoombas.
Bro, he was an animal. And
played the sax on Arsenio.
Guy smooth talked better than any. He was like, that's the president.
Yeah.
You hear him talk, like, that's our guy.
Exactly right.
Listen to this motherfucker talk. Oh, let me just get a speech. This is when he's the president.
We've never seen that.
He's the president. He's playing saxophone. Give me a little bit of that. Let me hear it. Slinging dick before the internet, son.
Up until this point, we'd seen footage of like Nixon playing Go Fish. There was no cool president doing.
No, he was the coolest ever. Look at this.
You know people who lost their jobs, lost their homes? Well, I've been governor of a small state for 12 years. I'll tell you how it's affected me. Every year, Congress and the president sign laws that make us do more things, that gives us less money to do it with. I see people in my state, middle-class people, their taxes have gone up in Washington and their services have gone down, while the wealthy have gotten tax cuts. I have seen what's happened in this last 4 years. In my state, when people lose their jobs, there's a good chance I'll know them by their names. When a factory closes, I know the people who ran it. When the businesses go bankrupt, I know them. And I've been out here for 13 months, meeting in meetings just like this ever since October, with people like you all over America. People that have lost their jobs, lost their livelihood, lost their health insurance. What I want you to understand is the national debt is not the only cause of that. It is because America has not invested in its people. It is because we have not grown. It is because we've had 12 years of trickle-down economics. We've gone from first to 12th in the world in wages. We've had 4 years where we produced no private sector jobs. Most people are working harder for less money than they were making 10 years ago. It is because we are in the grip of a failed economic theory. And this decision you're about to make better be about what kind of economic theory you want. Not just people saying, I want to go fix it, but what are we going to do? What I think we have to do is invest in American jobs, American education, control American healthcare costs, and bring the American people together again.
Okay, stop. If that guy runs right now, he wins. That guy runs right now, he fucking blows everybody out of the water.
Easy listening voice.
Democrats come home with like every fucking state. That guy wins.
Can you do that? He can't jump back in, right? No, you did it.
No,
once you did too.
He can't. And he's not the same guy anymore.
Right.
He's not the same guy anymore. Doesn't have the energy anymore. He's had a bunch of scandals. That guy, if you could go back in a time machine and grab that Bill Clinton and run him today, he wins. And it makes sense.
What
right?
if there was a younger son, Clinton, that was a spitting image of Bill, and Monica Lewinsky was the running mate? Is there ever a world, or is that two in the simulation?
It's two in the simulation. That would be too strange.
Be too strange.
Yeah.
But what if she came out and her policies were great and she had to say it to my face, but she goes, and she made jokes about like, and we're going to swallow the competition. I don't know. She did,
Well, the problem was she didn't swallow, right? That's all it got on the dress.
Oh, that's right. All right.
Yeah.
We'll clean up all the mess.
Well, maybe just.
We'll clean up every dress and mess. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe she just wanted to keep it.
Yeah, this is just a soft pitch. I didn't say this was a great idea.
No, I see where you're going with it, though. It's nuts that that's what we used to get for choices.
Yeah.
Like, they made sense.
When you saw Arnold in the mix, because I feel like, at least for me, that was because I wasn't, around, obviously, for the Reagan stuff, but like the Arnold was my first taste of like, oh, anybody can do, you know what I'm saying?
Like, how was Ronald Reagan when he became president?
Right.
I mean, it doesn't make sense to us, but if you were someone who grew up during that time when he was a movie star, it's like, Dennis Quaid being the president.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's playing Reagan.
Oh, yeah. Same gal that did his makeup does my Phil stuff.
Oh, that's wild.
She's a goat, Jen Aspinall.
It's just like, you know, the world has gotten real weird, man. It's real weird when we know what the trick is. Everybody's talking about the trick. I mean, there's all these videos of Kamala off script. She doesn't talk nearly as clearly. It's not, well, but if you could just keep her on that script and focus, everything else, now you're still running the show.
Yeah.
You're still running the show just like you were for the last 4 years. Because, like, no one even talks about Biden anymore.
Yeah.
Like, literally, you don't even care that he's still the president
Don't even know what he's doing.
quite a few months.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's August, kids. September, October, November, December. No president.
Yeah.
No president. And also, how bad does he deteriorate between now and then? Because clearly that man is at the end of a long road.
The presidency took its toll on him, I think.
It takes its toll on everybody.
Because he
but
aged
particularly
quicker
on
than,
him.
yeah.
Also,
everybody.
although Trump just kind of, he seemed fine.
Yeah.
He seemed fine. 4 years didn't age him at all.
Yeah, wild.
Wild. The dude's just water off the
people-
duck's back.
Well, you look at LeBron, he's fucking playing 20 plus years. Some people just got a little extra juice
But LeBron spends millions of dollars on his body. He's
Right.
never been out of shape. You know, he's
Trump and
constantly-
LeBron don't spend the same
No.
amount of money on their
Little
bodies?
different.
Yeah, okay.
You really can't compare the two. Also, it's not like, you know, the NBA ages you like that. No, it's the stress of knowing you could start a fucking nuclear war. The economy
want that.
rides on you.
Why would you want that stress? Even running for president seems like the craziest thing to, even just the campaigning. You see when people drop out after 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months, I'm like, God, what do you do now? Like, is that
Right.
withdrawal or even that come down? It's like a shroom come down where you're like, fuck, now you're questioning everything because you're like, you put everything into it, but then is there a weird like, fuck, I didn't have enough to even get close? Like, or do you just go, all right, I gave it a shot and it wasn't my time.
It depends entirely on the individual.
Yeah.
But I think it's just people just getting fed up that want to throw themselves into that crazy race. But that thing is nuts.
You never had any of that, right? Like
Yeah.
through any part of your, once you even like,
No.
it's wild.
Ugh.
It's a different type of, wanting to be on stage and make people laugh. Because my buddy of mine said this to me just about, you know, as we were talking about, you know, actors, whoever running for president. And he was like, oh, it'd be great if there was a comedian that ran. And I'm like, yeah, but that's not our.
Al Franken probably could have run it. He
Yeah.
probably could have run.
Yeah.
And he probably could have won.
Yeah.
He's a really
It's a
interesting
rare
guy.
exception, yeah.
He just got fucked.
Yeah. I had to see that picture. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a picture. He was trying to be funny and it wasn't funny. And it's
Yeah.
just unfortunately
Wrong place, wrong time, wrong hands, wrong
Trying
boobs.
to be a comedian, trying to be funny,
Ugh.
you know.
Oh, wait, real quick, I just had a thought. When Dice came out and did his, because I wanted that, first of all, talking to him about being back in the garden, you just saying just being funny and whatever, and watching him do his Hickory Dickory joke at the garden again was wild, dude.
Yeah.
And hearing him talk about being back there was so, there's so many small things in between the entire garden experience that I was like, I want to not ever forget this, because seeing him even just be there, I was like, that's crazy.
Well, Dice was kind of on the outs with the comedy community. It was, to me, it was the dumbest thing I'd ever seen. It was real weird because he did MTV and he got banned for life from MTV for telling jokes. I forget what the jokes
During the Pauly era or no?
Yeah, it was kind of around that time, maybe a little after Pauly was off of MTV. But he had these jokes. I forget even what he was joking about.
Yeah.
Like tampons or something. No! You know, I don't even know what the fuck he was joking around
That
about.
was perfect.
But it was Andrew Dice Clay.
Yeah.
You asked the dirtiest comedian of all time to do a set.
Yeah.
And then you got mad when he does the kind of jokes that Andrew Dice Clay does.
Right.
Do you even fucking watch his shit?
No,
Do you
I
ever
probably
watch Dice Rules?
They heard he was popular, and they just were like, get the guy
I don't
who everyone's
know
watching.
what the fuck they thought.
Yeah.
If they thought he was going to do something different because he was on MTV, I don't know what they thought. But anyway, they banned him for life. And there was a lot of comedians that came out against him. A lot of comedians said that they thought his act was sexist and racist, and yeah, it was. Like, but it was a character.
Yeah.
He was like, there's a man, his name is Andrew Silverstein, and then there's this character, Andrew Dice Clay. And you know, the whole idea is like that some stupid people like him. Stupid people like a lot of things, but smart people like him too.
Totally.
Because it's jokes.
Yes.
Because he's being hilarious, saying the most ridiculous shit, And for whatever fucking reason, he was on the outs. He wasn't respected by a lot of comedians. It was real weird. He was disrespected. And I was like, I get it if you don't like that kind of comedy, but it's like, who are you to decide what's good? Like, I don't think that way, but I think it's funny when people say things that way.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not really mad at Billy Joel. I think he's awesome.
Yeah.
But when Holtzman was shitting on Billy Joel, I loved
Couldn't
it.
get enough. Yeah.
It was amazing. It
also,
was
nobody
funny.
shits on Billy Joel, so it was like, that's also why it's funny. Like you got to hit him and hug him, dude. Everybody has to be fucked with. I'm sorry. And there's leveling degrees. Obviously, like, if somebody's, I don't know. Again, like jokes, there's, I mean, some of the jokes I've had with friends who have been really bad hospital bedridden, and like that's changed their entire outlook on stuff. Like, like
You got to be able to joke around about stuff,
dude. It's a real superpower. It's really, I mean, even from some of this Phil stuff, which is so silly, dude. Some of these messages I get are wild about people. This kid I met in Jersey, he's doing the Stress Factory. You ever do the Stress Factory all the time? Vinny Brand,
yeah,
right?
Sure.
So I'm doing these shows. This kid comes up and he's like, my mom has cancer, has 4 months to live. We've been watching your Phil stuff is all that she wants to watch, and it makes her smile. So that's our thing now. And he starts bawling, and I got all choked up, and it was like, just more and more of that happening the last few years, and not just of that stuff, just
dude, comedy is medicine.
It's wild, Joe.
It's like medicine. It really is.
Yeah.
It's medicine for people.
Because I think we get so, and I know I'm guilty of this, like a lot of us, when you're getting going, you're thinking, about the show and making people laugh, and I'm present, and afterwards chatting with people and taking it in. But now that we have this opportunity to receive messages like that or hear it live in the face like that is, it's wild.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It really is.
And it makes me so even more lucky to like be a part of it. And you look at something like Kill Tony, it's like having to be global. There's people in probably Beirut who are having a shit day that like saw fucking Hans Kim and they're like,
right.
Dude, I always want to see Hans Kim in the garden or whatever their dream was,
But yeah, it really is like kind of medicine. It is for me for sure. If someone makes me laugh, I feel way better.
When did you start getting like love like
what
that?
I wanted to say though, before I forgot, because I was going, so Dice is embraced now by this class of comedians.
Oh yeah.
So this group of comedians that are coming out, Dice was one of my heroes. When I was 19 years old, I mean, I was laughing so hard at I was in my car in front of my house with this girl I was dating. I was 19. We were listening to Dice on a cassette. We're just sitting in the front seat of my car, just laughing. It was so funny. I couldn't believe how funny it was. And it was just listening to it on a cassette.
Yeah.
And then as I became, a comedian, a headliner, and traveled and gone on TV, all this stuff. Then I became friends with Dice, and then I realized some comedians don't like Dice. I was like, this doesn't even make sense to me.
Yeah.
Like, what are you guys talking about? Like, the guy does legitimate performance art on the street. He does for no money. He plans it out. He strategizes. And he makes these videos of him stumbling into people and telling them, you wanted the picture? You wanted the picture with me? They have no idea who the fuck he is.
Yeah.
And it's genius.
Yeah, dude.
It's genius performance art. Yeah. The guy does not get the credit that he deserves. And he's for
silly
whatever
too.
reason.
He's
a great guy.
Yeah.
It's just for whatever reason, there's this weird time period where comedians hated him. And I don't understand that. Doesn't make any sense to me. And I think he got too big too, because he was the first guy to ever sell out arenas.
Right.
He was the first guy that was doing those, like he did Madison Square Garden, multiple nights sold out. He does everywhere. He did Nassau Coliseum.
So it was a classic, got so big, people just want to kick him off the mountain.
I think there's a little bit of that for sure, because there's no comedians before him that was doing arenas.
Right.
And he was doing a different thing, because he was doing this thing where everybody knew the jokes and they wanted to say it with him. What's in the bowl, bitch? Oh!
Yeah, man.
And the fucking thousands of people.
Bro, yeah, come on.
It's like a rock band.
Yeah.
You're seeing a band play your favorite song.
Yep.
So he had the rhymes, man. The rhymes, you could not go wrong with those rhymes. And, he's dressed in a fucking giant glittery biker outfit. It's fucking crazy.
I do not like a little bit of that.
It's just fun. It's like there's all kinds of comedy. You can love that and still love Patton Oswalt.
Yeah.
I think he's funny too.
Yeah.
It's like all kinds of stuff is funny, man. Duncan Truss was hilarious. Everybody's different. It's okay.
Sometimes, yeah.
But it's just this class of comedians gets that. This group of comedians gets just be funny. It's all bullshit unless you're funny.
And another fun thing about Kill Tony is that it's like, the audience that has cultivated, it's putting, having Dice on like that is like people who may or may not have fully been educated on Andrew will now be like, oh fuck, and then go back and do a deep dive. And
well,
then
a lot of these kids have no idea he even existed.
Yeah, that's
okay,
wild.
because they're 20.
Yeah.
You know, they're 20 years old.
Yeah, they don't see
Okay,
Dice TikTok
they were
clips.
born in 2004, son. You know? That is crazy.
Yeah, dude.
You already had navigation in your car, and those kids were born.
Oh,
Yeah, and
That's
so
sick,
they don't
right?
know what the fuck is going on.
Uh-uh.
Who's that guy? Why is everybody clapping?
yeah.
And you got to become a comedy historian. And you got to go, oh, Dice rules. And then listen to The Day the Laughter Died. You want to be a real Dice fan? You listen to The Day the Laughter Died. It's 2 hours long.
Oh my God.
Okay, Rick Rubin produced it.
Oh my God.
It's 2 hours long of him just popping into Dangerfields with no material and bombing.
What?
And oh yeah,
I
on
didn't-
purpose, in the height of his stardom. Okay, this guy's selling out arenas, and he decides to do a 2-disc special of him bombing on purpose. On purpose.
I love that.
I mean, no material, dude. No material. No.
Bombed on purpose or bombed and then
Bombed
it
on
was
purpose. Look, if he wanted to, he could have done his act, and he would have crushed. It would be, oh my God, it's Dice. He decides to bomb on purpose. Dude, it's the craziest thing.
yeah.
Because the kind of ego you have to be able to bomb on purpose
Yeah.
on a CD
That's
and then
special.
put it out. No internet, by the way. This is all in his crazy head, right? This is not a thing you do because, you know, you want to impress people on Reddit.
Yeah.
This is a wild thing he did as an artist. It really is a wild artist move. And this is where I think he doesn't get enough credit because everybody thinks, oh, he's just the dirty guy. He's the guy who tells racist jokes. It's like, no.
Innovative.
Pay attention to what this fucking crazy person's doing. And the thing he does now, he's not trying to get people to like know who he is. He's just making the most uncomfortable video. And the people who are fans of his are like, he's a fucking maniac. He's just walking up to this crazy Chinese lady.
Oh yeah.
And he wanted the picture. Like, they don't know what the fuck to do. And he's big and he's imposing. He's got these crazy sunglasses on. He looks like he might be an insane person.
Totally.
You're worried about your safety.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hilarious. He's a genius.
It's inspiring to see somebody like that that doesn't lose their zest for the funny. Like even in the green room at the Garden, he was doing videos with everybody, and he came up and he goes, "Phil, do a video for me where I come up and you go, hey, I'm talking to my fans," and I go, what? He goes, no, but in character. Right now you're Adam. Do Phil. So then he comes up and he goes, hey, talk. And I go, hey, Andrew, I'm talking to my friends. Will you fuck off? And he goes, Jesus fucking Christ, this guy. And then he puts it back and he goes, I thought I liked this guy. And then he goes over to Sal and does a little video and yeah, he just was like, he wanted to fuck around, man. It was like, and that's what the backstage vibe should be, you know?
Dude, he used to do these little sketches at the store, and he would do it with a VHS handheld camera. He'd do sketches at the store, and I asked him one night, I go, what are you doing these for? He goes, for. it's like, what am I doing it for? Like, it was
Great
even
answer.
like, I'll put it together someday.
Yeah.
He was just having fun.
Yeah.
Just having fun.
Oh, the first time he brought me up in the OR at the store, Jeff Scott was over there on the keys, and he goes, Jeff, who we got next? And I've met him maybe 3 times, but didn't expect whatever. But he goes, and Jeff goes, Adam Ray. And he goes, oh, I love this guy. And, we didn't know each other. And he goes, this guy, you've seen him here, you've seen him there. Keep it going for my friend, Alan Gray. And then I get up, and he goes, sorry, I had to, right? Like to me. And I just laughed, and I was like, just get rasped by him. Yeah.
I would love when he would go on stage in the OR and there'd be like 10 people in the crowd.
Yeah.
And he would just fuck with them.
What a treat to get to see that.
Fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy with his pants. It looks like he got attacked by a fucking mountain lion. How much did you pay for those pants, you fucking moron? It's like this. I would call it mean Dice.
Yeah.
That was my favorite Dice to watch in the OR when he'd do mean Dice.
But people loved it too. They're like, Dice is roasting me. Get the fuck out of here.
They were dying. It was funny.
Yeah.
It was like, it sounds mean when I'm saying it, but Mean Dice was hilarious.
Has he? He's been in the Mothership, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, he loves it. Yeah.
I'm just happy. I was always just, it would freak me out to become his friend because
Is that one for you that's just crazy? That as far as like in the business, you're like,
because I was young, man. Yeah. I was friends with him in my 20s.
Wow.
And I was standing in the back of the he's the reason why I started going on the road. Because I was standing in the back of the comedy store. He's like, you should do the road. And I said, why? I was like, I'm here at the store. He goes, yeah, no, but you know what? You don't want to be attached to Hollywood, these fucking jerk-offs. He's like, you can make all the money that you need on the road.
Wow.
He goes, and you get an audience. He goes, you're a funny guy. You should do the road. And I was like, I should do the road. So I started doing the road for years.
Yeah. Opened you up to the idea.
100%. For years, I was mostly just doing the store. And I would do the Laugh Factory and I do the improv. I was just doing Hollywood sets. And occasionally I would do something else where it was a long set. But it was a little awkward because I was mostly doing 15-minute sets, you know? And so then I started headlining again. I was like, oh, yeah, you have to do this. You have to do hours.
Yeah.
You have to do like 4 hours on a weekend. Like two on Friday, 2 on Saturday. But it's like, the problem was I always had like 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Because 1 foot in was like, I was always working on television. So that was like most of my day. Most of my day on news radio was working on the TV show. Like it dampens your enthusiasm for doing the thing that got you to the dance. But I was on set of news radio once, and the producer said to me, why are you still doing stand-up? You're an actor now. I was like, oh, no.
Oh, shit.
I was just like this whole cycle of needing people to pick you for something. I was like, yuck. Yeah. Get me out of this.
Yeah. Why are you deciding what I should, be to people?
And it was at that same time where Dice told me, you just do the road. Wow. It's the same time. So it was like a fortuitous convergence of this guy that I couldn't believe I was friends with. It was just weird to me.
Would those news radio days be so long that sometimes you wouldn't want to go up and do a spot? Or was it pretty conducive?
Still did it. I always did it. I never canceled.
Yeah.
I always did it. Even though I was exhausted.
It was your reward too, right? You were looking forward to it, like I can get through the day so I can get on stage almost.
It was a little bit of that, but it was also, those are my people. The comedians were my people. Yeah. I had to be around the freaks. I had to be around the weirdos, the Holtzmans. I became friends with Holtzman in 94.
Wow.
Yeah. So I had to be around those guys.
Yeah.
Like, those are my compatriots.
It is wild how quickly you find that out that you are in the right spot. I remember when I first started going around the store in 2000. I started stand in 2007, so it was right around there, and just going open mics and waiting for 4 hours, and Tommy telling me I'm going up and then not going up, and then be like, and he's like, well, maybe come back tomorrow, and then just being around. Even if I didn't go up, I was around for 4 hours, and I didn't just sit and wait. I milled around, and that's where I met Tony and all these guys that you're like, oh, cool, you're doing this too. And that was the connecting over that is an immediate bond. That's just like, once you kind of lock eyes with someone, they're like, oh, you're trying to do this too. Unspoken respect. Mm-hmm. And then also like, oh, cool. Somebody that like, oh, we both didn't go up, or you got up. Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, dude, next time maybe do this. And then, oh, where are you going now? It's late. Like I'm jazzed from watching 4 hours of comedy and not going up. And I feel like it's sad if I just go to bed. So, let's go fucking play video games and smoke weed and talk about our experience of that night. Yeah. And
they're wild times that you don't appreciate at the moment because you're worried. You don't know if the future is ever going to be real. You don't know if you're ever going to be a real comedian, because you want to do it. You're obsessed with it, but it's hard to even get on stage. It's hard to even take the first steps towards the dream. So it's like, even though it's an amazing time and you're going to look back on it so fondly forever, at the time, it's crazy. Yeah. At the time, you just don't know. And that not knowing and not being able to control your destiny as a young person is one of the most terrifying and paralyzing feelings, because you don't know if it's going to happen in whatever you're trying to do. You're a fog of hope and dreams, and I don't know. I can't see the future. I don't know if it's ever going to work out.
The uncertainty that is a constant cloud over your head, but also the appropriate amount of delusion and enthusiasm for wanting to make it, right?
Yeah.
Or make it. I mean, just wanting to be able to work in this world.
Well, I was very fortunate that I'm a very determined person, because I was terrible when I started.
Stand up?
Yeah, I mean, occasionally I had some good jokes, but I was bad at putting it together. But I didn't know how to write. I didn't know. I just knew like what I liked, and I knew that I could make people laugh in inappropriate ways. I just couldn't figure out how to get that.
Were you comfy on stage?
No. Yeah. It took a while. It took a while for me to be comfortable on stage, which is so crazy. I was so nervous about it, but I had fought like 100 times. It's just so weird that like getting kicked in the head didn't make me as nervous as talking to people.
That's so wild to me.
It's so crazy. Yeah. There was a lot of fear that came with the fighting that didn't come with stand-up, like all throughout the day. Like you have massive anxiety all throughout the day when sparring days. You'd have massive anxiety when you're going to a tournament. And that's when I became funny, because I would make everybody laugh when we were all freaking out. Because we were like on a bus driving to New York together to go get kicked in the face. And
trying to laugh.
and I would just make jokes because it's very likely that one of us might get knocked unconscious. I'd seen a few of my friends get knocked unconscious, and it's a terrifying feeling. I saw a friend of mine get axe kicked in the face, and he was really never the same guy again after that. He was a really good fighter, and we went up to Canada, and he fought this guy named Jersey Long. And Jersey Long was this national champion from Canada who was nasty. He was nasty. And he caught my friend in the head with an axe kick and KO'd him. And I didn't think my friend should have been fighting him. I didn't think my friend was good enough at that point and experienced enough. He was good. He was very talented. But he didn't have enough experience on a national level. And this guy was at the peak of his form, and he fucking caught him so hard. And it was so horrible watching him crumple and go unconscious. And I was like, God damn. It was one of the worst KOs I'd ever seen live from like a friend getting KO'd. I was like, God damn.
That make you really just reevaluate.
Oh, it made me a bunch of times made me reevaluate. KOing people made me reevaluate it. Watching people snoring on the ground and knowing that could have easily been you. Easily could have been you. Easily. Easily. There was definitely guys that could have knocked me into the shadow realm. They just didn't. I just got lucky. I got lucky, and I never really got knocked down to my last kickboxing fight. I get TKO'd. I was still conscious. I was okay. I got rocked. I got hit with a left hook and dropped. My legs just disappeared. My leg just went, wheep, go away.
What's that like?
It's weird. It never happened before. I've been rocked before in the gym, but I'd never been dropped, where I was really exhausted. It was my third fight of the night, too.
Because even that's a crapshoot, right? Like when you're getting kicked in the head, you go down, or whatever it is that knocks you out, it's still... Right, there's always a couple centimeters to the left, and that would have actually.
This guy caught me perfect on the jaw, and I think I had my mouth open because I think I was tired. Because it was, like I said, it was the third fight of the day, and I remember being exhausted because I would get sick a lot of times before fights because I would get nervous. So I get real nervous, and then your immune system drops because you're freaking out all the time.
Fuck.
Yeah, and also you're cutting weight. I'd be cutting my calories down, so I was trying to compete in a different weight class.
But those nerves don't enter in the comedy. Like before your live special, which I told you a couple of days ago, but it was awesome.
Thanks.
Congrats.
Thank you.
And also, I love doing it different, man. When Harlan Williams did a fucking special outdoors in front of animals, I was like, fuck yeah. You know what I'm saying? Doing something different. But the live thing is so not guaranteed, man. You're prepped, you're ready, you've done live, but like still you're still it's still a new challenge, right?
I said no to it at first.
Right.
I was like, I don't want to do that. Fuck that.
What put you over the top, and what were the nerves like that were?
Well, what put me over the top was I was like, why are you scared, pussy? Like, this is like, what do you like to do? You like to do things that scare you. You do this thing, you fucking bitch.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought to myself. Because I said no. I was on the phone with my manager, and she said, Netflix wants to do a live special. I was like, fuck that. I go, I don't want to do that. No. Tell them no. Maybe I'll do a special, but at that time I wasn't even thinking about doing a special. I was just working on comedy. I was just having fun and just doing comedy. And then being at my own club, it was fucking wonderful. And then I was like, why are you being such a bitch? Okay, when I said no, and then when I got home, I think, or maybe the next morning, I called her up and I said, don't tell them no yet. Let me think about it. And then the next day I said, I'm going to do it.
Conversations with other people about it, or you just kind of had
I didn't tell anybody.
A car pep talk or what?
No, just my own head.
Yeah.
It was like, this is what you're supposed to do, stupid.
Dude, yeah.
Just do something that scares the shit out of you, because that scares the shit out of you. But I just realized, like, I'm having great shows. I know that the material's tight. It's funny. I'm like, what am I worried about? I'm not going to be able to. I do it every night. Just do it like a regular night. And I do everything live. I do the UFC live. I used to do YouTube videos. We used to do live.
Yeah.
We used to stream the podcast live. I've done so many shows live. Like, what am I worried about? And I'm like, oh, you're worried about fucking up. Okay, well, don't think about fucking up. Think about doing it the best way you can do it. And the best way I could do it was like to over prepare. So I prepared like crazy.
Yeah.
I was at one point in time, I was doing 6 hours a week. So I was doing 3 nights, 2 shows a night headlining.
After you're ready at that point.
After like an hour and 15 minutes of other guys killing, an hour and 15, an hour and a half sometimes. One time it was an hour and 45 minutes because the Protect Our Parks guys were all with me.
Shit.
So we all went out. We were blazed. We were all so drunk. We were so drunk. When we got there, we hopped out of the limo and ran upstairs, and
awesome.
It was ridiculous. At one point, Norman got so drunk during the podcast that he went backstage, threw up, and then went to sleep. So you know that backstage area?
Oh, yeah.
Like right behind the
Real
stage?
cozy.
Yeah, he was sleeping up there. Yeah, out cold. So he goes up, and then, Ari's hammered. He goes up. And Brian Simpson was there.
Yeah.
Tony was there. Like it was a giant, crazy show. So, but all those shows, when you're going up that late, it's like running with weights on. Like,
Yep.
You got to keep that momentum
Yeah.
going. You got to keep things tight. So all I did was just over prepare. I just really listened to a lot of recordings. I watched the video from Friday night because we recorded Friday night too.
Oh, great.
So I watched that video. I was writing bits out that I knew, but I was writing them out word for word on a notebook over and over again.
And when you're over prepared, I'm assuming, I don't know if you riffed anything in the moment, but I feel like when you are that in the pocket, you're like, all right, now I feel comfy to shoot from the hip.
Yeah, you could just do a show,
Yeah.
like a regular show, like how you would do it. That's how I thought. I want to over prepare, but I just want to do it like a regular show.
Yeah.
But it's also a regular show in a theater, which was odd because I had only done my club for a year and a half. I hadn't done any other venue.
Yeah.
For a whole year and a half. Before Friday night, I had not done any other big places.
Wow.
Yeah, for a long ass time. I think the last time I did a big place was probably one of the arenas that I did. And then I went to the club, and then I stayed in the club for like a year and a half.
So next special, you have to be, what, blackout drunk? Or what? Just to mix it up?
No, I think I'll do a live one again.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was fucking terrifying, but fun. Like in the moment, it wasn't terrifying at all.
Yeah.
I was just in the moment, and all I was doing was just concentrating on staying in the moment and enjoying myself and having a good time and doing it the best I can do it. And being, real. I was so prepared because I knew like what my transitions were going to be. I'd done that set in that order for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I was like, I was ready.
Yeah, we're going to live stream these Phil theater shows, I think. Just taking a page out of the Kill Tony book. It's like,
yeah, why not?
It's people, because there's only a handful of theaters we're doing, but it's like there's people, you can reach way a bigger audience doing that. And it's all, the Phil show's all unscripted, so it's like there's a little more room for, something, whatever, but I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of room for it. But the most important thing is,
you're like, actually don't do
the
it.
most important thing is that's what people like.
Yes.
They like that you're going without a net.
Right.
They like it.
Yeah.
That's why they like the live Kill Tonys.
Yeah.
That's why they like all this stuff.
Yeah, anything could happen.
Yeah, look, Kill Tony at its base, the whole thing is, there's no net. It's like you're going to go up. Some guy went up in Madison Square Garden the first time he ever went on stage, ever.
I know, that's fucking so crazy, man.
Ever.
That's so crazy.
I mean, what a mind fuck that must be.
Yeah.
To walk out in front of, and by the way, those people were harsh. Those people were fucking mean.
I was going to ask you, how do you feel with like a joke in? They're like, so my mom is my mom's weird. They're like, fuck you.
They're
Boo.
Yeah.
I mean, the boos come in so quick sometimes.
Also, they're drunk. Okay.
Yeah.
There's people out there. They've been ready for the show all day. They've been day drinking. They probably went to a pub, got fucked up.
Oh, in New York, yeah.
Yeah, they're walking. And then they walked into the most iconic arena, their favorite show. It's live.
Yeah.
There's 16,000 people. They're fucked up.
Yeah.
Let's go, Tony.
Yeah.
And then some guys on stage, and it's not that good. You're like, boo.
I paid for this.
Especially in New York.
Yeah.
Especially in New York.
I know.
Like, they're not polite. If it's going south, they're gonna let you know. But that's part of the fun. Because when it goes great, they let you know too.
Yeah.
They're great laughers. God damn, when they were laughing hard. It was a fun show. It was really fun. But it's that weirdness of like, it could go sideways. It could be awesome.
Yeah.
But it's always going to be funny.
Yeah.
And then you got the regulars. Like William Montgomery is a goddamn national treasure.
Bro, I can't get enough of him.
I love him to death.
Me too, man.
He's so funny.
Yeah, dude.
He's so fucking funny.
And I love too when people are just so, he's such a kind guy, but he's so like, he just commits fully, dude. Yeah. And he's just always in the pocket, and he's always, that's a tough thing too, is going on, like, I've only been on his long panel or a 5-10 minute bit, and it's like, to go on for a minute and then however long the interview part is, he always delivers, I guess, which is
he's a character, right? He's this maniacal character, and you can get away with so much as that maniacal character.
I met he's got two brothers, met one, and he goes, hi, my name's Vance. He goes, William's brother. And I was like, of course you are. He just had all the William, like, really just a very intense. Like,
You
good
ever
to
notice
see
how
you.
William hugs you?
Oh yeah,
He hugs you like you might be stabbing.
he hugs you like a Trump handshake. Like he pulls you in, and then
Yeah,
it's really
it's weird.
like he's stabbing you. Actually, that's
Very tense.
yeah.
You might want to stab him.
What is that? That's just
I don't know what it is. I'm trying to relax him on it for several years now.
Yeah.
He just hugs you, and you're like, "Am I in trouble? Am I in danger here? What
Yeah,
the fuck is
yeah,
happening here?"
Yeah.
It's just.
Are we jumping
I
out
love
of a
him.
plane? Why are you holding on to me so tight?
And what a writing exercise that show is, to have to come up with a whole new minute every week.
Yeah.
That's bananas.
Yeah.
It's a bananas experience. I mean, it's such a crazy job, and to do it live in front of a crowd and then have it on YouTube, and if you bomb, it's on YouTube forever. It's like, that's the ballsiest shit you can do, man.
Let me ask you this. Would you ever go on, like now that there have been, I've gone on as a few characters, Shane going on doing Trump, if there was ever a pitch to you from Tony or whoever, because you're a good actor, man, and would there ever be a world if somebody was like, dude, Joe, let's get you up and to come on and do
I
like
had an impression
like
that
a
was
bucket
really
poll
good.
that was like a wild person, not even like a long panel thing, but like a
I would do that.
like a fake person. You know what
It
I'm
would
saying?
have to be a person that I could actually do an impression of.
Okay.
Because I'm not that good. I only have a few. Like, I can do Dice and I
I've
can
heard
do
Joe, yeah.
Joey, but it's only a few.
But what about an original?
There's a guy named Earl Strickland. This is my best impression. My best impression is a professional pool player.
Let's go.
For real.
His voice or just the way he
No,
is?
there's a video of me doing an impression of him. I sound exactly like him.
Awesome.
And I say the crazy, he's a genius. Genius pool, one of the greatest pool players of all time. But like all people that are incredible at what they do, they're nuts.
Yeah.
Almost all people that are really, really good at things are out of their fucking mind.
Oh yeah.
And he's out of his fucking mind. And he's famous for things like he puts like ankle weights on his wrists when he plays and tapes up his fingertips and puts like shooting goggles on. Meanwhile, he's like one of the greatest pool players that's ever lived.
Wow.
So he has all these like gadgets and shit he does, but I do this impression of him. Play it for me, because you got to hear him talk.
Mr. Earl Strickland, ladies and
That's my
gentlemen.
buddy Justin.
Earl, how are you doing tonight?
Pool is a beautiful game played by ugly people. Okay, first of all, how are you going to play pool if you're not properly equipped? Where's your beekeeper's outfit? You don't have no ass weights. I don't see you in waders. What are you doing? You have goggles on? No, then get the fuck off the table.
So this is
Wow,
Now
dude.
you got to listen to the
Doesn't
guy.
even sound like you.
Listen to the guy. That's like, if that guy was famous, yeah, I could do like a whole tour as him.
Oh my God. That's your
Yeah.
next chapter.
I could do a tour of pool halls.
Oh my God. Meet and greets with that.
But that's the only one I could do that good.
Well, here's the thing. Even that voice, I'm like, dude, that's a Kill Tony guy. You see that guy coming on?
Right. This is him.
He's just the best players in the world for him.
Bro, you nailed it.
I know how to do his voice.
Oh, Joe.
Pool's a beautiful game. It's played by a bunch of ugly people.
The stash, bro.
Yeah. He's a wizard.
Now, is he so famous that like a biopic is in the works if something happened?
They could do a biopic of
All right.
Earl Strickland, and I could play Earl Strickland. I
Holy
can't play as
shit.
good as Earl Strickland and not built like Earl Strickland, but I could definitely do an Earl Strickland
dude.
impression.
Oh my God. That's
He'd be so
awesome.
mad at me.
Have you wait? So you haven't?
He doesn't
You met him, yeah?
Yeah, I met him. He was happy when I met him. I ran into him, and he was like, "Why are you picking on me?" And I go, "Dude, I'm a giant fan. It's the only way I could do an impression of you that good.
Yeah,
'Cause I'm a huge fan." And we became friends, like friendly.
That's
But
awesome.
then I tried to get him on the podcast, and he doesn't want to come on. He's mad at me for something.
Doing his voice.
He like did a
I keep fucking saying these
he did a
videos.
podcast saying that he like turned me down. He didn't want to do my podcast. I'm like, okay.
Oh God.
Like, I'm only a fan.
Yeah.
I'm only telling. I only joking around because I think you're awesome.
Is pool your? Oh man, how do I ask this question? Not vice. Number one, like if you had the ideal day, like a joint, a show, and maybe post show for however long, and you're hanging. Obviously, I know you like your dinners and whatnot, but like, is pool your true, like you're in your happy place zen?
Well, it's just to me, it's like a game that's also a mind cleanser. So there's certain things.
and the social aspect of it, right?
Yeah. Social aspect. Well, if you're hanging around a pool hall, for sure.
Yeah.
Also, it's like pool players are also obsessed with it the way you're obsessed with it. So you can talk about stuff
Yeah.
you can't talk about with other people, like tip millimeter sizes and carbon fiber shafts and shit. But nobody wants to talk about that. But the pool players can't wait to talk about it. So you're talking about these weird aspects of the very particular aspects of this game. But while you're doing it, when you're just trying to concentrate on running out and just trying to concentrate on putting that cue ball perfect for the next ball, perfect for the next, you're thinking 3 balls ahead, you're plotting your lines, and you're going, there's no room for anything else. There's no room for, oh, I forgot to call that guy back. Oh, I got to do this. Oh, I got to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't do this today. There's no room. While you're shooting, it's a mind cleanser. So all the things, should I do this? Should I do that? All that goes away.
Yeah.
And it just cleans your mind down because it requires all of you to make a hard shot, especially on tight pockets. A long shot on tight pocket, it requires all of you to stay in line, have your stroking arm follow through smooth, have the proper grip on the cue where you're not gripping it too tight. You got it like you're cradling it like a little baby bird, in your hand. And you're just letting that cue weight and the acceleration from your arm push through that ball. And you want to watch that spin as it collides with the other ball and moves perfectly to the next ball. That requires all of you. So while you're doing that, it cleans your head out.
Dude, Strickland, you're just making me realize is like Bob Ross for pool. The way that you described all that, I was like, dude, that all made sense. You just basically broke down pool in the most beautiful way. And it really is, there's so much finesse, there's so much like strategy, there's athleticism involved.
There's a little bit of body control. I wouldn't call it athleticism, but you have to have execution. You have to be able to execute the shots. And that requires like a finesse that's learned over thousands and thousands and thousands of shots.
I thought I was going to be a pro pool player at one point. My mom was a single mom, 4 jobs, ran an assisted living homes, activities. That was one of the jobs, like the bring in, our school choirs and then just coming up with games for them. And so I'd go there for a lot of times after school. And there was a guy that was like, I don't know, the fucking janitor. Who knows if this guy even like worked there, but all of a sudden I'd always be upstairs with him playing pool and my sister. And he just like was so good and would like show us trick shots. And I got so into it. It was one of those things you got so into for like 3-4 years. And then, I don't know, girls.
Yeah, but if you got someone who's good that showed you how to do it right, that's huge.
I always think back not always, but think back to like, oh man, what if I like had really made that a thing? Because I mean, who knows where I was, but all I know is I was playing like anything as a kid, right? I was playing all the time to where I was like, oh man, what if that was like,
that would be crazy.
Yeah.
If I knew you from the pool world instead of the comedy world, that would be crazy.
I know, right?
Yeah. But then you probably would have had this thing in your head, like, I think I could do comedy.
Oh yeah.
I think I could do it.
Yeah.
That thing that you had in your head before you ever started doing it, like that little voice. It's like, you should do comedy.
Oh, that was me on the bus impersonating, doing Ace Ventura scenes. Because I was a fat kid, and then I was getting teased all the time.
Glow up. Look at you, handsome bastard. Fat
kid
to
take care of myself. That's right.
Right?
I'm trying to
You're
take care of
like
myself.
the guy in It Too. Remember the fat kid in It Too comes back buff and handsome in It Too? Well, you don't remember? I watched it the other day. In It 1, the chubby kid who gets cut up by the bully.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Then in It 2, now he's a stud. He's got like a 6-pack, beautiful man. Like something happened.
Oh yeah, we're still working on that, but yeah.
You got to glow up.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I was getting teased all the time, so it was fat kid, and then I started making friends laugh, and they were like, "Oh, you're the funny kid." So then I was like, "Oh, this is making them laugh, which feels good, and then it's also changing the way they're looking at me." Which I felt like a crazy superpower. I mean, it was 6th grade, and I was just, I just was like, oh, I got to chase this then. So then it was, but I was doing it naturally. I wasn't going out of my way to do it. It just came like I'd watched Ace Ventura, then I was like, oh, I want to, do that to a couple friends on the bus. And now I'm like telling stories. And then I would prank call Seattle sports radio stations and record it on like my first Sony and play it for friends on the bus. And they'd be like, just seeing them laugh was fun. Or prank call. One of the first things I did was there was a girl in our class that everybody had a crush on, and me too. But she was like, "You have bigger tits than me. Why would I like you?" And so I called my buddy, who she ended up dating, and pretended to be her, as I called him with other friends. Kind of diabolical.
Jesus, you could do an impression of her. Is that good?
In 4th grade, yeah. I have a voice. I didn't sound like this.
4th grade, right? That's insane, dude. So even back then, you were doing that?
Yeah, impersonating teachers and whatnot, and then. Yeah,
that's hilarious.
But the chasing of it was, which is why I was telling somebody this the other day. Jim Carrey, when he came through, when he was scouting for Dine up here at the Comedy Store, and I had never met him, and he's walking through, and Adam Egget's walking him through, and that movie was so influential on me, Jim Carrey in general, but like how much I was like involving it in making people laugh. He walks.
Was it a movie or was it a television show?
Ace Ventura?
No, the Comedy Store thing.
Oh, television show on Showtime.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's coming through the back bar. I think he was going to do roast battle. And I'm sitting in the back bar, the main bar at the store, and he walks through, and Adam's like, "Hey, Adam, it's Jim Carrey," and I go, and Jim goes, "Okay, man," and then keeps walking. I was like, and Rob the bartender was like, "Dude, you fucking, what was that?" And I was like, I don't know.
Communicate. Yeah.
And then I put it all together, and I was like, "Oh, dude!" Like, I'm sure subconsciously in that moment, I was like, "Oh, dude, this guy, you know, whether it was all about it or not, like me just telling you all this stuff about the movie and influencing me and giving me the confidence to like want to try to make people laugh."
He was your Jesus.
I mean, in a
You just
weird
met
way.
Jesus.
I mean, I think so, man.
That's what it was.
Put
He
me
was
on the track to trying to, and now that's my life. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe I'm getting too heady about it.
No,
But
you're not getting too heady. No,
Yeah.
I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
I that's exactly what it is. Like, he is the guy that started the spark, right? He's the guy that inspired you.
I think
Doing
so.
impressions of him getting laughs is what got you down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you meeting him was a freak out.
Yeah.
He should be used to freakouts by now. Like, you're fucking Jim Carrey, dude.
Yeah.
But I bet he gets bugged out by people that don't act normal around him.
Sure.
You know what I mean? He's probably so tired of it.
Yeah, maybe you appreciate that. And then Adam later was like, "Dude, you fucking froze in front of Jim Carrey, man."
That's a great
Dude, he was right there. I don't know. He's probably coming back. He saw Santino, so I don't know. He'll be back. He hasn't been here in 30 years. Now he's definitely not coming back because you fucking stared at him weird. Look at him. Shut up. Shut up, Adam Egan.
That's a perfect
Yeah.
Adam Egan.
Yeah.
But, you know, those guys, I think that being that famous for that long is like radiation
Yeah.
poisoning.
I think so.
You know, I think you have to have a very unique constitution to live near Chernobyl.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that a guy that's that famous for that long probably goes a little insane.
Wild. Yeah.
And he also like became insane, I think, when he was doing Andy Kaufman. He became
Whoa.
like Andy Kaufman for like a year.
I know. I need to be taking a pay. Like, what if that happens to me with this Phil thing?
No.
Yeah, I know. I can
No,
separate.
You separate. You're talking to me before you went on stage.
Yeah.
You weren't Phil. You were
Yeah,
just
you're
you. You were just
Can you
yourself.
imagine? Fuck. If I was just like, "Joe, you excited for tonight's show?"
I would
was like,
understand. I'd go,
Oh,
yes. Yeah, Phil, what's
Yeah.
up? Tell Jay I said hi.
I should have done it. Dude, you that coat you were wearing that night, where like you were, I mean, it was incredible, dude. And you looked like with your shades and that jacket.
I just wanted to be ridiculous because we're at Madison Square Garden.
I love it, dude.
Yeah, and
You were adding to the show.
Yeah, it was just, to me, it felt like this is so big I should dress preposterous. I feel preposterous.
Can I ask where you get a jacket like that?
Nordstrom's.
Let's go.
Shout out to Nordstrom's.
Let's go.
I got it's not, no animals died in
Yeah.
making that jacket.
Couple
Only,
Muppets, maybe.
A few seals probably choked to death on the oil that spilled out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is that even eco-friendly when people have like fake fur? I guess they think that it causes less death, but I wonder if overall it does. I wonder if, like, what is the amount of life lost through the petrochemical production of nylon versus beaver trapping? You know, like what is, how many things lives get lost because of the actual production of fake leathers and plastics and chemicals? How many things go into the ocean? How many things die because they get poisoned by the runoff?
Yeah.
Where are these things made?
Let's ask Siri.
Where is this stuff made? Is this stuff made in some third world country that doesn't have any environmental regulations and they're just dumping this waste into the river, which we know has happened? Is it like, but you feel better because you're wearing a fake fur? Like, I'm not sure.
I know.
I'm not sure. I think we might be better off just using real fur.
Maybe.
I bet we are. Yeah, but it's just cruel. The idea of killing an animal just for its skin is just cruel.
Pretty wild.
Yeah, it's wild. But I mean, we kill them for food. It's
Yeah.
weird. Like, there's places that are fur-free zones now. Okay, right?
Like states?
Like places you can't sell furs. I bet you could still wear them. It is America.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. You can't sell fur. I think you can't sell fur in parts of Los Angeles. See if that's true.
Sounds about right.
I think they put a ban on selling fur. But you can still sell leather. Do you know how fucking insane you are? When you have animal skin on almost everything. You have animal skin on the inside of your car. You have animal skin on your shoes. You have animal skin on your belt. You have animal skin on your wallet. You have animal skin everywhere. If it's better, it's leather upholstered.
Yeah.
Look at this beautiful leather upholstery.
Yeah.
It's better if it has leather. So you have animal skin everywhere, as long as there's no fuzz on it. Fur sales are illegal in California. 2019, state of California became the first state to ban fur. State's Governor Gavin Newsom signed into law AB 44, which bans the sales and manufacturing of new clothing and accessories made from fur. I get it. I get people wanting to be kind and not kill an animal for its fur. I totally understand where you're coming from. But it is a little weird that we're okay with leather.
Yeah.
It's a little weird.
Yeah.
And don't ban leather, you motherfuckers. That's not my point. My point is shut the fuck up and let people do whatever they want to do. Like, I don't think you should ban furs. I don't want one. I'd rather have a fake one, you know?
What do you think about the
Just
tax?
because I feel bad.
Yeah.
But but I get it. If I was living in a place where they couldn't, like, where did it all come from, right? It came from, that was the only way to stay alive. People wore big ass fur coats because it protects you. They don't wear fur coats. The Inuits don't wear fur coats because it looks cool. They want to stay alive.
Yeah, it's warmth.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's the best way to stay alive, especially when you're getting it from these animals that you're killing.
Yeah.
Like, that's literally how you get your clothes and your food. It's from these animals. That's the origin of it all. Now it's like a weird thing because you're wearing it to show everyone you're a baller. You come in a full-length mink coat. What's up, player?
Yeah.
Woo!
Like my ostrich hat.
Yeah, you have feathers on your cap from some exotic bird that had lost its fucking life so you can look like a pimp. And you just
to go to the Clippers game in style.
Wearing gold all over your
an alligator pussy ring.
Diamonds carved out of the ground by child labor. You know, and you just glittering and shining.
You have to walk in like that, by the way.
Yeah, if you got a fur coat on, you got to walk in like this.
Even though the coat's doing the talking for you. But
my friend Bill had one. I put one on once. I was like, oh my God, this thing's amazing. We were in Aspen. He had a mink coat. I go, what is that? What is that coat? Let me try that on. I put it on. I was like, oh my God.
Wow.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
It insulates you so perfectly. It's like
Pimps made mink coats popular. Is that?
I don't know who made mink coats popular, but they're popular with rich ladies.
Rich ladies, yeah.
It's rich ladies. And then it's like, I think pimps caught on, like, because it wasn't a lot of Joe Namath. Didn't Joe Namath like famously wear like a mink coat?
Yes.
Yeah. Baller shit.
Yeah.
Baller shit.
It does. It looks, yeah.
But back then, people didn't think twice because everybody's just trying to stay alive. They were just trying to not starve to death.
Right.
You know, they didn't give a fuck about those animals. And once things got soft and sweet, and people will start doing way better.
Yeah.
You know, in society, you know, it's like you don't have to worry about starving to death. Everyone's like, hey, why are we killing these little animals for their fur?
Let them live.
Yeah.
Family. What do you think about the taxidermy stuff? Like the full-on people that have like rooms with just
I don't
creature on creature.
do that with animals I hunt because I like what's called a European mount. And a European mount is the skull with the antlers on it. Just the actual skull.
Yeah.
I know what it looked like. I don't want a fake representation of it on my wall. It's basically a doll. First of all, the people that do it are amazing. And the art of it is pretty incredible because it is an art form. What you're doing is you're using this mold, right? So you have a mold that's roughly the size of the torso of the animal you killed. They have a photograph of the animal that you killed. And then they take the skin from the animal that you killed and mold it around this foam and do it so perfectly that it looks just like the animal. They put fake eyes and they do it all up, and it's got the antlers from the actual animal on it. And they've made a fake version of this animal that you killed. I get it. Yeah, I get it, but it's not for me.
Right. Also, I don't know. I feel like I would get pretty baked in my own house and have some late night freakouts at some of these things that look super. Well, a buddy of mine has a full house of them. He's his name's Doug. He lives in Jersey, and but he's into it for the artistic. Like he says it's beautiful. It's got this big. Jimmy, you don't have that thing I was going to show Joe, do you? The little trailer. So, Joe, I made this doc called Doug about my friend who was a lifeguard when he was 21 in the 70s, jumped into a pool in Jersey to save a kid who was faking drowning. And he ended up being paralyzed from the neck down. And his brother, Brian, who was an accountant, quit doing that to save his brother mentally, physically. He was in the hospital, wanted to die, was like, leave me in the pool. I don't want to live like this. He was a college football star, going to be a lawyer. Brian not only gets him physically fit and mentally stable, to a place to where he wants to live, gets him so strong that he enters the Paralympics, ends up becoming the world champ, setting all the world records, gets on the cover of a Wheaties box, travels the world with Michael Jordan, Joe Montana, Bo Jackson, speaking to people all over the world, becomes a criminal lawyer, helps get the Disability Act going. And so I meet Brian, who's now a physical therapist to the stars in New York. And he's telling me about his brother. He's like, dude, you gotta meet my brother, Doug. This guy's he's incredible. Come to New Jersey, meet my brother. You can hear him. It's good as your Strickland impression. And so I go to Jersey and I see his place. He shows me all these pictures and videos of him with the Pope and Christopher Reeve and Regis and Kathy Lee. And I'm like, holy shit.
Is this doc out already?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. And it's a 1 minute trailer.
Let's see the trailer.
Yeah.
Let's see the trailer.
Thanks, brother. So I directed it. It's the first time.
The Doug Air story. From the Wheaties cereal box to the Olympics. It was 1978 when Doug Air, as a lifeguard, dove into a pool to save a drowning boy.
When I dove in, the stand kicked back, and my head hit the bottom of the pool.
There's no pain. I don't feel my legs. I don't feel anything. I'm screaming to the dogs. Come on, come on!
My life, it ended and began right at that moment. My brother, he goes, you're not going to get this corny off. And he would duct tape 1 pound wrist weights to my hand. They told me about our wheelchair sport.
He goes out in the field, breaks the first world record, breaks the second world record, breaks the third, shot the distance, Doug Air.
We never thought we'd see that. Never.
And I got a phone call.
Soon, his picture will be pasted on 3 million boxes of the stuff.
You see my brother on the face of a Wheaties box? So cool. Where does it go from there,
Fall down, get dirty in life, and get back up again. And that's the journey. And you can't beat the parking. Just remember that.
Dude, that's badass.
Crazy story.
That's a crazy story.
So I went out there and I was like, I at least got to film the interviews, and their mom just passed with Brian, Doug, and because the story of the brother, just being there for Doug is wild and inspiring. And I don't know, having that amount of pictures and video to accompany any doc, I feel like is pretty imperative. And it was overwhelming. So I was like, I'm going to come out and at least interview you guys. And then took a couple years to put it all together. But it's on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/AdamRayComedy. I tried to pitch it a few places, didn't really have enough juice. And then I was like, I'm just going to put it up because I want them to, it should be out there. A movie on that story. I mean, it's wild, Joe. I mean, I'll text you a link. It's only 50 minutes.
So that you've never did a documentary or anything like this before?
First one directed, yeah.
That's crazy. So you just got inspired because of this guy's story to put this together?
1,000%. I was like, I can't believe that your story is not more. I'm like, how the fuck have I not heard about this? And, I've talked to a few people since who have been like, oh, I remember seeing something on the news about this. Yeah, fucking a quick news, a 10-second whatever. But and Brian's such a character, the brother. That's who I was doing the voice of.
That's a great impression. And his voice, it is right. It might be better than my Earl Strickland.
No, easy. But Brian now that's his life now. So that's also crazy. He dedicated his life to helping his brother, and now he is to the stars in New York and whoever else. I mean, he'll be on I flew him to Vegas once when I had a major back thing and 3 days of aggressive stretching and fucking fixed me. And on the plane, he's like, there's a woman next to me. Her shoulder was fucking fucked up. Like, fix your shoulder. She was able to do that for fucking 40 years. Now she can. And he kept telling me about Doug. And I was like,
what did he do to her shoulder that let her?
I don't know. Just fucking licked it. I don't know. He did a little, I don't know.
Release some kind of
he's there's a name for the type of physical therapist he is, but he says that it's in case people don't understand, but he's a wizard, man. And he, so I was like, I need to do this.
Does he do rolfing? Is it that kind of stuff?
What's that?
That's that really painful kind of soft tissue manipulation. You ever had it done?
No.
It's brutal, man.
Oh, really? Ugh. I mean, that's why I say aggressive stretching. It's really, but he just, a lot of unlocking things, but there's days when I've seen him, I stuck around New York an extra day to get work done. And, I get just from flying and carrying a lot of shit here, my quads get real tight all the time. And so, I'm just not stretching enough, which I know I got to, but he's like, I could use 2 more days with you to really get you,
loosen you up.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, I've been doing a lot of stretching lately because I've done a lot of especially getting ready for the special. I was working out a lot, also to calm my mind.
Yeah,
and I might have overdid it a little bit. And then I just was sore, man. My back was sore.
You could feel it on stage as you were moving around.
And I decided on Saturday. No, not on stage. Just mostly like when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, I'm going a little too hard here.
Right.
But what it really was I wasn't stretching enough. And everything was just tight because I was doing a lot of like kettlebell shit, and it was just tight. And I spent like 2.5 hours on Saturday just stretching in my hotel room, just stretching. That's all I did. I just watched some YouTube videos and stretched. And I felt 100% better when I got, and I was like, "Oh, you fucking idiot! You should be doing this all the time."
I know.
You're not putting. I need to do like long stretch sessions like that all the time.
That's patience, man. 2.5 hours.
Yeah, you just watch YouTube. Just put your phone down and watch some.
You have no excuse to not. I know. I tell my sister that now too, and she's like, "I need to find more time to, exercise in this." And I'm like, "Dude, you watch shows like already after work, just like for even 20 minutes, like walk around and just space out." But
well, it's also if you want to exercise, like get on some kind of a cardio machine and watch a movie on an iPad.
Yeah,
it's a cheat code.
Yeah,
it's cheat
how
code.
I watch anything is on the bike.
But it's the best way to distract yourself from the fact that you're exhausted.
Totally.
If you watch a good movie with headphones on and an iPad on like a stationary bike.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
you can enjoy the movie.
Yeah,
you actually can enjoy the movie and actually put in some serious cardio.
Yeah,
and you'll be distracted, so you won't be thinking about the fact that you're exhausted on the bike. You'll be thinking about, oh my god, don't go in the basement.
Yeah,
don't go in the basement. I can't fucking believe this movie is insane. This fucking movie's insane.
Yeah.
Especially a good thriller.
Oh yeah. It keeps you engaged. Yeah. What's your go-to workout movie? Or can you not watch? Are you a rewatcher?
Yes. John Wick. John Wick's the greatest ever workout movie.
Whoa.
Ever. Yeah. Yeah.
I have a confession. Haven't seen it.
Oh my god. It's like
let's
a
watch
girl
it.
saying she hasn't seen
Put
Barbie.
it up, Jamie.
It's like a girl saying she hasn't seen Barbie, really.
Right. Oh wow.
Yeah. It's the most insanely violent movie of all time. It's so
Keanu,
insane.
right?
Yeah, it's so Keanu. It's so ridiculous.
And they made 15.
They did 4 of them.
Yeah.
I think. 4? Right, yeah. 4.
I remember hearing this last one. It was the talk of the town. People were like,
it's a fun movie.
Yeah.
But it's a really good movie to work out to because it's just so crazy.
Cool.
Because like so many people are getting killed. You're just like,
oh yeah.
You get in those extra reps watching people engage.
You get fired up from
combat. Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
It's a crazy movie.
Mortal Kombat. Remember when that became a game? Remember when that was, dude, that I understood why my mom was like, you can't play video games, because I remember sitting downstairs. I had my bar mitzvah. She goes, I'm not buying you a video game system, but you can use some of your Jew money to buy. She didn't say that. She goes, she can buy some of your, you can buy, what if she did? She goes, you can use some of your money from gifts to buy it. So I bought a Super Nintendo and then I got, I think, a Sega, and then Mortal Kombat, or my buddy had a Sega, and we played Mortal Kombat. And I remember just being like, what is happening right now? We went from Street Fighter, which is, throwing, Harukites and whatnot, and then just ripping a guy's cock off.
Yeah. Yeah, you could kill people.
Yeah.
You pull their fucking skull out with their spine attached to it.
Pretty cool. And then just go have a fucking Crustable right after.
And it's very addictive.
Yeah.
All those games are very addictive.
Were you ever a gamer?
Yeah.
What was your
Quake? But it's just because they're fun.
Yeah.
It's like they're not addictive because they suck. They're awesome.
Yeah, dude.
They're just too awesome.
Yeah.
Like playing Quake is too awesome. It's crazy fast paced. You're shooting rockets at people. They're electrocuting you to death.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
And it's such an adrenaline rush that you just don't want to stop. You just want to go to the next game.
Oh, yeah.
Go to the next game. Keep playing. Next thing you know, you're exhausted. You're dehydrated. You haven't had any food in 8 hours.
Oh, yeah.
What's wrong with you? And then you have to go to bed. You're like, what is it? You're lying in bed. Like, what the fuck is
Why
wrong
am
with
I
me?
still awake? Yeah.
This is crazy.
I've only played Halo a handful of times. My younger brother is pretty obsessed, but he's really good. And I played it online, and I was real high. So I started to kind of get emotionally invested to where, like, I see guys getting shot, and I was like, fuck, I can't. My heart was beating so fast. It was too much. If I was sober, I would have been less.
You lost a comrade. You felt real connected to it.
It did. I was fucked up.
They have virtual reality ones now. My friend Matt Serra, he plays these virtual reality
with the goggles.
What's the one that Matt plays? What is that? The game he plays? That he's Population 1. So it's a VR shooter.
Oh, yeah.
So he's running around with VR goggles on. So he really feels like he's in the game. And he's like, get down. They're shooting at each other and shit. It's nuts.
Oh my god.
He's got goggles on. He's like in his fucking house, just moving around.
Give
like
me that security
so
footage.
you feel like you're in a war.
Yeah.
Like you're so immersed in it this video game is now a whole next level experience.
Yeah.
It's just in front of the computer is pretty involving.
Yeah.
You get the headphones on, especially with these computer games now have 3D sound, so your sound coming from there. You know, there's guys over there. You know, you run towards them.
Smack your wife. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's
another thing about these goddamn games. You could beat the shit out of people. Like there's a lot of like, what is it? Red Dead?
Red Dead Redemption, right?
Yeah, where you like take someone and fucking tie a noose to their neck, drag it behind your horse. Like, you do wild shit. You could drown a prostitute in the river.
Yeah.
You could do wild shit. And people are like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be able to do this in a fucking game. This is a little crazy.
Your 7-year-old shouldn't be able to see that that's possible yet.
They shouldn't be able to beat a prostitute to death with a shovel.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Maybe a super soaker. Just hit her in the face or something. Yeah. Something lighter.
Well, it's just the whole game is chaos.
I know.
You know, it's like you could do chaos to anybody. Just like Grand Theft Auto. You could do chaos to anybody. You know?
First time playing that, though, and driving down Sunset and seeing, like, the Comedy Store was pretty cool.
I think Grand Theft Auto, I think I read this. They were comparing the amount of money that Grand Theft Auto has generated versus, like, almost any other, like, movie, game, like, in comparison to how it does to, like, big Hollywood blockbusters.
Sure.
Like, how much money has Grand Theft Auto generated? I mean, that has got to be one of the most popular games of all time.
1,000%. That may be.
It's about stealing cars.
Yeah.
Over
$8.5 billion.
Yo. Good call, dude.
Yo.
We'll be right back. That's a fucking holy shit, dude. That's so much money.
That's so much money.
Joe, that's wild. Thanks for pulling that stat
Now, do
up.
you think you deserve that amount of money?
What have you done other than show teenagers it's possible to beat, steal, and rob from a hooker? Hold that thought. We'll be right back.
Do you remember the guy who used to run bum fights?
Yes.
And he came on Dr. Phil as Dr. Phil.
Yes.
He shaved his head, the top of his head.
Joe, that's what we could do. You want to come on the Dr. Phil live show and be that guy? All we got to do is throw a stash on you.
That guy, he fucking...
Phil goes, what are you doing? And he goes, what? What? He goes, what are you doing? What are you doing? And he's like, I'm doing what you're doing. I'm exploiting people. He's like, I don't like it. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here. There's Robin. Dude just kicked him off his set.
But it was weird, right? Like you knew that's what he did.
Of course.
And you invited him on the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
He probably just didn't like that path of the argument.
I bet
that path is a legitimate path.
Do you think he knew? Maybe he didn't know he was going to get into full makeup, because I'm sure Phil's not visiting the guests, right?
Listen, this is not a surprise.
If you think I exploit people, every time you bring a guest on this show, you exploit them and spread whatever problems they have to the whole world. You think that's helping them?
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. You can go.
You know what? Who do you think you are, huh?
Bye. Come on.
Huh? No, I'm not finished talking to you.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, you are.
Don't even grab a complimentary Dr. Phil hat. Just go. I hate me right now. I mean, this guy, yeah.
The thing about that guy, though, is that guy, that bum fights thing was crazy.
It was wild.
That guy paid people to pull there's teeth out.
Yeah.
There's some awful shit.
Yeah, you want to talk about using YouTube for the wrong reason.
Well, it wasn't YouTube.
It wasn't?
No, these were cassettes. Those like VHSs.
Maybe my first taste of bum fights
what was Bum Fights originally released on? I don't believe it was YouTube. I think it was pre-YouTube.
You know, it was sold for $22 a piece.
So people were either
DVDs, I guess.
Was Bum Fights for people that couldn't get Girls Gone Wild? What like, because those were both probably popping off.
Basically, what Bum Fights was a lot of shit that you see already on the internet. You see how many bum fights have you actually seen on the internet? I've seen so many guys that are like on heroin, fist fight in the streets of Los Angeles. Like this is a shitload of videos of bums duking it out. Their pants fall down, guy gets kicked in the head, knocked unconscious. There's a lot of that you can find. I get sent it all the time by Tom Segura.
Really?
Yeah, he sends
just
me
cell phone footage of
the Instagram reels.
Gotcha. Oh yeah,
like terrible things that you can see people just doing to each other all over the. So the thing is, like, this guy made a living off of it, though, and he was like selling these DVDs. And I think we didn't want to admit that people want to see that, just like we don't want to admit people want to drown hookers in Red Dead Redemption, but they do.
They do, man.
They do want to see that.
Yeah.
They do. If you let people slap each other in the face on television, people will tune in.
Oh yeah.
If you let people dress up like fucking medieval knights and sword fight, people will watch.
Yeah.
That is 100% a fact.
Yeah.
And back then, we didn't want to believe that. And there was no internet, so we didn't really understand our nature until the internet came along.
Dude, think about Two Girls, One Cup.
Think about porn. Okay, think about the amount of porn that gets digested by the average American male versus that of 1950.
Oh God,
there's a huge difference. Yeah. Guys were jerking off to underwear ads. Okay, guys were starving for things to
now
jerk
that's
off
weird.
to. Yeah, they were jerking off to memory. They had no idea.
We had a lot of solid imaginations probably
That's
in the
all you
50s,
needed
60s, and
back then.
70s.
A good idea in your head. That's all you had. That's all you had. And then now everyone has a phone, and anyone's phone can connect to a plethora of porn sites.
I had a guy on my flight about 3 months ago, no joke, porn on the phone, no headphones.
Jesus.
Yeah, heard, oh, fuck my butt, fuck my butt.
Oh my God.
And then was just kind of like, and then saw this, people kind of like turning. People, no one wanted to citizens arrest this guy, so everyone was kind of like,
he probably was doing it to make people uncomfortable.
For sure.
Yeah. Because what is the law?
And it was wild. I mean, I was 2 rows
behind. Are you
behind
allowed to do that? Like, what's the law? Like,
I
where
think
are you
it's
allowed?
illegal, but
right, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
Like, you shouldn't be looking at his. But if you can hear it.
Yeah.
Like, what is the law, right? Because what if you're playing a podcast that's offensive? What if you're playing a podcast on your phone that makes me upset, but you're playing it? I have to listen to it. I'm getting upset.
Right.
What is the law on that?
Right.
I feel like you're allowed to do that, right? So if you're allowed to say, like, fuck that guy and fuck this, but you can't say fuck my butt, it gets a little weird.
Right.
It gets a little weird. Because,
Yeah.
like, it's his phone. Why are you even looking at what's on his phone?
Totally.
You shouldn't be a fucking...
You're 2 rows back. Put your headphones on.
How about stop paying attention to his phone? Right. But also, why does he have porn on his phone and it's loud?
Right.
Like, I don't think...
Is it almost like urinating in a public decency thing? Like, you can't...
It's just like that according to the law that I'm looking up.
You can't pee in public or watch someone talk about peeing.
Right, but can you listen? That's what I'm saying. Like, what is the law in, like...
Because are you a peeping Tom if you're listening? Yeah, defendant convicted of watching porn in parking lot fails in constitutional challenge to public obscenity law.
Watching pornography in public serves no legitimate purposes unless you want to fucking jizz like a racehorse.
You're trying to get first class to turn things up a notch.
Doing so with one's window down and at a restaurant's busy parking lot in full view of families recklessly expose pornography to young children. Oh, well, this is a little different. This is like a business, and he got in there with his window rolled down and he's beaten off. He might be a little bit of a freak. But it depends on, like, was he in the corner of the parking lot away from everybody?
Yeah.
Like, was he by himself? He's like, I just got to rub this out. I got to make a decision. Right now, I'm real confused. It could have been like a mental health thing. You know? Like, look, I'm losing my mind here.
It says the public libraries can't block porn, and it's not illegal to watch.
Wow.
I'm not saying that,
No
but
way.
That's just what this says.
That's crazy.
I'll
Look at libraries staying cool and hip.
If that's true, how many people are jerking off in San Francisco in a library right now?
Oh, I don't know. 1,000% of the people attending the library? Hundreds, yeah.
I would certainly recommend against doing this, one lawyer says.
But he said Missouri. Scroll back up.
Yeah.
It said under Missouri statutes, depending on the exact circumstances, the prosecutor could file at least 2 different charges. But this is Missouri.
Every state's different with that too.
Right, but wasn't the article about San Francisco or any public library?
Yeah, this is public library.
Oh, it's any public library. Oh my God. Anywhere?
I almost got arrested for taking photos mooning a camera when we were like 21 or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yo, that's how crazy San Francisco is. He didn't even say San Francisco. I assumed.
Wow.
I just assumed, right? We didn't even bring up. In my head, I'm like, it has to be San Francisco. That's so crazy. That's how crazy San Francisco's gotten, where a story comes up and it's almost like the Bernstein Bears. What's that called?
Yeah,
that thing the Mandela effect. Yeah,
the Bernstein Bear effect.
Yeah, well, it's the Mandela effect.
Oh, yeah.
Because people thought that Mandela died in jail,
right?
But he didn't.
Right.
And so there's this thing like people have like a whole narrative in their head. It's like a glitch in the Matrix type thing. I think that might apply to this because it's. Like instantly, I was like, "Oh, it happened in San Francisco." I would have told the story. In my head, I would have gone on. Did you hear what happened in San Francisco?
That's crazy.
You can watch pornography in the fucking Meanwhile, it's every library. Wow, every library. That's
Is that one person making that?
The guy in the parking lot was in New Jersey.
Oh, of course he is.
You saw that thing? Yeah. Duh.
If you had to guess, what state's going to produce the most parking lot jerkers?
Did you?
New Jersey's on the top of the list.
Hear that story about the guy? It was maybe a few years ago. It might have actually been during COVID when everyone was doing big work Zooms, and the guy thought he turned
what?
Work Zooms.
Work Zooms.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he stayed on. He didn't turn his computer or sound off. It was one of those things where you log on for the Zoom. You know, the boss is like, all right, guys, everyone's here, blah, blah, and then you can just turn your screen off, but he didn't turn his off.
Dude,
he
one
just started,
guy,
just started, yeah.
Fucking hundreds of guys got caught. I have a bit about it. Hundreds of guys got caught doing that. It was that was that Jeffrey Toobin guy, the CNN guy.
Yeah, that's, I guess, a famous one. Yeah.
But it was like,
that's a wrap, right?
Guys.
You're fired.
He's back.
Wow.
The Toobin guy's back.
So let's say it was like a Jamba Juice conference and you're on Zoom and you get like.
Likely it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap. But if you're a rapper, no big deal at all.
No,
like, whoops, I didn't know the camera was on. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry,
also,
y'all.
You're welcome for getting to see some beautiful.
Yeah. I don't think no one tells you you're welcome if you're getting caught doing that. But it's one of those things where it's just like.
There's an article from the UK where it says it's debatable whether porn use
is even illegal. It should be. The best hope for prosecution currently looks to be an offense against public decency, but what an archaic notion that sounds now. Isn't that weird? When was this written? If the government wants to retrieve any credibility from this debacle, it could order a legal review. Can old laws be repurposed, or is new legislation required? That's interesting because, like, when all these laws were put in place, they probably never anticipated porn on the internet.
No,
especially the way it is now.
Great point.
You know, when you talk about businesses that never got bailed out, this is what. Imagine if I told you there was a business, and this business is going to eat up about 30+% of all the internet traffic. And this business is used by some ungodly percentage of men, way more than it takes to elect a president, right? What does it take to elect a president? You know, 51%.
Yeah.
Way more than 51% guys have used pornography. But yet, when that business stopped making money because DVD sales went away, nobody talked about a bailout of porn. No. Just shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Bail out banks, bail out this business and that business, and you know, too big to fail, but not the porn business. Everybody's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Is it still real? I don't even know they were making porn anymore. I mean, I don't even watch it.
Did you see the Ashley Madison doc?
What is that?
Ashley Madison was.
is that the dating site?
Yeah, the affair, the site for where people could have affairs.
Oh, that's right.
Joe, it is a wild. It's.
They got doxxed, right? Didn't something happen?
Yeah, they got hacked.
Yeah.
And so they basically, people signed up to have it was a
wild folk, just a whole website full of wild folk.
Oh man,
just a bunch of risk takers. Yeah, just a bunch of people.
Just a lot of people doubling down. And
running away from their husband.
Me on 20s. Yeah,
2:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah, meet me at the Subway. Yeah, next to the KFC.
Let's get wild.
Where's that Mike Pence mask? It was.
Maybe that guy was in the parking lot getting ready for one of that.
It was wild, dude.
Warming up.
Yeah. And then they interviewed a couple couples that were all about that were doing it together. That were just
swingers.
Yeah,
swingers are weird. They're like they have a missing fuse. It's like there's something in them that's like it's different.
I met a few swingers through Brad Williams, of course, because swingers and little people know each other.
Oh, really?
There's a direct. Yeah, there's a
interesting.
Yeah, they have the same
agents.
Yeah. I met my first through Brad. Porn stars, swingers. And other little people through Brad and comedians. But these swingers were wild, dude. I'm coming from small town North Seattle, and like, I just even know it's not something is in my zeitgeist. I never met. And so just talking to them so normally was just wild. You know what I'm saying?
I did these gigs in, God, I can't remember what state it was, somewhere in the South. Might have been Nashville. So I did this gig with Ari, and we had this guy drive us from the club. He picks us up at the hotel or at the airport, takes us to the hotel, and then he's driving us to the gig, and everything's normal. And then he eventually, at the end of the weekend, he's driving us to the airport. And when the guy's driving us to the airport, he opens up about his swinger life, like out of nowhere. He's like, "You guys ever swing?" You know, we have a swinging club in town, and we're like, "Swing? Like, what do you mean?" He's like, "You know, like we wife swap and the like." He goes, I've been doing it for a while. I go, "You like swinging?" He goes, "Well, yeah, I love it. Yeah, we swing. You know, my wife fucks other. I get to decide though. You know, like if he's too good looking or he's too buff, I get to decide. I don't like that guy. She can't fuck that guy. And they make like decisions like that.
Oh my God.
And this guy just opened up to us out of nowhere. By the way.
What preceded that conversation?
Nothing. Like fucking zero.
It's hot today, huh? Speaking
I
of
like
hot.
swinging. You guys like swinging? Like what? Out of nowhere, this dude's just chatting it up about the guys he lets his wife fuck. It was crazy.
That's wild.
But he was one of them dudes that like had a ponytail, but it was also bald. Like the whole thing was a mess.
Of course.
He was chaos. He was a human just example.
If you bring up swinging unprovoked, you have a ponytail.
He was a bizarre character. But it was just, I've only met a few groups of people that are like really into that. And one of them was I was doing the Improv in Tampa. And this
did that once.
Fun gig.
Yeah.
Fun gig. And then this foursome of people were like, we're swingers. You should come. We have a swinger convention. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. They look like people that would be swingers. Wow. You know, just a mess. Yeah. Just a mess. Tampa is the swinger capital of the U.S. That's it.
No joke. I had a guy come up to me and proposition me in Kansas City to this is when I was featuring for Harlan at the Kansas City Improv, and he goes, man, it's funny. He's like, bang my wife. What you guys doing? You want to fuck my wife? And I was like, what? Had never been proposed like that. Then she comes over. What are you guys talking about? I go, oh, he's trying to say he wants us to do something, and he whatever. She goes, what the fuck? Had no clue that was even. I was like, oh, he said, and then it was just super weird. She's like, Daryl, what the fuck? Why would you like? I'm crazy, but what the fuck? I would never do that. And I'm like, oh, this guy must just be going around doing that.
That's his thrill.
Yeah,
he wants someone to fuck his wife.
Or maybe he wanted me to say yeah and then like beat you up. Yeah,
could be a trap.
It was fucking wild because I
could be setting a trap.
Yeah,
who knows? But it's just that's a weird culture. But whatever. Not hurting anybody.
Dude, exactly.
Go fuck each other.
Yeah, enjoy.
They have clubs where they go and they're like, there's like
the Eyes Wide Shut clubs, right?
People fucking each other. One of my friends, maybe it was Callan, told me he got
to a bang bang party.
It's like in the 90s or something like that.
Of course it was.
Told me that he went to one of those. Walked in, people are fucking all over the place.
Those are things where you like drop your keys in the bowl or you put your phone right.
That's like a party that they would like throw all their keys in the bowl, and then the guy would reach in and pull out one of the women's keys, and the woman would reach in and pull out one of the guy's keys, and you figured out who you're going home with.
Wow.
Yeah. And they just swap wives.
Dude. I mean, then that became a show.
Yeah. Is a wife swapping with the show?
Yeah.
Of course it was. I wonder if it's real, though. You know, those shows, they fuck around a lot with those shows. They manipulate reality.
I remembered and found this recently. It's a commercial from Ohio, where I'm from.
Sun Bubble Hot Tubs?
A hot tub place.
Oh, bro.
Rent a private room.
Jamie, I love you for pulling this up. We had one in Seattle called Tubs.
Look, you to bring your kids.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
kids are swimming in fucking fake jizz. And drop soup in there.
$20 an hour or something wild.
Oh, that's crazy. But that's like couples. That's a very different
thing.
Bro,
we had a place like this. We had Tubs near a comedy club, near Giggles. Did you play Giggles in Seattle?
Sure.
That was before I first
did
an
open
open mic.
No, I never did Giggles in Seattle. I did Giggles in Saugus, Massachusetts.
Okay, cool. It was the one comedy club, I guess, in the 90s that was thriving near the University of Washington. And they had a place called Tubs there. But we also have a place called Tubs Subs, a sandwich place. So that's all I know about. I'm a little fat kid thinking about sandwiches. And my friends that were leaving soccer practice, I'd scored on my own team. He called me a fucking idiot. That was a wrap for me in soccer. And so we're driving by, and he's like, and I see Tubs. I'm like, oh, Tubs. I'm like, we should stop and get some food, you know? We just lost. I scored on my own team. Some sandwiches sounds good. And he's like, oh, they don't do sandwiches there. It was just the same name. And I was like, oh, what happens there? It's like, well, people rent hot tubs, and they go in there and just kind of hang out. I was like, I had no clue. I said, what do you mean hang out? I said, well, they go in there, you meet somebody, you bring them in, you have some fun. No clue. And then 10 years later, I'm like, oh, people were just going there just to fuck. Like you said, just
in a hot tub.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably better than a hotel room.
For sure. And it's a hot tub. Who doesn't love a hot tub?
Yeah. People just want to go and bang it out. Or maybe on a date and you get a wild hair. You want to go to a hot tub room?
How do you feel? Dude,
let's go.
How do you feel about hotel hot tubs? When you're on the road? Ooh. Yeah. Thank you.
What are the odds that that's clean? That's dangerous.
I know, dude. That's literally.
You know, a guy got Legionnaire's disease from a hot tub in LA?
What is that disease?
Oh, it's like a disease that's like archaic. It's like one of those old world diseases that's not supposed to be around anymore.
God.
And this guy got it from a fucking hot tub.
Oh, God.
See if you can find that article. I'm pretty sure it was California that it happened.
Yeah, they never clean
My
those
memory's a
things.
little foggy on where it was. I feel like but maybe I'm thinking everything crazy is in California today. You know, I assume that other story was from San Francisco.
Yeah.
But this guy, he got in a stanky ass hot tub and he got Legionnaire's disease and fucking died.
You can die from
Oh,
it?
he died. Yeah, he died. Do you have it? Because if you're not, I saved the article.
Man,
I definitely saved it on my phone because I was like, this is the craziest fucking
just going to
story
relax.
So this is in 2023. California spas believed to be the source of an outbreak of Legionnaire's disease.
Oh, God.
That caused the illness of multiple people and the deaths of 2. Contra Costa Health announced Monday it has been investigating Zen Day Spa in Contra Costa, California since August. How about you step in? Fucking. How about don't investigate? Just fucking test the water. That's so crazy.
1 dead, 11 sick in the Legionnaire's disease outbreak in Napa.
Oh my God! It's a hot tub disease.
Yeah, that's got to be a
Man who
rep.
died of Legionnaire's disease from Bay Area Spa was celebrating his birthday.
Oh, God,
Oh, my
dude,
God.
a hot tub birthday gone wrong.
It's your birthday. I want to take you to the hot. You had a Groupon. Oh my God!
Oh,
so did all the
God.
other people that jizzed in that pond. That's what's so disgusting. It's probably just a combination of jizz meets shit, and it just becomes this monster virus that kills people that are trying to celebrate their birthday.
What the fuck?
Yeah, bring your kids. Bring your kids to the spa. Catch
Oh.
Legionnaire's disease. What is that? What is?
Have a health permit.
Oh, why should they? It's only a spa where you're naked.
It's wild
In a
that,
tub
like,
of water. Why would they have a health permit? Why would they even check?
yeah, a hot tub is a wild invention. I mean, even a public hot tub is just such a wild idea. Like, what are you doing?
Water that gets hot like that is so perfect for bacteria.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful. If you don't have the right amount of poison in there, which is what it is, when you're pouring chlorine in there, you're just killing everything that's alive. Severe pneumonia. Oh, wow. It's a severe form of pneumonia, lung inflammation, usually caused by infection. It's caused by a bacterium known as Legionnaires. Why did they name it Legionnaire's disease? Let's Google that. Because it sounds like some shit that happened in the old world.
It does.
There's a bunch of diseases that are starting to emerge in the homeless community in Los Angeles that are ancient diseases.
No shit.
I
From
think
what?
they
From,
got typhus just from being disgusting. The American Legion State Convention in Philadelphia.
God.
What? Okay, it's commonly known as legionellosis, which is a generic term for a respiratory infection caused by the Legionella bacteria. This disease is named after a deadly outbreak of pneumonia in 1976 that occurred during people attending the American Legion's State Convention in Philadelphia.
Legionella sounds like Coachella for people that have swallowed a lot of hot tub cum.
So that's why they named it Legionnaire's disease? Because it happened during that was the outbreak?
Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah, no thanks.
What is the American Legion? What's that? What's the convention of the American Legion? Do you know what that is?
Led to the name of the Legionnaire's disease. No
right.
clue.
But what is
Yeah.
the American Legion? The
Commonly known-
Veterans Association. Wartime veterans. Oh my God.
Aimed at
So
advocating
they're wartime
patriotism.
veterans and they die from a fucking disease and then they name it after the Legion.
Wow.
Which is like really bad for business. Really bad for business.
Yeah.
They should have done that to them. Don't call it Legionnaire's disease. Don't name it after us, you fucking assholes. Call it some fucking weird Latin name and come up with some spooky monkeypox type definition. Don't name it after us. Imagine somebody caught pneumonia and they called it mothershipitis. And they got people dying from mothershipitis. Like, hey, you
Yeah,
fuckheads.
you'd be pissed.
Don't do that. It just happened to be there.
Yeah.
It's not the Legionnaires.
Yeah.
It's not the Legion Center that was the problem.
No.
They didn't do anything wrong.
No.
But they probably had some dudes that were coming back from Thailand. You know what I'm saying?
1,000%.
You know what I'm saying?
Where does Herpes
Like
get his name?
Old dudes that come back from Thailand.
Oh, yeah. With
You
everything.
know? They go over there for like 4 months of the year, come back looking like, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? You look it around real quick. Yeah. There was a meme that I saw today of this older man, like he's in his 60s, and he's holding hands with 2 hot Asian girls, and it was saying something about like when I cash my VA check and I disappear, don't worry about me.
Cool.
Because I'll be in some strange country.
Oh, yeah.
Where there's rampant sex trafficking.
Oh, my God, I know, right? By the way, I thought you were going to bring up the 91-year-old who just died and who was married to a 42-year-old.
What are you talking about?
91-year-old billionaire I just saw today that died.
Well, it's true love. That's what's important.
That's what's
She's
beautiful,
probably
Joe.
hot as fuck.
Oh.
She's probably super, super hot as fuck.
Oh, she was way into him.
Let's see what he and she look like.
He had a great personality.
That gives me hope for the future. If everything goes sideways, men should be happy because that's even possible. You can trick.
There you go.
Look at that. Totally looks like they would love each other.
Looks like Mr. Bean's dad.
Yeah, she looks like she should be married to a farmer. Some big old buff farmer.
How does she even meet this? Well, I mean, I guess, yeah.
Probably some billionaire dating site.
Yeah.
He gained fame through high-profile dates. Just weeks after marrying his sixth wife, she died. Yeah, she got a pill over that dude.
You think?
No.
Yeah.
No. But if you're a woman and, you're 40 and this guy's nice, and he's worth fucking $30 billion, he wants to marry you, like,
sure.
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
I know.
I can deal with you. Maybe she likes him. Maybe she even likes him. Maybe she also likes being super fucking rich.
Totally.
Why not?
She might like that a little bit more.
Yeah, like people were always remember Anna Nicole Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah. J. Howard Marshall?
Yeah.
And people like, they knew what it was. But guess what? He knew what it was too.
Totally. He was having a good time.
It was caused by a tough bike workout. Oh, wow. He was rushed to the hospital with crippling back pain. With a ruptured heart valve. Wow, he blew his heart out. Probably thinking about talking there.
1,000%. Yeah, he was still.
Like, I'm gonna give it to her tonight. 49-year age difference. So what? Let it go. Ooh, look at that one right there. Is that her? Oh, the previous one? Damn, let me see that one. That one's even more preposterous. No, scroll up so I can see.
Well, this guy's been doing it forever.
That's the most preposterous.
Yeah.
One. That's perfect. That's what I like to see.
It does give me hope.
To see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can be disgusting.
Also, it gives me hope that it, like, I don't know how old he was, 80, 90, but like.
Bam. That's what I'm talking about. Well, how about the dude?
Even like Betty White before she passed was saying how like she was like, I think at 99 maybe, that like there was some article I read and she was just like talking about like still banging it out.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Wild.
Those old ladies don't give a fuck.
Oh no.
They're not worried about your approval anymore.
Dude,
she'll tell you who she fucked. She'll tell you who she fucked. Who's that guy who owns the Raiders? He's got like a really hot 24-year-old girlfriend.
Oh yeah.
He's got that crazy mo haircut.
Yeah, dude, that
guy's a character.
He truly looks like a Nickelodeon cartoon character.
Is he having a baby? Is that what's going on?
Well, and Bill Belichick's got a young girl. I mean, Pacino's got. I mean, fuck, dude. Pacino's a dad at 92 or whatever.
Sounds normal. Sounds totally normal. Seems like it's gonna work out.
What the fuck? It's so.
I think Pacino wanted to take a paternity test too to make sure it was his. It's like, what? I'm shooting live rounds?
Yeah.
At fucking 90 years old?
That's wild.
How is that possible?
Yeah, it can't be. But it is.
Yep. That's the crazy thing about men. Men can keep having babies when they're geriatrics, but women, like nature says, that's a wrap. They get to a certain age, they go through menopause, and that's a wrap. But the dudes can just keep impregnating gals. Look at that. Bam, son. What's up?
Dude. It looks like he. Oh, I mean, this
Bam.
Guy. Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, she's a mystery woman. She's a mystery. She's hot. That's not a mystery. Congratulations, sir.
Good for him. Yeah, you did it.
This is a fun thing about that.
Lottery.
But when you see it the other way, you get creeped out.
Yeah.
Like if you saw Betty White with like Thor, you'd be like, what the fuck? What's going on there?
Yeah.
It's kind of gross.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that to that old lady?
Yeah, you'd be worried about Betty White. Yeah.
Yeah, are you having sex with her the way you would have sex with a young lady? Because that's disturbing.
Yeah, that's tough.
Like, what are you doing to her? Can she even take that kind of abuse?
Maybe she could.
Jesus.
Maybe she wanted it.
Maybe she's just one of them old school ladies and immigrant ladies with strong bones.
Oh, God.
Stiff spine.
Harlan used to do a joke. When I would open for Harlan, he would do a joke where he'd take somebody's tortilla chip out of the front row, and he'd go, here's my impression of a 75-year-old woman having sex. And then he would just crinkle the chip into the mic, and it was like, it sounded exactly like everything breaking. And,
yeah, it sounds wrong, right?
Yeah.
But like an old guy, like having sex with a hot young lady, like go pops.
Kind of a cool way to go out, too.
Yeah, sure. I guess. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, maybe not. Then I guess everyone's looking at you like, oh, you couldn't keep it together enough.
There it is. Oh, this is the one.
She's not. They're not. This was a weird.
Oh, it's wildly untrue.
Yeah.
Well, of course it is. People love saying silly shit that's not true. Hopkins is pictured sitting next to Davis in December 2022, fueling rumors the two were romantically involved, but they're not. But we're hoping that he can get a gal like that. That's what it is, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're hoping.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going, oh my God, because he's so old that he's past the creepy into the novelty.
Yep.
Right? So there's a creepy firm.
Yep.
The creepy version is like, you know, a guy who's in his 60s is dating a girl who's 20.
Right.
That seems creepy. But if a guy's in his 70s, he's dating a girl who's 20, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
Why is, a little more acceptable.
It is what it is.
I know.
You know, it is what it is. You know what it is. I know what it is. Everyone knows
Stop
what it is.
acting like you don't know what it is.
He probably knows what it is.
He
too.
knows exactly
Maybe
what
he
it is.
lies to himself.
That's fine.
We all know what it is.
That's his deal.
So when it's 60 and 20 or 50 and 20, we feel like that person is probably taking advantage of that 20-year-old.
Potentially.
Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe she's a real mature 20.
Sure, that could be.
Possibly.
Sure. Family loves this guy.
I can deal with that. But there's a weirdness if it's like a 60-year-old guy and a 20. That makes me creeped out.
Oh my God,
that's too old.
Oh yeah.
But if it's a 70-year-old guy and a 20-year-old, you're like, it's okay.
Dude, my buddy went to school and there was a 45-year-old dating a 20-year-old in their in college. That felt very weird.
But it wouldn't be weird if it was a 20-year-old guy. This is my problem with it all. Like a 20-year-old, let's assume that men and women are equal, right? A 20-year-old man and a 45-year-old lady is great. Like, no problem. Like, look at her. She got a hot young guy.
Yeah.
Like, no one cares at all.
Yeah.
At all. It would be weird, but not weird where you would think, oh, that lady's a creep.
No.
Right?
No.
Like a 49-year-old guy and a 20-year-old girl, you're like, maybe.
Same thing with the teachers.
Look, I'm not one to tell people what to do.
No.
But if it was the other way around, like Cher. Is it like, Cher is what? How old is Cher now? Don't ask the lady her age. How old is she? She's 77.
Wow, I was going to say.
He's 37.
Wow.
Okay. But listen, that doesn't bother me at all. Right? That is what it is, too.
Yeah.
Right? It is what it is. You know what it is.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
You know what it is.
I know what it is. You know what it is.
She knows what it is.
Everyone knows what it is.
We all know what it is.
We all know it. And we're fine with it.
We're fine with it.
But it's just.
You can still go about your day and eat pizza. Let them live their life.
So, like a 49-year-old lady and a 91-year-old guy, like, fine.
Let me ask you this. When you heard about Mary Kay Letourneau, that happened in Seattle, where I'm from. And that was the first teacher that, like, was fucking around with a kid. That was, that age gap was, like, I think 35 and 12. But also.
She's the first teacher to get caught.
There it is.
Yeah, there's freaks all over this fucking planet.
Wow.
Freaks. There's
also,
women that are just as
did you see this kid? He was
crazy
charming.
Some men are crazy and some women are crazy. And some women are crazy and they have great features.
Yeah.
And they're just nuts. And they want to blow the whole football team. And they don't give a fuck who tells who, what, who cares.
They got into teaching for that reason.
Well, who knows why they got into teaching, but they're crazy people. Yeah. And then some people just have no impulse control and they want to get teenagers drunk, and maybe they want to relive their high school and freak these young boys out and suck their cocks.
Wow.
Suck their cocks in front of their friends. Like, they can't believe it's happening.
Can you imagine
the
seeing
math
that?
teacher's got her tits out and she's blowing you. You're like, what am I seeing? How is this even real?
I don't know what I would do.
Bro, and they're always in Florida. How many of them, like, if I hear a story like that, like, I think of another story, it's San Francisco.
Probably.
If it's a
You're
teacher
exactly right.
fucking her students, I go, oh, probably Florida.
Yeah.
Some hot blonde with big tits.
Tampa teacher took the pickleball team. Oh, Jacksonville? No, Tampa. Yeah.
The swinger state.
Swinger state.
It's just something in the water out there.
It is.
It's probably alligator farts.
They're fearless.
Turned everybody confused.
Yeah.
Some methane in the air from alligators fart, and it's got everybody high.
They are fearless down there. Yeah. Hurricane warnings, they don't give a fuck.
Well, they do give a fuck, but there's not much you can do.
Well, those
people choose to live down there, like, that is the fucking gamble you play.
But don't you ever see those stories when, like, they're like 1,000-mile-an-hour winds coming through, and then some guy's just like, I ain't going anywhere. I built this house.
Yeah, he's ready to die. Some people are just ready to check her out.
That's what it is.
And if God's going to take them out by flattening their house,
sucking you out of your house.
They're like, I'm not leaving. I don't want to go anywhere.
Kind of respect that.
Yeah, maybe the car doesn't have any gas. They don't have any money for gas. You know, if you're going to drive away from a hurricane, you are going to have bumper-to-bumper traffic for a day. You ever been in that? You ever seen it?
Oh, yeah.
Did you? You ever get stuck in one of those?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like just a big pileup for hours and...
No, like a hurricane.
Oh, a hurricane. Oh, shit, no.
It's a unique pileup because the whole state's trying to leave. Like, the highways are not set up where everybody can leave. The highways are set up for normal stuff.
So you're better.
Normal stuff is you're going there, but I'm going there. We're not all going there. So if everyone's going there,
wow, dude, we're going to spark that back up.
You got to think about that.
Yeah.
Normal traffic is we're all going all over the place.
Yeah.
I got to go to the east. You got to go to the west.
Yeah.
That's fine. We can have multiple cars going that.
Rarely is everybody going.
All going that way.
Oh, yeah.
That's fucked. That is so fucked. Look at this, dude. This is what it's like. 56 hours on the road to escape from Hurricane Irma. 56 hours. That's what that looks like. That's why you don't live there. You don't live there unless you have a fucking private jet or a helicopter
to get the
that
fuck
can get
out.
you the fuck out of there. Because if you get stuck in that shit,
you're arguably less safe, right? Or I don't know.
It depends on when you leave.
Yeah.
Okay? Because the thing about the modern storm, the way the meteorologists and the way they're able to predict the paths of these things, they're pretty good. They're pretty fucking accurate. And they see them coming pretty far away. So you get a couple of days. But that's 56 hours.
Yeah.
56 fucking hours. Look, that's what it looks like. So nothing is set up for that, dude. Nothing is set up where, see, they have both lanes on both sides going this way. No one's going the other way. You notice that? So they changed the lanes. So instead of on the right lane, people are going forward, and this one, they're going back. Nope. Everyone's going the same fucking way.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And no amount of podcasts can get you to that drive or roadhead. Like
Nothing, but you might not have the money for the gas.
Right, okay.
You're going to run out of gas.
This is what's
You're
keeping
going
your
to have to
station
pull
there.
over and get gas. You better hope they have gas, because a lot of times they run out of gas.
Yeah.
In a lot of places, they run out of gas when there's hurricanes. So you have to have a full tank. You have to make sure your car's not a gas guzzler.
Yeah.
You're going to have to shut it off maybe, because you're stuck in the middle of this fucking road. It's not going anywhere because there's 10 million people on the same road. That's a mindset that people don't take into consideration when they think about living in places like that. You have to take into consideration the fact that everyone has to go in one direction. Not good. Florida is shaped like a dick, right? So it's a narrow-ass bullshit state,
dude.
and everybody's going towards the north.
That's what's scary about LA too. Even with these like last few earthquakes happening, I'm like, oh man, dude, like we're just not set up in a leaf town.
Oh, no,
with ease.
no. LA's not set up like that at all. For example, Texas 146, which travels through Liberty County, dumped 600,000 people into a county with only 70,000 residents.
Oh, that makes sense.
Dude, you know how insane that is? 600,000 people in a place that only has 70,000 residents. That's crazy. Thousands of people ran out of gas. Their cars overheated from all the inching along, causing many to stop and sleep along the highway. Even reports of price gouging by convenience store owners inundated with customers. Crazy. The death of 24 Bel Air nursing home residents who died when their chartered bus caught fire and exploded at about 6:45 a.m.
Oh my God!
On traffic clogged. So the car overheat and caught fire.
Yeah, so that's happening just with the influx of people, right? There's just cars popping off, and
dude, when you gotta get the fuck away from a hurricane, that is.
Have you been in one or any sort of tornado?
Not like that. No, nothing like that.
Any desire?
Hurricanes that had made it all the way, like Gloria, made it all the way to Boston when I was a kid. That was a, but it wasn't.
Did you have to go in a shelter and all that?
No, it wasn't that scary. It wasn't. By the time it got all the way up to Boston, it was nothing like the tropical ones. The ones where you're catching them hot off the ocean.
Yeah.
And you're getting those fucking Florida Keys, those fucking Miami ones.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, those are bananas.
Take you down.
I was in a rainstorm once in Miami where the whole highway had stopped. Whole highway stopped.
Because you couldn't see anything.
You couldn't see a goddamn thing. The whole highway stopped.
It's wild how long people
hard
will drive still, too, with you when you just can't see.
No one was driving.
Okay, at this point.
It was so bad, no one was driving. I was doing a gig in Miami, and Eddie Bravo was doing a jiu-jitsu seminar in Miami. I was doing a gig in West Palm. That's where it was. And I had to go down and travel to Miami with him. We had to stop on the highway. Stop dead. The whole highway.
Oh, my God.
It was white. You couldn't see anything.
That's like apocalypse shit.
It's
For
just,
how long?
That wasn't that long. Because they just dumps and then it goes away in a few minutes and it becomes passable where it's just raining now. It's not so insane that no one can see.
Right.
But you've never seen that before. If you've never been in like a tropical place.
Yeah.
That was a normal rainstorm. That wasn't like a hurricane warning.
Right.
They just get so bananas you can't fucking see a car in front of you. You can't see anything.
That's so fucking nuts.
Yeah, dude.
I had to go into shelter once, a tornado. My grandparents and mom from Oklahoma, and when they were living there, we went into the shelter. Tornado people, like we were down there with people that were just like, we might have to live down here. This could be the new, no, this, like it was my grandparents, a few of their friends, and people that were just like went to this shelter. And I'm fucking 10, surrounded by true doomsday guys that were just like, this is where we live now. Like you might need to And you look like you're the fattest kid here, young Adam. So we might need to be chomping on those beef jerky titties.
Oh,
it was wild. But even just the idea that like, oh, we're running away from this was wild. Because Seattle, we didn't have any of that growing up. We just had, torrential rain and whatnot.
One time when we were at the Nashville airport, we had to go into the tornado shelter. There was tornadoes in Nashville, but nothing happened.
Right.
We got lucky. That's the craziest one. The craziest one is tornadoes because you can't even predict those.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Those just show up.
You see Twister?
No, I didn't. I didn't see the new. I saw the old one. I didn't see the new one. I heard the new one's good.
It's wild.
Is it good?
It's awesome.
Yeah.
The effects are wild, dude.
Yeah, what they can do now is like compared to the old Twister.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, Helen Hunt. You believed Helen Hunt was in danger.
Right.
We were very concerned for Helen Hunt. And now you're. I thought about going to one of those theaters. I want to know how you feel about this. The ones that like shape the seats. And,
fuck that.
Yeah. No thanks.
Fuck that. With all those people freaking out around me. Imagine go to see a fucking horror movie and the seat is shaking.
Oh yeah.
People would start screaming.
No thanks.
Yeah.
It's too real.
Too much of a mind fuck. Yeah. Maybe in some movies it'd be cool.
Well, when I worked at Universal Studios, they had a Shrek 4D. And so, like when Shrek or when Donkey would sneeze, you get blown with snot and stuff.
Right.
People like that, but that's a theme park. I hosted the Fear Factor live show at Universal.
No
for a little
way.
bit. Yeah,
that's hilarious.
And it was not anything close to your show, but it was like But you'd have to make people think like, the first stunt was like, these guys are going to be hanging on to these, bike handlebars 30 feet in the air. And there's a platform below them. And when the platform drops out, you hear the sound effect, they got to hang on. But they're attached to a bungee cord. So there's no real danger involved. And then it was the only real thing that was kind of close to the show was the eating of stuff. It was like, we have this picture of like sour milk and, beaver clits and just all this. It was just crazy shit. And one guy projectile vomited on me. And I said, what the fuck, into the mic in front of 1,500 kids. And I got suspended for a week because I cursed in front of kids. But I was
throw up in your mouth.
Yeah, dude.
What do you want?
Yeah.
Perfection? You got a Fear Factor show.
Dude.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it was
That's
wild.
hilarious, though. You hosted that.
It was nuts, dude. It was very, dude, the show was something I
me,
loved.
and Ludacris.
Yeah, dude, it's a song. Mary fuck kill. That is, did you ever go to Universal when you were there? The kids there? Yeah, sure. Yeah. I probably saw you. I was Wolverine there for 3 years.
I did. You know what we used to love at Universal? The zombie place.
Oh my God, it was awesome.
Fucking, what am I thinking? Walking Dead. The Walking Dead.
Yeah, the maze. Yeah,
that's fun.
It's incredible.
That's fun.
Yeah,
that's pretty scary.
We had during Halloween Horror Nights before they put a clamp down on it, but I dressed up as Scarface zombie, so I was Pacino zombie, so I was like, just chasing people around, scaring them, and oh shit.
Is that you as Wolverine?
That's me, dude, for about 4 years.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That
scared the shit out of people.
Universal has a great Waterworld thing too. Like Waterworld, the movie, it was not that good, but Waterworld, the show,
the show's the best part.
It's fucking great.
Oh yeah, dude.
It's better than the actual Waterworld. Right? Isn't it crazy that
Costner's like, can I be in this?
On a movie that turned out to be a tremendous flop.
That's insane.
They put together a theme show.
Yeah.
For a movie that was a tremendous flop.
Yeah.
But the theme show is so good that people still come to see it.
Oh yeah.
About a movie that no one cares about.
Bro, it's wild.
They spent so much money on Waterworld.
Millions of dollars. Maybe billions.
One of those things where
it sounded like
it just didn't work out. It didn't work.
The pitch sound must have been like, so just it's like Last of the Mohicans on water.
Ooh.
And the guy from Field of Dreams and Tin Cup.
I like a jet ski.
Yeah. Dude, there were days when you'd see people, dude, some of my Universal days where I'd see a guy dressed as SpongeBob. I was a 1940s cop was the best job I had there because I wasn't from anything. I'd improvise as Wolverine and do bits. And my boss was like, Wolverine's not funny. Stop doing fucking stand-up because I'm doing open mics at this time.
Oh.
So my 1940s cop walking around can make fun of people, do whatever. And at one point, I picked up a squirt gun that was on a kiosk. It was like 120 out. And I'm just shooting people with it and doing all these bits. And Japanese tourists would walk by and I'd shoot this one guy in the back. And then all these people were watching me and I'd be like, act like I didn't know what was happening. And my boss pulls me over and she goes, what are you doing? This is 1940s New York. This part of the park, there's a New York people out of the window. There's a cabbie. You're supposed to be making people think this is 1940s New York. And I go, Jenna, with all due respect, a trolley just drove by with Fievel, Curious George, and SpongeBob SquarePants blasting the song Ooh Ee Ooh Ah Ah Ching Chang Walla Walla Bing Bang. And I was like, I'm not a history buff, but I'm pretty sure that song wasn't also a part of the 40s. And she's like, it's your job to make people think that this is 1940s New York. And I was like, fuck, I got to get out of here.
Jesus,
yeah,
it's your job to make people retarded. What does that mean?
And I was like, people are walking out thinking that I didn't make them think that this is, then they shouldn't be in the park in the first place.
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
That's funny. That's like people that go to those fairs, those
Renaissance
fairs, and then some people like break character, and then the other people like try to talk to them in character.
Oh, yeah.
You ever see that happen?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Oh, yeah. I broke character all the time. Dude, Dave Matthews came in one time with his family. I'm in full 1940s cop, and he's like, is there any way I can get a beer? And I was like, yeah, come with me. Come in. There's one Irish pub down here. I'll take you to it. And I just seen him the night before. I go, dude, you guys fucking crushed it last night. And he goes, oh, shit. He goes, can you break character? I go, dude, I don't want to be here. Fuck yeah. And then I went and he offered to get me a shot at this bar. And I was like, dude.
You ruined the experience for him. You ruined it for Dave Matthews. He's like, he's breaking character. This is bullshit. I wanted to get the cop thing. I paid for the cop thing.
I paid for the cop thing.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, dude.
Dave Matthews. That's funny.
Cool as fuck.
That whole Universal rides thing is the best thing is the Harry Potter thing.
1,000%.
That fucking roller coaster with the dragons.
Oh, yeah. Dude.
Oh, my God. It's incredible.
Wild. Yeah. You don't get sick from those?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm lucky. I don't have the motion sickness thing. Yeah. The motion sickness thing's a weird one. You can't read in a car. You can,
It's what a sign. Yeah, you just Dramamine is your fucking cocaine.
You can throw up from reading in a car, which is real weird. Your brain gets so confused. Like, why am I looking at something that's stationary when I know my body's in motion?
I know. Doesn't make sense.
Your body does not like it.
Yeah.
At all. And your body's like, you must be sick. You have to tell it, I'm not sick, bitch. I'm looking at my phone.
I know.
You know?
Yeah.
I tried to read a book once in a car, and I was fighting off the nausea. I was like, don't be a pussy. And then I was like, oh my God, you can't fight it anymore. I was like,
it just happened. Yeah.
No, I held it in.
Oh, you did?
But I was like, where it like comes up in your throat, and you have to swallow it back down.
God.
And it burns your throat. You know those feelings? That was right there.
I had a kid have to do that in science class. He had chew, 8th grade, and the teacher found him. Mr. Moore caught Joe Antoncich, R.I.P., and he had a big thing of chew in his mouth. And Mr. Moore goes, Mr. Antoncich? He looked like David the Gnome. Huge beard. You couldn't see his eyes barely. His beard came up to here. Big fro. And he goes, Mr. Antoncich, I see that chew in your mouth. And he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. He goes, swallow. Made him swallow it, dude. Puked right after.
That's crazy.
Wish that story was better.
I'd be mad at that teacher. You can't make my kid swallow chew, you fucking idiot.
This was fucking 1995,
really
dude.
Bad for you. Really bad for you.
Mr. Morgan gave a fuck.
Poison, Mr. Morgan, you piece of shit. How about you shave your stupid fucking face, too? Cocksucker.
You could tell this guy, I mean, he was a tiny little, like, science guy that you could tell, like, I don't know. He didn't give a fuck. He was going to.
Well, they don't like kids fucking around.
Yeah.
I get it, but kids are going to fuck around.
Yeah,
and you got to be a little bit more even-keeled.
Yeah.
Can't make kids swallow tobacco, you fucking idiot.
It's pretty wild now that I'm saying it out loud.
It's crazy. Well, when I was in school, they used to paddle you. When I lived in Florida.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. You get in a fight, they paddle you. They whack you in the ass with a piece of wood.
In front of people?
No. It was just the principal. The principal would paddle you.
Jesus, that wasn't like a weird fetish. It was just like...
It's punishment. You did something wrong. You got whacked.
I got whacked. Did you get whacked?
No, not really as a kid.
Yeah.
Not much.
Yeah.
Nothing like where I got hurt.
Yeah.
Just like
of course.
Nothing serious.
A little spoon to the back.
Nothing criminal slap.
My sister threw a high heel shoe at my back once during a fight.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it fucking hit me right in the back. I went down.
It's a piece of wood. Yeah. It's a goddamn deadly weapon.
Yeah. Then she locked me in the garage. Then I got out.
Jesus.
Locked her in the garage.
Jesus.
And then she made fun of me for being a fat kid and having bigger tits than our mom.
Oh my God.
And she was adopted. So I go, you mean my mom? And fucking dude, mic drop, but also... Yeah, that one. That one. Oh, yeah, that was fucking. I said, Natalie, I'm so sorry. Even to this day. Yeah, that was wild.
That's to the bone.
Yeah, she's crushing it now.
Yikes.
Isn't that deep? As a fucking dude, 10 years old.
Yeah,
that's not even like
kids are fucking mean because they don't understand what it's going to do to someone. That's why bullies in school are so dangerous because you could ruin someone's life for no fucking reason other than you can.
Yeah.
You see kids ganging up on kids. It's fun for no reason other than you can. You're gonna ruin that kid's experience for the rest of their life. Because some kids, they get bullied in high school and they never recover.
1,000.
They become like recluses. They hide. They always associate people with pain.
Yeah.
It becomes a real problem. It becomes a real fucking problem.
Yeah, the kids that would tease me for weight stuff, like I try, as I got a little older, I try to give benefit of the doubt and be like, oh, they didn't know any better. They're just fucking kids. But like, and thank God I found a way to maybe, get around it, but like
kids can be so mean. They can be mean. They don't even know.
They don't even know, man.
They're just doing it because they're experience. Louis C.K. had a whole bit about it. I forget how it went, but it was essentially about But he's dead on right. It's like they know that they can do this thing.
Yeah.
So they do it. And it's just like it's like throwing a rock in a window.
Right.
It's like they can, so they do it. And young kids don't think about consequences.
No.
They're little animals. They're not fully developed yet.
Yeah, I know.
And so they're mean. But the problem is when they're mean to if you're mean to a 14-year-old that's just coming in 9th grade, you might fuck them up forever. Forever.
Yeah.
Especially if you're like 16 or 17, you're a big older bully and you're picking on some 14-year-old kid. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
I know so many people that just got destroyed from their experience in high school. Just destroyed their confidence.
And didn't recover.
Well, it alters the course of your life.
Oh, wow, yeah.
You're always thinking you're a loser. So it kills your confidence to try anything. Yeah. It kills your confidence to meet people.
Yeah.
You're afraid of interactions.
You're always hearkening back to that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why parents, old school parents will tell you, when some boy bullies you, you go back to school, you punch that kid right in the fucking face. Like, imagine sending your kid to school and telling them that. Like, go punch that bully in the face. Like, what the fuck?
I know my mom used to tell me, she's like, tell me, go tell the teacher, or call me, and I'll call the parents. I'm like, that's the fucking last thing I want to do. At least I'm like savvy enough to like not.
You're not going to be there all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to go to school, and I'm going to have to deal with this guy. If you intervene, you're not going to intervene every day.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen? He's just going to remember that you intervened. Next time he sees me, he's going to put me in a locker. It's going to be a real problem.
I ran for vice president in the 5th grade, and my mom helped me write my speech. She just reminded me of this. And I go, big kid again. And I was running down the platform of, if you vote for me, we'll have ice cream every day. My mom helped me write this, and I was like, I think I'm okay. And then she was like, put this. And she goes, say, if you vote for me, you'll have ice cream I promise we'll have ice cream at LFP every day. Not. Joe, I did that in front of the whole school.
Oh, no.
Crickets. One teacher in the back. Oh, shit.
Your mom told you that? Oh, Mom.
Terrible idea.
Fucking
what a roll the dice.
Then. Don't listen to your mom.
Also, come on, kind of applaud the confidence to fucking try. I mean, open mic night in front of the school.
Yeah, basically.
But, dude, it's also when Not was still kind of in.
So you think that was like the first joke you ever cracked publicly?
It might have been.
Probably has to be.
Probably has to be.
Right? I mean,
probably, yeah.
When did you ever address a group of people?
Oh, never.
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 Right? So first time ever.
For the whole school.
First bad joke.
Crickets.
Right out of the bat.
Maybe a couple kids that were like, dude, this guy's fucking onto something,
Well, some kids just like it when there's a little bit of chaos. Like, yeah. Say something stupid.
Yeah.
Give me something to think about other than my miserable existence.
Dude, yeah.
Yeah, which is a lot of people. That's a lot of online activity. Like people just looking for someone to fail, so they go like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
They just love it.
I don't read the comments right now. I'm trying not to.
Right now?
Yeah.
When did you start doing that?
Maybe a couple of years ago.
Oh, good for you.
I was reading both, and then it was just like I'd love to live in like the
present.
Yeah. I know how I think it felt good in the moment. Why would I want to take away anything from that? I don't know.
It's an unnatural way of human beings interacting with each other. It's not good for you.
Sometimes I look at stuff just to go like, oh, did they, like when Shane and I did the Trump Biden thing, I was like, I want to see if people are digging it. You read a few nice things, and then it's like you just have to have self-discipline to go. But,
But listen, it's good. That's good. It killed. You guys, when it was you guys doing Biden and Trump and going back and forth with each other, it was magic. It was hilarious.
Thanks, man.
Just gotta, what it is.
What a wild thing to have as far as like SNL does these political things. They're like, what, 8 to 12 minutes?
Bro,
like 2 hours of it? Like that's a wild.
Even come close. They can't even come close. First of all, it's not possible for them to come close. They can't come close to the subject matter, and they don't have Shane. Shane is the greatest Trump that's ever existed.
I will put my
Shane should be writing for Trump. He should be writing for Trump. Like if Trump was smart, he would hire Shane and Tony Hinchcliffe to write
to go on the road.
Because Shane could show him how to do it. This is how you say the joke. He would
do when he came out and was doing the dance and the low clapping.
Oh my God.
I don't know if you saw this too, the way he was drinking his Bud Lights.
Yeah. Fully in character.
Fully in character.
Yeah. For real, he could show Trump how to deliver the lines.
Dude, when we were the first time we did it, because Shane and I only maybe seen each other and chatted about 10 times at clubs prior to that first time. So this is really the other thing I love about comedy. It's like we got to really kick it like this past weekend a lot and chum it up and like just get to know each other more because we were thrust into this thing kind of together,
Mm-hmm.
And during the first time at the mothership, I lean over in character and I go, hey Shane, you realize this is the most we've ever talked to each other? And in character goes, Joe, shut the fuck up. And I start fucking biting my lip. It's so funny, dude.
Yeah, it's a fun time for comedy and a fun time for politics. If you're a comedian, for the rest of the world, it's like, woo.
Yeah.
I said that when Joe Biden was operating the country, it felt to me like how I feel when my Tesla is on autopilot. Like, yikes, does this really work?
Oh yeah.
You know, it's like, Jesus.
Oh yeah.
What's happening there? And now it's seeing you as Joe Biden. You're way more coherent than the actual Joe Biden, which is so nuts.
Some zingers, yeah.
You have some zingers.
What's a balance you have to find? Like, I can't just be. People were like, dude, just mumble and stumble and you'll be fine. I'm like, I'm still there to be funny. You fucking like. I have to, you know.
But you figured out how to do it in character too, which is fun because you have that thing where you can do the bumbling and it's actually funny. Like you are on purpose bumbling.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
like he just because sometimes he just bails.
Yeah.
He just bails on what he's saying.
Totally.
And he just we beat Medicaid.
Oh, that's what I said the first. I go, we beat Medicaid, Megatron. We took down the Transformers.
Yeah.
And even when I got there with the tell, I go, we got David Tell, Dave Chappelle. We got Adele up here. Come on.
How long did you do the character before you did it on Kill Tony? Did you fuck around with it? Or
No. Just I'd done a couple like voices in my act, talking about the debate, maybe, you know. So that was the first time doing it. I've done Phil. Jeremiah Watkins and I did a bunch of during COVID, like Lost Phil episodes, and that's kind of how I started to find whatever my version of it was that. But this was just a first.
Have you met him?
Who?
Dr. Phil.
No.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. But I think he's going to come on my show at the store.
How are you going to feel when you meet him?
Probably start jerking off.
You going to handle it better than you handle Jim Carrey?
Oh, God, fuck. I think so. Yeah. I hope so for your sake. I think it'll be awesome. What I want to happen? Yeah, what if he just is that? Honestly, when they were playing
I need to be in charge of what you're allowed to say. Because you might be saying things, you know, he might get to.
I thought he was going to come out at Madison Square Garden when they played that video montage and they put me in the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. I thought he was going to come out behind me and I don't know, fucking like stab me in the back and go, we won't be right back.
It would have been funny.
Just take me down.
Yeah, he's.
I think he'll be. I want him to come out on my show at the Comedy Store, and when they announce Dr. Phil, he comes out instead. And then everybody goes nuts. And then I come out, we shake hands and chat for about 20, 30.
Well, Kill Tony's so big now, I can see him coming out. Especially now because he's got that.
He's got a network and a book.
Yeah, he's got some stuff to sell.
Dude, I plug his book on every episode of the show. People buy books now, Joe, and bring them to my club dates and have me sign and do a thing. Tiffany Haddish was on one of the shows, and I go, Tiff, this guy's got a question for you. And he's like, Tiffany, I can't stop. I stopped drinking, but I can't stop jerking off. And she goes, "You gotta stop jerking off." She goes, "You're gonna go blind. You jerk off too much, you're gonna go blind." I go, "I actually talk about that in my book. We've got issues." I go, "Chapter 25. If you come too much, you're gonna lose your ability to see the world." So I'm like finding ways to like plug the book. And now I'm sure
keep them happy. That'll definitely sell.
I think that's kind of not a bad move, right?
No,
Like,
it's a very good move.
Yeah.
Solid move.
Yeah.
Good move on your part.
And it's a fun bit. And it's like people now, like, I don't know.
No, it's definitely fun.
Yeah.
But what would happen if you said stop doing it?
Stop doing it. And it was fun. It was a fun run.
I'll keep doing it.
Yeah. Okay, you better hear it first.
I think we're going to have to go to court for this one.
Come on, bro. Let it go.
It's parody and it's all this. So I don't think there's a real, it would have to, it'd be a cease and desist of some sort, right?
Well, parody is an interesting thing, right? Because people are really worried about parody now with AI. Because there's a lot of parody now with AI.
Oh, yeah.
And people are thinking, like, there was this one Kamala Harris thing that was going around where it wasn't, she never said any of these things. There's the original speech that she gives, and there's this, like, ridiculous version of, like, the worst thing that a person, like, the dumbest.
Oh, God.
And and it's AI. It's like, that's one of the weird ones. That's a weird one. Because if you could do that, then you could have people saying all kinds of things. Like if that's okay to take like a famous person who's like the vice president of the United States and have her say a bunch of shit that she didn't really say because it's parody. Like you can kind of get a little slippery with that. Like you can get like subtle parody.
Yeah.
Where it's like you barely know that she's not saying those things.
Oh, yeah.
And then it becomes like people believe it's real.
It's pretty obvious though, right? The videos of these.
Not always, man. They're getting good. They're getting really good. They're getting really good. They're getting close enough that they can trick a lot of people. And I think the best version of it now is pretty fucking tight, man.
The vocal stuff is pretty wild.
It's all wild.
Yeah.
They can take your voice and have you say almost anything. And if they do a good job with it and manipulate it and tweak it, like the intonations, God, they get it's like so goddamn close.
Dude. Scary.
There's still a little part of you that listens to it and goes, this seems a little fake.
Yeah.
But I always wonder if I didn't know that it definitely wasn't real, I wonder if it would feel fake to me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. They said we're going to have flying cars about now, and it's not happening. So maybe AI won't be as scary as...
They do have flying cars.
Yeah, but like a part of society.
Yeah, they're not common, but they would help in the hurricane place.
Yeah.
As long as you don't catch them winds.
I remember when Dallas had Uber helicopters for about 2 months.
Bro, could you imagine if Florida had flying cars and hurricanes? In the middle of the hurricanes, there'd be a bunch of those same kind of dudes that shoot out their window at people in road rage. They would be flying in winds that they shouldn't be flying in and crashing into the whole highway in a burst of flames and killing everybody. And it would be on YouTube Reels the next day.
Florida is the guinea pig of states for all the stuff that's...
Well, it's a state that was essentially founded. Okay, there's two findings, right? There's original. The Spaniards landed in Florida first. The first city was in Florida, in this country, right? So you have like the colonizers, the first original colonizers land in Florida. Then you have all the fucking prisoners that Castro releases. He gets them out and puts them on fucking boats and sends them to Miami. And then you have the crazy cocaine days in the 1980s. And then you have an economy that there was more, at least at one point in time, find out if this is true still, there's more banks per capita in Miami, like for a city than anywhere else in the country, because it was all money laundering. People were just like, they were moving money around with cocaine. And people were making millions of dollars and putting it in trash bags and digging holes in their backyard. You ever see Cocaine Cowboys?
No.
Fucking incredible documentary, and it's all this Cocaine Cowboys 1 and 2. Yes, it's all about cocaine in Miami. At one point in time, one graduating class, the Miami Police Academy, every single one of them either went to jail for corruption or was murdered.
Oh my God!
The entire class. It was just cocaine. Everyone was out of their fucking minds. They're all on it, and they're all committing crimes on it, and they're all making millions of dollars, and they're all going to nightclubs. It's Scarface. Scarface was based on that.
Oh my God!
Brian De Palma Scarface, written by, was Oliver Stone, right? Didn't Oliver Stone write it?
Sounds right.
It is, right?
For how long? So. How long was this time? A couple of years ago?
Like a decade. Holy shit. Maybe more than a decade.
Holy shit.
Maybe 20 years. I had a buddy who was an ophthalmologist who did his residency at a university in Miami during the cocaine days. He said, dude, it was nuts. It was nuts. Gunshot wounds, stab wounds, people with things up their asses. Like, so many people got brought into the emergency room with things they stuffed up their ass while they were coked up.
I didn't know that was a side effect.
Army soldiers.
I thought it was like stories
toy
with no
soldiers.
ending.
No. Like light bulbs, the ones that are shaped like pine cones, stuff light bulbs up their asses. Like people were doing all kinds of wild shit and being brought into the emergency room.
I thought coke was just supposed to you take the party up a notch and it was more fun.
Well,
and
it depends on where you're starting from.
You're like, hey man, in some places, something to bulb up the ass was how
like those fucking swingers in Tampa are already on the 29th floor. It's not much of an elevator to get them to the roof. You know, these fucking people are out of their minds.
Yeah.
And the whole town was like founded by cocaine.
Wow.
And it still has that feel, this party feel to that city still.
Yeah, it does.
I'm sure cocaine's still an issue there, but I mean, it's not the whole thing now. But it's like, that's a frivolous area. I always say if you want to starve to death, open a bookstore in Miami. You're reading there.
Yeah.
You're reading.
Yeah.
The fuck up. We're out here stunting.
Pot hasn't had a similar type I don't know,
effect on the town.
Yeah.
Not really, right? Maybe pot and LSD was San Francisco in the 70s and the 60s. But like not really. You know,
people were putting stuff up their butts and whatever.
No, that's reefer madness stuff.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of what you would do if you're high. You would not take. You take that toy soldier and you go, if I put this in my ass, what if I get stuck?
Yeah.
You start freaking out. What do I have to go to the hospital? It's stuck in my ass. I'm not doing it. But if you're on coke, you're like, get up there, soldier. Do your fucking
Where there's
duty.
a will, there's a way.
You a deserter. What did you sign up for to protect your piece of shit? You're coked up out of your mind.
I did one of Joey Diaz's Death Stars the last time I did his pod when he was in LA.
Yeah, he would do that too.
That might be the highest I've ever been.
Uncomfortable, very dangerous, bad for people's psyche.
I was good for about 20 minutes and then don't remember what happened after that.
Yeah, he takes people, he throws them into the darkest pits of their soul.
Thank God he just talked. Like I got quiet. I remember I looked over at Lee at one point and I was just like, say anything else.
Lee's probably asleep.
Yeah, he was.
Lee was probably asleep standing up.
Joe would finish the story and go, and we got here, and then let me tell you something, man. This one time we were bugging. And I was like, when he got real low like that, I was like, okay, I think I got another 10 minutes to be quiet because there's another story. And then it was
catch your brain.
Totally catch. Wow, dude, what a great way to put it.
Yeah, catch it. Where is it? Where's my fucking brain?
And
Get
then,
over here. You know how to think.
Yeah. God, he was. I'd never been so paranoid.
Breathe. Just breathe.
The amount of times I told myself to breathe was terrifying.
The old days of the Church of What's Happening Now is all just Joey doing edibles.
Yeah.
Insane amounts of edibles.
Yeah.
And just being obliterated.
Yeah.
Where Lee Syatt, like, there's so many episodes where his eyes are closed and he's just rocking back and forth. He's hallucinating. He's watching like neon cartoons behind his eyelids.
I remember he gave him another Death Star when he was like, eat another one, Lee. And I'll go around, and he was like, he woke up to eat it, and then it was wild. But it was like, I wanted to participate.
Oh yeah, you have.
How do you not?
You have to.
Yeah.
If you're doing Joey's show, you
Yeah.
have to be on the same wavelength. Otherwise, it'd be rude.
But I was totally.
Imagine being a sober person. Listen to that conversation. Like, what are you saying? Look at Lee. Look at Lee. Look at Lee. Yeah. Yeah, Lee's in another dimension right now.
God,
He's literally in another dimension. He's gone. He's gone.
Eyes in the back of your head.
Over.
Always smiling, so he was on some sort of a journey.
But listen, he's on the Church of What's Happening Now with Joey Diaz, having a great time.
Oh, I know.
Which is when you want to be like that fucked up on edibles. You're around nice people, having a wonderful time.
By the way, another stamp in the comedy zeitgeist or the history books of like, I feel very fortunate to have been in a time where I got to be around that and then beyond, you know what I'm saying? Like obviously you guys have been homies forever, but like, yeah, that's like, that was a staple in time.
Well, also it doesn't exist anymore. Like people forgot. I keep trying to tell him to bring back the church, and I'm trying to get him and Lee together again to do. And
cool.
I think they're talking about it. And Lee was out here when he was out here. Goddamn, those two together were so fun.
Yeah,
it's just Joey Diaz like that was so funny. Yeah. It's just so Joey Diaz.
Yeah,
and if you know him, you love him. Like when on the July 4th one, when he was screaming, "You're a fucking American!" He's like in the background, he's did the Joey Diaz State of the Union. It's incredible.
Those are also some of the wildest nights at the store that I will never forget in the OR of seeing a lineup that's just, Tom, Bill, you, Joey. Like you bring up Joey or Joey bringing up you is a half hour that I don't think I'll ever forget, dude. That's so wild. And I know you get that now at the mothership of what you guys are doing here and what you've created. But man, like seeing it for the first time of me seeing it is what I'm, I guess, getting.
Yeah.
Of being and getting to a point to where it was like open mics at the store. Then I did phones for a few years, and then being a regular, then just being around enough to be comfortable to stick around and sit in a bucket seat and watch that transition happen was wild, dude. The fucking the pops and the roars. And then you sitting down and watching him was so fucking cool. I don't know. That's other stuff that is not. You have to just be around to see that. Like that was cool.
It was a different time too. It was like you could do that then, and you could hang out in the back, and you didn't get bothered, and you could. The store that was an interesting time of the store because it was so heavy. There were so many killers. There was so many people there. It was just. It was such a magnet for crazy people too. So there's this energy in that place that was so different.
Yeah.
That's also because it's like Ciro's nightclub. And people were killed there,
Oh, really?
Bugsy Siegel. You don't know the whole story? Oh my God. Bugsy Siegel owned it.
I just knew it was a nightclub. That's about as far as
a mob-run nightclub.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Of course it was.
I'm sure you've talked to people that have seen ghosts there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, how many other places have people seen ghosts?
I know.
That's like the most ghostiest of ghost places in LA. When you talk to like those fucking ghost freaks.
Oh, really?
They're really into that. Yeah, man. It's like there's a bunch of stories about the Comedy Store being haunted. Yeah, like I know multiple people that have seen ghosts there. Carl LeBeau used to have a crazy story about sleeping on the stage, and like something grabbed his leg and dragged him to the end of the stage.
What?
And then he heard a bunch of chairs clink and the door slammed, and there was no one in the room. He was asleep on the stage. He got kicked out of his apartment. He's had a fight with his girlfriend. Fuck you, I'm going to make it. That kind of shit. Yeah. He's young. And he was working as a doorman for the store, so he had a key. He goes in and he said, I'm going to sleep on the stage because I'm going to fucking make it in comedy. And then he's on stage, and he hears a noise, like a chair's clinking. He's like, hello? Hey, It's me, Carl. I'm here. I got kicked out of my place, so I'm just sleeping on the stage. Hey, who's there? And he hears like a sound again. He doesn't see anything. And then all of a sudden, a hand grabs his leg and drags him like 6 feet, and then lets go.
Oh my god, dude, that's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he lied. But it's an amazing story.
Hey,
The way
man.
he would tell, I want to believe. I want to believe.
I want to believe too.
I've never heard anybody get touched by a ghost, though. It might have been one of his friends. He might have been blackout drunk. One of his friends like, oh,
Hilarious.
Carl's sleeping on the stage. Let's fuck with him. And they probably never told him. They probably forgot they did it. They did it acid and fucking a pile of coke.
That sounds more believable.
Because he was a part of Kinnison's crew.
Right.
Right? So, like, Mark Maron said that when he partied with Kinnison so hard that he had voices in his head for a year. A year. After he got back. He left. Went to Boston after he was hanging out in Los Angeles. And he had voices in his head for like a year.
Saying what?
I don't know. Not good things, I'm sure. They're never good voices.
Start a podcast in your garage.
That took years to happen. This is like the 90s. Yes, this is like not even. This is the 80s.
That's
right. So this
wild.
is like when I met him, it was 88. So this is like.
So these are leftover residual voices from.
They did so
drug
many
abuse.
drugs. They did so much coke that he like had voices in his head.
Where's that? I guess just the coke.
It's like probably a breakdown of the natural neurochemistry.
You're fucking
of
with your brain so much. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
You're robbing your brain of its ability to produce dopamine. Like you destroy all your serotonin levels. You fuck with everything. When you go that hard with coke and then you have to get off, like those guys get wrecked. Wow. I've met people that are getting off coke and they are wrecked. Like it's just empty. And they're so drained.
Oh, fuck.
And it's just like, it just fucks you up. And it makes you want to do more coke. Get back on the horse.
Hear the dog.
Ooh, and we're back. And we're back. Yeah, I'd see it and I'm like, oh my God, that's a demon. That's a demon in powdered form.
It's not around as much anymore at clubs.
Of course it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's around all over the place. The problem is now it's got fentanyl in it. And
Yeah,
now
fuck
it can
that.
kill you.
Fuck that.
People are still doing it. That's how nutty coke is. They're going to roll the dice.
Isn't that
You get
crazy?
some shit
I know.
that's not from the cartel.
It's fucking wild. I don't even take. People are bringing me weed now all the time, which I appreciate. But I mean,
well, they found weed with fentanyl.
Yeah, I know. And it's also like the one kid had a bag. It was a comedy castle in Royal Oak. And I walk in the bathroom, and he pulls out this little bag, and he goes, "Bro, I bought you something." And it's just a bag of shake. I go, "Oh man, thanks, bro." I'm just trying to be polite. I go, "Thanks, man." He goes, "There's more where that came from." I go, "Can I be honest? This looks like it just fell out of your pocket." He's like, "Yeah, but I brought you the bag." And I was like, "The gesture's sweet, but like I just feel like this is not the move. Like maybe if it was a nice joint, maybe in a tube and stuff." He's like, "Okay, you're a Hollywood guy, huh?" I'm like, "No, that has nothing to do with it. It's a bag that was stuffed in your cargo pants
of shake."
Yeah, of shake.
Yeah,
you know, and or
maybe a
joints that
little
are
fentanyl.
You
man.
can't roll the dice on that.
Yeah, you can't today. You know, there's places that are trying to outlaw fentanyl tests, which is insane.
Who's doing that?
Where is that happening? Is that a Texas thing? Where's that happening where they're outlawing the fentanyl tests? And I think the concern is that it would encourage people to do drugs or sell drugs. And that maybe the thing's going to discourage them is the fact that people are dying from it, which is an insane way to think. Let's just prevent people from dying.
Yeah.
First. I guess the fear is that it would make people feel like it's safe to do coke again. Center for Disease Control and Prevention and most public health agencies endorse distributing fentanyl test strips to people who use drugs. The practice is illegal in 42 states and the District of Columbia. Wow.
Oh my God. That feels like way too many places.
That's insane. I thought it was like a state. I thought it was like a Florida thing. Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, North Dakota, and Texas. They're now allowed in every state except Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, North Dakota, and Texas. That's nuts,
And it's
Texas.
an easy way to save lives.
Jesus Christ, that's insane.
Bummer.
Why does Texas have it illegal? Why are fentanyl strips illegal in Texas? Texas is one of the few states where fentanyl strips are still illegal and considered drug paraphernalia. One argument that has been made against the test strips and other harm reduction practices is that they may encourage people to do drugs or continue doing drugs. So let's just kill them. Let's just kill them. Let's let your kids die because they made a mistake, because they're 16 and someone gave them some coke and they wanted to be a cool kid. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, we don't want to encourage kids to do drugs. Correct. And you know the way to do that is to have positive role models who aren't doing coke.
Yeah.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
It's the best way is, your favorite country music singer doesn't do coke. You know, like maybe that. Maybe your favorite athlete doesn't do coke. He tells you, listen, I don't do coke. You shouldn't do coke. It's fucking scary.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That is
Crazy.
wild.
Crazy that you would have a test strip and make it illegal. You could save lives. That's the only way you should look at that. You're going to save lives. They're already doing something illegal. You know, you're not encouraging or discouraging. If it was not killing people, probably the same exact amount of people would be doing coke.
I can't believe that we got rid of, what was it, Jamie? Sun Bubble? What was the place that you put up? The hot tub, the cum tub place? We got rid of those, but we can't get fentanyl strips approved?
Crazy. Well, also, the real elephant in the room is why is it a problem? Why are these drugs tainted? And it's because they're illegal.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And the problem is we don't want to make them legal because we don't want to encourage drug use.
Right.
I get that too. But the thing is,
we're going to find
the only way you're going to make it safer for human beings to do these stupid things and live is if you make it legal.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be legal in terms of like, I mean, it should be legal, but it shouldn't be something that someone can profit off of.
Right.
It shouldn't be something that someone can sell to people. Maybe the best way to do it would be to make drugs free and legal.
Sure.
Like if you want to, like I catch you selling coke, you're death penalty. But if you want to give away coke, if you want to make coke and give it away, it's totally legal. If you want to make your own cocaine, or a pharmaceutical drug company makes cocaine, they can sell that cocaine for exactly what it costs to make it and nothing more.
Okay.
So no one's going to make it.
Yeah.
But then then you will have a supply problem. And then you'll have, my idea sucks. I bailed on it.
It was a door to watch you go
I
through
bailed on it because I was like, no, because then people they'll make it and you get the fentanyl problem all back over again. You got to allow pharmaceutical drug companies to profit, otherwise they have no incentive to make it. Then they're going to tell you, they're going to have fucking ads like CNN brought to you by cocaine. That's going to be the Anderson Cooper Show brought to you by crack.
The Cocaine News Network.
Yeah, that's what it'll be. They'll become like pharmaceutical drug companies sponsor those shows now, right? It'll be cocaine sponsors.
I would watch a full news network because it was just everyone's fucked up.
Responsible use of cocaine. Just a little woo before you talk about the weather. I'm going to talk about the weather.
If you're going to have any segment of the news.
Fucking rain.
Yeah. Woo! You better got 2 coats on today, baby.
You better get that fucking car gassed up because you're going to be in 56 hours of traffic. Let's go.
It's going to be hot.
Let's go. I'm not even going anywhere. I'm going to ride this motherfucker out in the basement. Meanwhile, your basement gets flooded. You're like, whoa. Some of those places get flooded. I was watching the last hurricane. This whole community is underwater. Did you see any of that, Jamie? There's a community in Florida, and it was not even in the flood zone. And they're all underwater. Their houses are underwater. Everything's underwater.
No thanks.
Yeah, not good, dude. Not good at all. You're living in a place where the sky becomes an angry monster and could snuff out life.
Have you scuba dived?
No. Fuck off.
No thanks, I know.
There's sharks out there.
My wife is like, we don't know, I think 73% of the ocean. She's just like,
I think it's 90.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I think it's 90.
Every day there's a new fish or dolphin or whale, and you're like, I just saw this video of, I think it was a swordfish coming out and like flying across the, whatever, did he pop down in the water? I was like, I didn't know they could fucking jump like that. Yeah, no thanks, dude.
This kid was on my podcast recently. Bob Gimblin is his YouTube channel. He had a very interesting point. He said he thinks that, and this is coming from someone else who observed this, he thinks that sharks are attacking people not even to eat them. They're attacking people because they don't want them there, because they're getting in the way of the seals and all the things they eat. That's why they're killing people. They don't want you in their water. And I was like, oh my God, that makes sense.
Ooh, 1,000%.
I never thought about it.
What are we doing there?
I want to think of them as like these fucking thoughtless killing machines. They're just biting everything.
Imagine just walking into a stranger's house, opening the door, just opening their fridge. You guys mind if I make some tater tots? That's what we're doing in the ocean.
There's a video of a kid in Hawaii who's on a small like paddleboard, like fishing off a paddleboard, and a fucking tiger shark bites the paddleboard. Have you ever seen that video?
No.
It's terrifying. But it is, I mean, if you wanted to think about it, look, the kid's out there fishing.
Yeah.
So he's stealing fish from the sharks.
Sorry. Yeah.
Like the shark knows that that's not a fish.
Oh, God. Is
Watch
this
this, dude. Watch this. This is crazy. So he's out here fishing. Look at this. Bro.
Tiger shark ran me.
No, bit you, bro.
Rammed me, yeah.
That thing bit him. Watch this. Oh, look at that. It bit the boat, man. It bit the boat.
Yeah, dude, you're taking food out of its mouth and its
Exactly.
family's mouth. Again, you walk into a stranger's house, you take the meatloaf sandwich out of your kid's mouth.
Yeah, that thing
Your dad's gonna punch you in the face.
knows for sure that's not a fish.
Shark attack seems like
That totally
maybe
makes
the
sense.
worst way to. I mean, die for sure, but like
It's a horrible way to die.
Oh,
first of all,
man.
you can't get away, and they move real fast, and you can't move at all. It's not even like a bear on the ground. You feel like you maybe can run, maybe
Oh,
run,
yeah.
run up a tree,
I
maybe.
just saw this video with an alligator attack where it's like if it bites your leg, you're supposed to roll with it and then play dead, and then you like the playing dead thing. Always to me, I'm like, you're not that good of an actor.
Good luck keeping it together while a thing is clamped on.
Dude, I don't even think Pacino could fake dead in front of a gator. I think they're gonna be like, dude,
It's gonna keep you underwater until it knows for sure. So
Yeah.
you have to not move. Yeah, you're not like.
are you that zen to reduce your
Nobody
panic around a
is.
gator attack?
Nobody is.
Nobody is.
Nobody is.
But but a shark, dude, that just feels. And then they
All
say
of them
punch him.
are
They say punch him. Who's got enough wherewithal, or just in the
Who's-
moment?
Who survived? It's punched a shark while it was wrapped around their torso.
I don't know.
Who
dude.
survived?
Maybe Tom
They're
Bergeron.
just gonna rip you in half, man. The
You're done.
bite force is insane.
Yep.
It's got filled with knives.
Go to your happy place.
Imagine the last
Knives
moments
in
of your
your
life,
mouth.
you're looking down at your entrails and no legs, and that's it. That's the end.
Wow.
This is the end.
How long do you think you get to look at that
A few
before?
seconds. You get a few seconds. What is that thing biting?
I just thought it was a
Oh my god!
Side of the
Its
shark's
mouth. Oh my god! It's just a killing machine. But it does make sense what he's. And now that I see that video,
That's a great perspective.
of the shark biting the boat. That totally makes sense.
Taking his snacks.
Yeah, because I used to think that it was just they'll bite anything. No, they're mad that you're there. Get out of here, bitch.
Because they're pretty smart, right? Or no? Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
They're ancient. Most of these really ancient things that haven't changed at all since the dawn of time. They're not that smart because they're just about killing. Wow. Like if you think about how old sharks are, I think sharks are older than trees. Yeah, I think sharks predate trees on Earth. See if that's true. 99% sure it's true.
I talk about that in my book. We've got issues. Sharks are older than trees.
450 million years old.
Wow.
This tree is 350 million years old.
So there was sharks for 100 million years before there were ever trees.
That's fucking wild, dude.
Wild. And they're out there in the water. And you want to scuba dive, Adam Ray?
No, I'm good,
Fuck is
man.
wrong with you,
I'll
bro?
go to Sun Bubble with
They're
Jamie.
gonna see you down there with your stupid gear, and then you fucking cocksucker, you're ruining my fishing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you, sir. Not
Yeah.
interested.
Okay.
Not if I'm.
Glad we're on the same page.
What's
with
that?
Depiction of that shark.
What? Oh my god! What
Yeah.
kind of shark is that?
Little bandsaw in its mouth.
Is that the early sharks?
Helio Coprion.
That's what its mouth looked
Like
like.
240 million year old fish.
Jesus Christ! You ever see the movie The Meg?
Oh yeah.
One of the dumbest movies that's ever been made.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. Like, why you watched it? Like, what have you done to me?
Dude. And even Statham was just like, we gotta see what's down there. No, you don't, Jason. Go back to fucking The Italian Job 2 or
Things biting the window.
Yeah.
It crashes through the window. Giant 50-foot shark.
Oh,
whatever
yeah.
the fuck it was.
what about Open Water? Was that the name of that one where it was just
That
all
was
shot found footage?
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was good because it was realistic.
Realistic.
And yeah.
The Meg 2 is even dumber.
Yeah.
It's even dumber than the Meg 1.
Yeah.
But they're fun. It's fun dumb. You know?
Those are good popcorn movies from time to
Yeah,
time.
enjoyable.
Yeah.
You know that's not really happening. Imagine it's like a megalodon down there, but there could be. That's what everybody thinks.
Maybe that's
you
what
know?
took the rich guys in the submarine that went down there. Do you think something big got them? No.
Yeah, incompetence.
Yeah.
Human folly. I think that gets more people than
Yeah.
sharks. You know, that's a big one.
I do like the idea that the further down, like all the way down there, there's something like where the Titanic really, we're at the fucking very bottom is something that's living down there that's just, you can't even comprehend. That's never even trying to come up. But if you go all the way down there like they did, or you make it down for whatever, I saw Will Smith in some video where he went down, right, with some people for some Discovery show, like really down there to where it was like, they shouldn't be down there. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of there.
Even these astronauts are going to space that are stuck.
They're
till
stuck up there.
February.
They're stuck.
Joe, why
If
is this
they can get them in
why
February.
are we still going? Like, what are we? Is down here not good enough?
Yeah, but it's also if they can get them in February.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. What if that doesn't work? What if something goes wrong with that? Something went wrong, which is why they can't get them.
Oh.
Guess what? Things go wrong. And you might not have rockets available that can do it. You might not have a shuttle available that can get them. You might not be able to fucking You might have like some sort of problems in your software. Who fucking knows, man?
Dude, that's so scary.
Terrifying.
And they have to like either be saved by another, I guess, SpaceX or
make friends with the Russians. Have the Russians bring them home.
There you go.
I bet they can get them. Wouldn't that be funny? That's a nice slap in the face.
Yeah, dude.
If Putin says, "I'll do you a favor.
Nice Putin.
I'll go get your friends."
Okay.
Yeah, just for the nice. You'll be nice with me. I'll be nice with you.
Wow.
Get your friends. We gave you Brittany Griner. We'll bring back your astronauts. Yeah.
Or give us back good.
There was a sound that was recorded once by underwater microphones. That was a biological sound. That was louder than anything that any animal had ever made before. And they don't know what it is. You see if you can find that.
I mean, it might not be this, but remember the other day the hump wave?
Yeah.
Or whatever, make a fucking
Oh yeah, they make
sound.
crazy sounds, but I don't think they think they took that into account, and this is different. They don't know what it is, and they never found it again. But whatever this thing is, it sounded biological.
Okay.
Like it was a biological sound. It wasn't a geological sound. It wasn't like a sound the Earth makes, or a little underwater earthquake. There's something about the sound that they determined it to be biological. Which is like, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Is there fucking Godzilla down there?
Just now finding out about this.
Something called the bloop.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Doesn't sound very scary.
What is it? 19 what?
1997.
We'll put up the details of it so I could read it. Is you have an article on it?
Making sure.
Yeah. So whatever this sound was, they don't know what the fuck it was. And 1997 National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded a mysterious underwater sound that lasted for 1 minute and was detected by hydrophones 5,000 miles apart. The sound was named the bloop and came from a location off the coast of Chile. The bloop captured people's imagination, led to theories about what it could be, such as the call of a dinosaur, an undiscovered sea creature, or a giant squid. In 2005, NOAA scientists discovered that sound was actually caused by an iceberg breaking away from the Atlantic Ocean. Oh, shit. What the fuck, dude? I didn't even know. So they solved it. I was hoping it was a fucking monster. That was the only one? There wasn't one? So that's what it was. So it was probably one of those things where they had talked about it for so long that it stuck in my head that it was a biological thing. I still have hope.
I found an article in 2017 talking about it where they said they don't know what it was.
Oh, okay. So this is someone trying to cover up for Godzilla. That's what that is.
Yeah.
That's some state-sponsored CNN type bullshit.
Wow.
Where they're trying to cover up for the fact there's a goddamn
You were reading the AI overview, so maybe I've made up the answer.
Oh, AI, you piece of shit. You fucking lied. That's probably what it is. AI lies.
What?
Yeah, it's a thing called hallucinations. If AI does not have an answer to something, it will come up with an answer. And then that could be searched from the web, right? So it could be some blog somewhere where some guy made up something about it was an iceberg that caused that sound, and AI will spit that back out at you. It's a thing that AI does when it doesn't know the answer to something. Apparently, they call it hallucinations. This is coming from AI scientists told me this.
I don't want AI to have hallucinations.
They don't even know how it works. Fuck, they don't even know exactly why it's doing what it's doing. They don't know. They don't know how it's being creative.
What's it? Once you see those things too about like some of these robots, like what was the thing? It was like where, I don't know. It had having them have feelings or any sort of.
They're not going to have feelings. That's even scarier. They're going to be able to think really clearly, without any emotions, no remorse, no morals, no ethics, no worrying if people like them, no reading the comments. They don't give a fuck. Just hit the news button. They're fucking robots, man.
Oh, God.
That's my fear about aliens. My fear is that that's what aliens are. That they've already bypassed the human body and all of our primate systems.
Oh yeah,
they bypassed all that. They're all gone. That's all gone.
Do you think they listen to our podcast?
Yes, 100%. They're listening right now. They love it.
What up, guys?
It's fun for them because they don't get to think stupid anymore.
Yeah.
Because everything's clear.
Right.
It's like, it's like you want a little bit of chaos and they don't have any chaos left. I think that's why they visit us. That's why, like in my special, I said that I think aliens look at us the same way we look at Waffle House fights.
That's right, dude.
It's just like, what the fuck is going on over here?
What if the aliens like love Danny DeVito? Like, what if their favorite actor is like?
They love Despicable Me. They like
Me.
Gru.
Yeah, they love him.
We love Gru.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I mean, who fucking knows? But if these lying AI cocksuckers, do we find out about that 2017 thing?
I found another thing, 2024, so it's something about the iceberg.
Okay. So it might be real.
Might have just been an article if they were putting that in the headlines. People would watch their video.
Oh, right, probably. And what year was it? What they recorded that sound?
We recorded 97.
Yeah. See, anything back in those days, that's like you didn't even barely had the internet in 97.
Yeah, I have my facts together.
How do you know what you're talking about?
Anything pre-internet, I don't believe you.
It could be a biological sound. It could be a dude that just into dinosaurs.
Sure.
But there's probably some shit down there we haven't discovered.
I think so.
They always find new fish. Like there was a bunch that washed ashore during a tsunami. They were like, "What the fuck is this?" Was that in Thailand where there was like a gang of them that washed ashore in a tsunami? These undiscovered deep sea creatures.
Cool.
Like, crazy, like blind things that live in a place where there's absolutely no
They can
light.
pop up and show up here. I don't think we need to go down and try to find them.
Yeah, wait for a storm.
Yeah, wait for the storm to come through,
Don't
man.
go down there.
They'll wash up.
Oregon.
Yeah, dude.
That was in Oregon. Look at that fucking thing.
Oh, yeah. I'm going out of my way to find that. Fuck
Well,
off.
that's not some kind of an anglerfish.
Oh, my God.
Which is one of the craziest inventions in nature. That nature invented a fish that has a fishing rod off of its nose.
Yeah.
Like, how does that even happen? Look at that fucking thing. Is that real? Come on, that can't be real.
Oh, my God.
Is that real?
I know this one above it is not, but I don't know what the fuck that is.
See, the thing is with AI, man, you could think something's real and they just fuck with you. And this is in the New York Post. They might have got that
2017.
Jesus.
We'll go pre-AI.
But wait a minute. They probably did a sample of that thing. What is it? Let's find out what it is. I bet they figured it out. Look at that.
Fang-tooth
Could be a
snake eels.
fang-tooth snake eel or garden or conger eel. All three species occur off Texas and have large fang-like teeth. Look at that thing. Imagine if, like, we lived in the ocean. Show me the picture of that again. Imagine we lived in the oceon. You got to deal with that.
There's more. I'm surprised Pixar, they did Finding Nemo, but they should do something that's like highlighting all these lost creatures. Like, there's got to be an underwater lost city where you can see the.
Yeah, mermaids versus monsters.
Yeah,
they should. Why don't they do that? Fang-tooth snake. Jesus, look at that fucking thing. Yeah.
Mermaids aren't real, right?
I hope so. I hope they're real.
I know,
It's
me too.
it's like
one of those things where I'm like, I don't fuck, like, who the fuck knows, dude?
But isn't it like the
Probably
ultimate
not,
trap?
but-
A beautiful girl and she has no vagina.
Yeah.
She is just fish. She's a fish.
Yeah.
Like fish don't have sex.
What are you supposed to do there?
The part where you have sex with doesn't exist. It's all just fish.
So how you
lay
gonna
their
lure any guy
eggs.
into the ocean?
You ever seen how fish breed? The female lays their eggs, and the guys just jizz all over it.
Yeah.
Like we used to catch rainbow trout when I lived in Boston, and we'd go to this lake and catch rainbows, and they would be jizzing when you pull them out of the lake, like because it would be the time where they're spawning and they're making babies, and you're allowed to fish for them.
Wow.
At least back then you were, and you're pulling them out as they're jizzing, like as you're holding it, like just nutting all over the place, trying to get their last loads out before you fillet them.
Wouldn't you? If
I
a bear's
guess.
about to eat you, wouldn't you just try to fucking empty the tank?
Well, I guess no one's probably ever touched them before. It's probably really exciting.
There you go. It's the
You
first
know,
time going
like,
around.
oh my god! Like imagine you just like blue balled all day long. You're so blue balled that you just jizz in the ocean.
Yeah.
On the floor.
Yeah.
I bet all they have to do is run a finger by you. You're like,
A gust of wind.
You know. Like you ever seen where your dog is humping a leg?
Oh yeah.
And the dog is just like they start humping the air.
Yeah, dude.
Now
They're committed.
imagine a fish.
Yeah.
You grab them right when they're in that
In the
peak
perfect spot.
peak rut. Just squirt all over the place. Have you ever seen a fish do that?
No.
Yeah, with rainbow trout, they would do it all the time. We'd catch them, they'd be jizzing.
Good for them. What a life.
That's a bad death, though. You know, because you
Come and then die?
You failed.
Yeah.
You failed.
Yeah.
You jizzed all over the inside of a boat.
The opposite of what you're supposed to do.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good. But yeah, so if that is a mermaid, it's like, what the hell? What are you saying?
That's why the Little Mermaid. I mean, Eric was only into her because she came out of the water and had some human features.
Exactly.
And lost her voice.
Like, what the fuck?
Maybe that's why he was into her. He was like, dude, I've been dating all these
You son of a bitch.
these girls that just talk too much. And he's like, wow, I met a girl that just doesn't even want to.
Super hot, can't talk. But if she does talk, you can't have sex with her because she doesn't have a vagina anymore.
Yeah.
Take your pick. Honey, you need to learn sign language.
Wow.
All right, Adam Ray, let's wrap this up.
John,
Tell
appreciate
everybody,
you.
My pleasure. I appreciate you too. One more time, the name of the documentary.
The name of the documentary is called Doug. It's on my YouTube channel where you get all the Dr. Phil Live specials. Dr. Phil Live tour. It's all AdamRayComedy.com. We got October 25th in Philly, October 26th in DC, the Beacon Theater.
Go ahead.
In November 15th, Celebrity Theater December 6th, San Diego Civic Theater December 7th. All that at AdamRayComedy.com. My special is like and subscribe. It's on YouTube on my YouTube channel.com/AdamRayComedy. And then all my tour dates at AdamRayComedy.com. Got Columbus Funny Bone coming up, the Buckhead Theater in Atlanta, Pittsburgh Improv this weekend, if this is out in time, Hilarities in Cleveland, all at Adam Ray
Website.
Yeah.
AdamRayComedy.com. Yeah. Okay. And one more time, Dr. Phil's book.
We've got issues. Because, Joe,
we've
all got issues, but we've all got solutions, okay? You could fuck a mermaid with your eyes closed, but does that mean you're going to make it in time for breakfast?
This is what Dr. Phil's going to use to say you can't be him anymore. He's going to say, that's enough. Son of a
I would
bitch.
never say that.
What did you do to my reputation, you son of a bitch? All right. Thank you,
You're the
brother.
man,
Appreciate
dude.
you.
I
You're the man.
appreciate you.
Appreciate you. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast. By night, all day.
Good to see you, buddy.
I'm so happy to be here, buddy. Thanks.
I'm happy to have you here.
I was excited to see you. We know each other a long time, and I was excited to come to Austin, of course.
We were just talking about how Zookeeper was 14 years ago.
That's shocking.
Like how?
I know. I hate that.
Fucking flies by, man.
It's terrible. It's terrible. That was a fun time though.
Yeah.
KJ was so excited.
That was very fun.
That was very fun.
Yeah.
You and KJ was Sussy.
Yeah.
Right? That's how you guys.
I've known Kevin 30-something years.
Yeah.
I've known him forever.
It's funny because even your stand-up, I watched your stand-up the other night. You guys remind me of each other. There's something. You take your time on stage. You set it up. You say your shit, and you live in it. Like it's not the same, but you can tell you guys are buddies. There's something about it. You feel like it. Everybody feels like I would hang out with that guy. It's cool. But did you and KJ start stand up together?
Well, we didn't start together exactly. I started in Boston. He started in New York, but I met him when I was like, I guess 2 years in. About 2 years in.
Where did you guys meet?
In New York.
At the Strip or something?
I think we met at Eastside.
Eastside. I don't think I did. That's downtown?
No, Eastside Comedy Club was on Long Island.
Oh yeah. I used to go there. That was in like Huntington. Yeah.
That was a great club. That was Richie Manervini's place.
That's right. That's Manervini. Now that's a funny bastard.
Yeah, he's a funny dude.
One of the first comedy clubs I watched, I think I saw Carol Leifer at the Eastside Comedy Club. My sister lived in Huntington. And she said, "You want to go see it wasn't my first, but it was like first couple." She said, "Do you want to see a comedian? There's a club around here." I said, yeah. And I sat in the back. I think I might have been like 15 or something, 16. Wow. And I saw Carol Leifer kill for like an hour, I think. That was exciting. That club was rocking.
Yeah, it's gone though, right? Are there good clubs on Long Island now? Like, what's that?
Oh, geez, man, I don't know.
There was always Governors that always existed.
Yes. I remember there was a few bars that were comedy clubs that I used to do there. I just don't remember the names right now. But back in the day when I was young, I would go out to the island. Governors, I don't think I got on there much, maybe a couple times when I was young. That was kind of a rocking club.
Oh, yeah.
Steve-O. Wasn't Steve? Do you remember Steve-O?
No.
He was
I know Steve-O, the Jackass guy.
No, there was another guy, Steve-O, who was a funny comic. And John Mulrooney, you remember Mulrooney?
Sure, yeah.
I remember he was kind of huge out there.
He used to be a cop, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I remember Mulrooney was by far, him and Kevin Meaney were the two guys you didn't want to go after. I remember Mulrooney would just destroy a room. He was so loose and would dominate the room, and then they bring you up and you're like, oh, goodness gracious.
I saw Kevin Meaney once at Catch a Rising Star in Cambridge.
Mm-hmm.
And it was insanity. It was when he was at his peak, absolute peak. I wasn't even thinking about doing comedy then. I was just a comedy fan. And I went with a friend of mine from high school. I think we were both like 18. And we went and we saw him just fucking destroy for an hour to the point where I got out of there. It was like I had an ab workout. I was in pain.
Yes.
I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yes, I know.
He was so in the groove. Like everything he did was fun.
Man, and I've never in my life killed as hard as killing me. I mean, there's nobody who can kill that. I remember me and Rock would be on the side of Catch a Rising Star watching Meanie do whatever he did. And you were just like, yeah, I don't think I can get laughs that loud. It fucking blew out the room every time.
On fire. It was on fire. But it was weird. It's like it didn't sustain. Like he later in his career, for whatever reason, it just whatever he had for those few years, like in the 80s and the early 90s, it didn't keep going for some strange reason. He kept doing stand-up, but something was missing. I don't know what it was.
Did he I know he killed on the Tonight Show with Carson. I'm sure he destroyed it all. I don't know what he wanted. I don't know what the next thing he wanted. I just remember maybe didn't he do a TV show, Uncle Buck?
Yeah, but that was not that good. That was the John Candy movie that they turned into a television show. And I think, there was always the thing that he was in the closet and then he came out of the closet and then it was kind of like right before he died.
I'll tell you, I did a Boston Club Comedy Connection when I was 17. I ate it. I came off stage. I mean, I bombed and my dad was there watching. It was a terrible feeling. And even the MC, who I don't remember, when I came off stage after eating it, I'm walking, that awful feeling of walking through the crowd and they're all looking at you like, Jesus, dude. and then the fucking MC stopped me. He goes, Adam. I turn around, with your head spinning and shit. I look at the guy. He goes, class clown? I go, I nod my head like, yes. He goes, maybe stick with that. But he's laughing at us. I go, okay. I fucking walked off. And then I went into the dressing room because I wanted to hide. And Meanie, funny kid, blah, 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 said some nice shit to me. I always remembered, that kid, Meanie, fucking good dude, man. He was lifting me up.
Yeah, some encouragement from a real comedian when you're just starting out can go a long way.
Yeah,
because in the beginning, it's so shaky. You don't know if it's going to work out. What am I doing?
Oh, you go home at night, head spinning.
What am I doing to myself? Why am I doing this?
Yes. It's fucking insane. It truly is the sickest feeling. And then there's the days or nights you go on stage and you're not doing good, you're eating it, but you have a confidence. And you're like, I'm pretty good at this, even though I'm fucking eating it.
Right.
I feel pretty good right now.
You feel like I'm going to figure this out.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm going to figure it out.
Yeah. Your movies kept my family sane through the beginning of the pandemic. We went on an Adam Sandler run where we watched basically the only one we didn't watch is Little Nicky. We didn't, for whatever reason, we never got to that one because we watched other ones like I watched the Zoe. I might have seen the Zoe 20 times.
Wow.
I fucking love that movie.
Thank you. Yeah.
Such a funny movie. Why didn't you ever do a second one?
That's fucking always talked about it. I mean,
dude, it's a no-brainer.
It would
be a little tough sell
right now. We'd have to wait a minute.
Put that one on the shelf for a little bit.
We had to put that one on the shelf a bunch of times when we were about to do it because shit would go on. We'd be like, maybe it's a tough time to do it right now. And then we got it. We did it. The intention was good to try to say, let's try to get some peace out there. And then another part of it is I'll never fucking be in that shape again. I don't think I can ever do that. And then
you hire a trainer.
I know, but I can't stick with it, buddy. You are doing great. How the fuck are you eating so good and hitting it so hard? I'm like, I used to fucking take working out so serious when I was in maybe up to like 25, 26. Yeah. And now I can't fucking do it. I play hoop, then I eat. And every time I'm eating, I'm going, what are you doing, man? You don't need to do this. I can't stop. Just got a little bit of thickness all over.
Yeah, it's something that just you have to stay on the horse. You can't back off at all. Especially as you get older. You back off at all. You just start. What is this? You start feeling this.
Oh my God! I know. I have a new. I know, buddy.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Being an MMA fighter takes a lot of different skills. You need to be strong and durable and quick. And if you really want to be good, it helps to master all different kinds of moves from different types of sports, from wrestling, boxing, jiu-jitsu, and more. Having that mix of skills is a real help in the ring. But that's true for any job. If you're hiring, you probably know just how valuable it is to find people with a mix of skills and specialties. A great place to find those people is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. More importantly, though, when you find a strong candidate you want for your team, it can connect you with them right away. With ZipRecruiter's pre-written invite to apply message, you can personally reach out to potential hires and even encourage them to apply sooner. In the fight for top talent, ZipRecruiter is undefeated. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan to try ZipRecruiter for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Well, you fucking walk in now and I go, Jesus, that'd be fun to look like that. I always fucking wanted to be, I know shit. When I was 18 to 23, I hit it so hard. I never looked like you. I never was jacked.
You look good during the Zohan.
Pretty good.
Really good.
Pretty fucking good for me.
Yeah.
That was as good as I can get. And I naturally had a little something going on when I was real, like the college years. But that now it's fucking rough. My kids go, what? My daughter, one daughter, Sadie's always saying, Dad, get the training from the Zohan. Why would you ever give that up? Why did you stop? I was like, it's a lot of work. Yeah, but didn't you like the way you felt? Yeah, well, you should do that. Get that feeling back and stuff like that. But I just can't jump in there.
Well, she sounds like a good coach.
She's good. Yeah, she's saying the right shit.
Saying the right saying the right stuff.
She's right. Everything she says, I have a thought where I don't promise her. I go, let me think about that. That's a good idea.
The whole thing is just not overdoing it in the beginning. Start slow where it's maintainable and then slowly build up. That's the key.
So you give yourself new goals?
I never stop, but I mean when you get started.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, people try to go too hard, like, oh my God, I'm out of shape. I'm going to run fucking 10 miles and I'm going to lift weights and I'm going to do. And then you're too tired. And then you're so fucking sore in the morning, like, I can't keep this up. The whole key is just give your body enough where it's pushing it, but it's not exhausted. You're not breaking your body down.
Right.
You're just strengthening it slowly. You got to get sick the same way, or you got to get better the same way you got sick. Right? You got sick over time.
Yeah.
Over time, eating food and fucking up. Yeah. And then you got to get better that way. Over time, slowly start to morph your body back into a good condition.
That's good.
You can't. Everybody tries to go too hard. They try to go too crazy.
You get excited.
Unsustainable.
You get excited to get it going again, and then
you get injured. You break yourself down.
Yes.
You hurt your knees. You hurt your back. It's too much.
Tear or something.
Yeah. The key is just not do too much. Just do enough, and just cut back on. You say, I'm gonna only have 2 cheat days a week. 2 days a week, I'm gonna eat whatever the fuck I want. 5 days a week, I'm gonna eat clean. And then break it down to 6 days a week. I'm going to eat clean.
Wow.
1 day a week, I'm going to fuck off.
Yeah.
You can go 1 day a week just fucking off. You can get a lot done.
That's amazing. And the fuck off day is from start to finish. You can do whatever the hell you want.
Fuck you want. 1 day.
That's good. And then the other days, the good days, what do you like? Do you eat a breakfast and all that shit?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I skip breakfast lately. That's my new move the last year.
It's like intermittent fasting.
I guess so, but I'm supposed to fucking, lock in on 8 hours or 6 hours, and I always say I do 1 to 9, say, then around fucking 10 I go, let me have some grapes, and then I go, I think I'm not supposed to have grapes, and then I go, have a few grapes, and then it opens up to some other shit.
Grapes aren't the problem.
The grapes lead to some bad
grapes lead to waffles.
Fucking Skinny Cow. That's the new thing. Skinny Cow ice cream sandwiches in the house started a little problem for me.
What are Skinny Cow?
They're supposed to be a little better for you because the calories aren't awful. I think it's like 130. So I go, 130. Usually they're fucking like 330. So then I eat two of them. I go, it's still under that 330. Then I go, if I have a third, it's still in the 3s. So I eat a third. And then I fucking go, I gotta stop, man.
Yeah. If you really want to be serious about things, just hire somebody. You got money.
I got the best guy. The guy who did me for the Zohan, and I love him. It's just I see him and I love him so much that I go, let's keep this a friendship. I don't want it. I play so much basketball though. That keeps me okay. Doesn't want me to I don't want to take my shirt off, but I don't.
How often do you play?
Maybe 4 or 5 a week where I get out there and run.
That's great.
That's pretty good.
That's very good. That's a key. If you could do something that you really enjoy doing.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
If you something that keeps you active that you enjoy, that makes it so much easier because you're playing a game. So you're getting fit, but you're in the middle of a game.
Exciting.
That you really like.
You don't hate that at all. That is the best. I think that's the only thing I got that you fight. That's fucking fun, right?
Martial arts are fun. Yeah.
Martial arts are fun. KJ always fought. I never even thought. One time KJ, we left a hotel, and I think he just came from fighting with one of the guys who were teaching him some shit, and he was so riled up from it, put me in some fucking crazy hole out of nowhere. We were going to dinner. All of a sudden he came at me. I was like, holy shit. And he fucking grabbed me, twisted me around, had me in some weird hole. I said, oh, okay. He's just letting me know he can destroy me. But I remember just going, yeah, that's fucking something I should get into, man. But I just can't. I'm not flexible at all. You're very flexible.
Yeah.
That helps.
Well, I started stretching before I hit puberty. That's the big thing. Or during puberty, really. So it's like while your body's thickening, you're
keeping
stretching.
it loose.
That
buddy,
makes a giant difference.
By the way, KJ with being flexible is very odd. He can put the hands.
Yeah.
He's fucking weirdly.
He's a very athletic guy. He just eats like a fucking army.
He does get excited.
Yeah.
I sometimes, when we were young, I'd say, tell me your McDonald's order. And he'd be like, okay, 3/4 pounders, 3 Big Mac, whatever the fuck it was.
He goes hard.
His McDonald's order is insane.
Hard. Kevin go hard. But he also, when he was on the podcast, told me he fasted once for how many days did he fast for?
60-somethingers.
Yeah, some insane amount of days. It was like 40 days or something.
Yeah, maniac.
Something insane.
And then I think he ate a sandwich and it really hurt.
Yeah, I'm sure. Your stomach's probably like, what the fuck is
oh
going
my
on?
God, he's a madman with that fast.
Yeah, well, he's an intense dude.
Yes,
he's just intense with eating too.
Yeah.
But if you ever watch him hit the mitts, you ever watch him hit pads? He can fucking strike.
Yes, I know.
It's kind of shocking. People that don't know him, you see him crack mitts, and you're like, Jesus Christ,
holy shit, he is.
Yeah,
he's fucking legit, and he can roll around good too.
Oh yeah, when he was getting ready for Here Comes the Boom, like when he was training with Mark Delagrate, God damn, dude, he was cracking those pads.
I know. He did let me know in that one thing he did to me. You know who did that to me too? Farley. Farley, we were in the hallway at Saturday Night Live out of nowhere. Oh no, we were at a fucking hotel, and he came at me real fast, grabbed me, put me in some shit, pulled hard. I felt every part of my body crack, and then Farley laughed, and just like with Kevin, they kind of looked at you like, I could fuck you up if I wanted to.
Farley was a big dude too.
He was a big boy. He was like maybe 5'8", 5.
But he was like 5'8" wide too.
He was wide.
Yeah.
Fucking athlete though, moved nice.
Well, when he moved around on stage, when he moved around on SNL, he was fucking. That was part of the thing, is he was so explosive.
Oh yeah, man.
Like part of the funny in him was this fucking insane.
Yeah,
but he had this explosion inside of him that could get out. I only met him once.
You did meet him?
Yeah, I met him on the set of News Radio, and he was in the middle, the throes of addiction. So he was gray like wet cardboard. It was weird. It was weird being around him. He just looked sweaty. He's like, "Hey, how you doing?" I was like, "Hey, what's up?"
Was he there to see Phil? Or?
He was there to see Andy Dick. Him and Andy Dick were hanging out, and I think they were both off the rails.
They were having fun.
They're having a good time.
Yeah. Fucking, that sucks. I hate it.
Well, he was. Yeah, it's horrible.
That was a good time of life, though, huh? That News Radio shit.
Oh yeah, that was a lot of fun.
It was Spade and Phil.
No, Spade wasn't on that. Spade was on that other show, Just Shoot Me.
He was on Just Shoot, but I thought he did a couple of.
He did. Yeah, he definitely did. But a lot of people did.
Yeah.
A lot of people did.
Was that your first big?
Yeah, that was the first big thing. I did a small sitcom that nobody watched before that called Hardball.
Hardball. What was it about?
It was a baseball show on Fox.
I think I remember
lasted
that.
like 5 or 6 episodes.
What were you on that?
I was a baseball player.
Oh, that you played baseball?
I did in high school.
Oh yeah,
a little bit until I started doing martial arts.
Right.
All sports.
Gotcha. That's cool, man. I want me to tell you my martial arts. It's not that big of a deal, but I grew up in Manchester, New Hampshire, and a lot of guys were tough. Fought and shit. Fights would happen, and then I had the idea. I drove by downtown. I saw this guy's. I can't remember his name. Mick something. And I fucking saw kickboxing. And I was like, let me take kickboxing just in case I can fuck somebody up, because that'd be fun to have that secret weapon of kickboxing and, all of a sudden be able to kick someone in the face. That'd be great. And so I talked my buddy into it. Or maybe he talked me into it. But I think that, anyways, we both go and fucking like 15 guys in there from school. All already doing it, already advanced, and I was like, all this did was make me realize these guys can kick the shit out of me. I thought guys I could take. I was going, oh fuck, that guy can crush me too. I had no idea. But I'm never flexible, so I think I quit after like 4 or 5 sessions.
Flexibility is something that everybody can gain. It's just you just have to go through the process. Flexibility is not something like, there's like certain amount of explosiveness and athleticism that some people just don't possess, and it take a long time to get there. But flexibility is something that you just have to work at. I've seen very inflexible people become flexible.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What? Just by doing it every day?
Doing it every day and just sticking to a routine. You just got to force yourself past the pain.
I'm just nervous. My hamstrings are going to pop. They're so fucking tight.
What you should get? You ever see one of those things where it's like a strap and you put your foot into it?
Yes.
Like pull back.
Yes.
Those things are great.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Just take a yoga class.
Yeah, I know.
Go to hot yoga. That's a cheat code.
No, that's a good one.
It gets real hot in there.
Yes.
And you get a lot looser.
Yeah, that's good. No, my wife's good at that shit. My daughters do it. I just fucking it hurts my lower back and my hamstrings so much that I end up just going, all right, I get up and do a fake water break and just stare at them.
So how was working on the special? I saw you in Vegas.
I know you did.
It was very funny.
Thank you, buddy.
Very funny. I really enjoyed it.
I appreciate it, man. I had a great time making the special. I have a great time on the road. Can't believe it. I fucking quit doing stand-up for, like 20 years or something.
What made you want to get back?
I think I was doing grown-ups and Rock and Spade and Schneider and KJ were always talking about next weekend I'm going to Niagara Falls, and I'd be like, these guys are all fucking having fun on the road. And then I think Apatow was doing Carnegie Hall. He was hosting something, and he said, you want to do some stand-up again? And I just go, yeah, let me do that. And I did it just to make sure that I fucking put together 15 minutes or something. That got me back into it.
And did you just piece it together by doing small sets, or how did you write it?
I think maybe I did a couple of improvs or something. Maybe I went to the improv a couple times, but mostly from doing Letterman. I used to do Letterman and do 2 segments. So I'd fucking sit down with my buddies, write jokes, and just go out there with jokes, and kind of trusted that, that's a good joke. And I think I started doing that with stand-up too. Just going, this is pretty good. Let me just do it.
And then, when did you start booking gigs?
I did the same shit. I called the guy, this great guy whose daughter was going to school with mine. He would talk about booking acts and shit. I said, I was thinking of doing stand-up again. You want to book me some shows? And then he just booked like a 10-city tour for me, and I said, all right, I better fucking put an hour together for that.
Wow. So how'd you put the hour together? Did you go to the improv? Did you go to the store? Where'd you go?
A couple times at the store, improv. I would drive out of town, the Valley, maybe an hour.
Like the Ha-Ha.
That kind of shit. Yes. Anybody.
Flappers.
Exactly. Flappers, good spots.
Good spot.
Try shit out.
Yeah.
I just did a bunch of. Maybe I went down to that Comedy Magic Club. Is that still running? Yes, I did.
Sure.
Yes.
Beach, that's a great club.
I could. Yes, exactly. Except I remember growing up, I would always see Leno and Joe. What is it? Joe? Not. Is it Brogan? What was it? What was
Jimmy Brogan?
Jimmy Brogan.
Yeah, the Booker.
Yeah, but he did
stand up as well.
He did stand up, and they were so clean, and they would fucking annihilate. And I always felt self-conscious in that place for how filthy I was. And I was like, these people don't want to see this.
Well, the Comedy Magic Club is like the cleanest club in the country.
That right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Jimmy Miller used to book it.
Did he?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Apatow used to always go there.
Yeah, that's a great little club.
That's a good club. So I forced myself to get a good album. Now I got it. I mean, when I was on the road the last tour, I have so many. I have so much shit that steps on other shit, so I can't really do it all.
Right.
Because if I already said this, so that this joke doesn't make any sense now. So, but I was fucking doing 2-hour shows, and it wasn't that big of a deal.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Because I remember struggling to do an hour of my whole stand-up life. I'd be like, my God, how fucking, the crowd's so bored with me now. I can't come up with new moves, But now, got enough shit. Keep them rocking.
So how long have you been steady doing stand-up again now?
I think like 7 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
It must feel good though, right?
It's nice.
To get back into like a real flow, like a real headliner flow again.
100%.
You go, oh, yeah, I missed this.
I did miss it. I didn't even know I missed it.
It's the most fun.
Absolutely. You fucking were loose. You set yourself up to do a live fucking special. I don't think I could handle that, man. My head be spinning way too much, man. But
I had to over-prepare.
But you didn't have any pauses. You were just boom, 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 boom. How long were you doing that set?
Well, I did. Well, because I have my own club, that helps a lot, right? So I was doing 2 shows a night, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I was doing 6 hours of stand-up a week, which is a lot.
Yeah.
And then I was doing podcasts and all the other UFC stuff that I do. So a lot of work.
Right.
That got to be too much. So then I knocked it down to 3 sets a week, 3 headliner sets a week, and then I would do a bunch of short sets. That Bottom of the Barrel show that I told you that my friend Brian Simpson hosts. That show's the best.
Yeah,
it's like a premise factory.
Yeah,
because you have this whiskey barrel on stage. It's filled with notes from the crowd.
Yeah.
It's all just different ridiculous ideas for premises, and you reach your hand in, you pull one out, and it's just frogs are gay, like whatever it is, and you just start ranting about it, and you try to come up with bits, and every now and then, you get 1 or 2 every set that you write it down. You're like, this could be something.
That's amazing. Yeah.
And a couple of them made it onto the special.
That's incredible.
Because it's like it's a premise factory.
Absolutely.
So I had a lot of. I was getting ready to do a special in. I was gonna do one in August of 2020. But then, obviously in March, everything shut down, and I didn't do stand-up for 8 months, and it was just, and then I thought about it, I was like, what, I just feel like just working on my material now. I just feel like just working on stand-up and not even thinking about the special.
Yeah, that's a great feeling.
Well, it's just, I was just enjoying working at the club, owning the club, and then there's so many good guys at the club. It was just such a fucking hot spot.
Right.
There's so many people. There's Shane Gillis and Mark Norman and Ari Shaffir and fucking Brian Simpson and Tony Hinchcliffe. It's just like every night was just murderer's row.
Right,
and we were all just cooking together.
That's big.
And then when Netflix said they want to do a live special with me, at first I was like, fuck that. I don't want to do that. And I said no. I told my manager, I was like, no. I called her on the phone. I was like, what? I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And then I was driving home, like, why are you scared to do that, you fucking pussy? And I was like, as I was driving home, I was like thinking it. And then when I got home, I called her back. I go, don't say no yet. Like, let me think about it.
Yeah. I've had those feelings. Yeah.
And then the next day I said, all right, I'm going to do it. And she's like, you sure? I go, yeah. I'm going to do it because I'm scared of it.
That's ballsy, man.
I was fucking terrified of it.
Of course, I'm scared thinking about doing it. I would never fucking do it. But you killed it. You killed it. You were loose. You were rolling. You crushed.
Well, I did that set in order for 3 weeks straight.
Right.
So I had it locked in for 3 weeks. I didn't do which I always fuck around.
Yeah.
That is, there was no fucking around. No deviation.
That's
for 3 weeks.
You were steady. Exactly.
I also wrote all the bits out by hand. I wrote them all out, even the ones I already knew. I wrote them all out. I wrote all the transitions out. I listened to recordings. I watched videos.
That's big. Yeah.
I beat myself into the ground. I over prepared.
Right.
So that when I got up there was no what is next. There was no thought about.
You didn't have a little beat sheet somewhere just in case you got lost?
No.
That's fucking balls. I would never be able to do that.
But I wanted
Not
to treat it
now.
like a regular show. If I had a regular show, I wouldn't have a cheat sheet.
Well,
So just-
I never did when I was young, but now I need fucking a word. I need to look somewhere and see the word.
What do you like? Put like index cards on the stage?
No, on a monitor. I just
Oh,
look down
okay.
and go, it says like, just
Popcorn.
one word, popcorn,
Right.
and then
Yeah.
I'm ready. Because my head goes to space. I get spacey as I got older. When I was young, I was prepared and boom, 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 and I did my shit. But I think it helps me kind of relax a little bit, just knowing that if I'm lost, I can look down and see a word and go, yeah, do that next.
Bill Maher brings like one of them conductors fucking things on stage. Where like they have like where you put the news, the music rather.
Yeah.
He has that, and he just has
Yeah.
his ideas written out on that.
It's good.
So you can just look down at it.
I get addicted to that a little too much. Sometimes in Largo, in LA, I go up there. Flanny runs that place, and he lets me go on and try shit out. And I have a music stand, and I'll be at work all day working on movies, and then like 10 minutes left to go, I go, oh yeah. Let me I got a couple of guys in the office who help write jokes with me, and I go, let me try this, and this, and I just put the sheet down, go on stage, try shit out, try new shit out. Nothing better than a new joke.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
That's the best if it's working. Usually does work too.
Well, you're enthusiastic about it, and if you really have thought about it and prepared for it, it's like a new thing for you. So it's this exciting new toy.
Yes. You can't wait to get to that or open with it or whatever.
Yeah. When you do movies, do you just come up with a premise first? Like when you decide to do a film, like if you decide to do Happy Gilmore, how do you like make your movies? How do you start?
That was just lucky premise. Billy Madison, I remember. I thought, this could be great. A grown-up who does elementary school again. And that's a great idea of I get to be goofy, get to bully these little kids, then all of a sudden connect with these kids and have fun growing up again. So, but part of my head was like, well, Rodney did Back to School already. So everyone's going to say I just ripped off Back to School. Rodney went back to college. How the fuck do we kind of do it a step away from that? And I called my buddy Herlihy, who I went to college with, and he writes all the movies with me. He's just a great, funny man, and I've written almost everything with him. And if he goes, "Ooh, that's good," then we usually go from there, and we try to fill it out after that. Same thing with Happy Gilmore, Wedding Singer, Bobby Boucher, all that shit. We were just like came up with a couple of lines of what we thought as an interesting idea, and then see if we can fill it out.
It's so funny because your films get loved by the public and hated by critics. It's so hilarious. You are the lead, like whatever the Rotten Tomatoes critic score is for your films means zero. It means nothing. It's only the audience is what counts.
That's all we thought about.
Because your films are all so fun and so silly and so, in my opinion, so underappreciated.
Thank you, man.
Because like this is one of the things I thought about during COVID. Like we watched it every night. We watched like every film that you made while everything was locked down.
Amazing. I love that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know, man. We lucked out. We worked our asses off like you're working your ass off now. Like this is took it very serious.
But you caught like a silly groove that I don't think anybody else has that silly groove like you do. Like you caught that groove with so many movies, man.
Yeah. We did. I mean, when I first started, Jim Carrey was crushing, Stiller, Mike Myers, a lot of goofy movies were getting made, and I certainly fucking love doing them. And I love being on set. Making those kind of movies. I love fucking editing that shit. Thinking about kids laughing. I always love that. Thinking of college kids throwing a tape in, sitting down, watching together. That was on our mind when we did it.
When you first started out, did you want to be a comic? Did you want to be a stand-up comic, or did you always think that you wanted to do films?
I think I wanted to get into the movies. I was fucking nuts, cocky as shit, in my own weird way, I think a big thing that happened to me was I told my friends in high school I was going to be fucking big. And I didn't.
So you had to?
I had to do it. I told the boys, I was like, it'll be fucking great. And then when I would check in with them, I remember being on payphones, calling after even eating it at Catch a Rising Star. I call them, I fucking did good tonight. Probably. Yeah. I said, what'd you say? I said, this joke fucking killed. Meanwhile, I fucking ate it every time.
So you're faking it until you made
it. But I dug a hole for myself. I'm doing great. Robin Williams said I was fantastic. Robin Williams, I remember one night saw me eat it. And I was just like, oh man, I ate it in front of Robin Williams. But I changed the story of like, yeah, we like that shit.
There's something that could be very valuable about being delusional and being young.
Yes, very delusional. So stupid, man.
I did this thing once. Do you know Owen Smith?
Oh, the hell?
Hilarious comedian in LA.
Mm-hmm.
But he had this. He's one of the best comics alive, but he spends a lot of time writing and doing shows.
I'm sure I know.
Unfortunately, which I think he should be headlining arenas. He was just at my club a few months back. I saw him. He's a monster.
Gotcha.
The point is, Owen had this show that he was doing for a while where you'd find your oldest notebooks and sit down with him and go over your oldest jokes. And it was so bad. It was like a 1991 joke book.
Yeah.
I keep them all.
Yeah.
And I was going through, we were reading, and I was like, it's so bad. I had him like built-in heckler lines that I wrote that were terrible.
Right,
and this guy was saying this to me, and that.
Oh, that's so funny.
If I had to go back there and like give myself advice, I would say, you got to quit. You're terrible at this.
Oh my God.
Don't do this.
What are you doing,
Yeah,
man?
don't do
You
this.
sound atrocious.
You're not going to make it. You don't have it.
It's the same thing. Yeah.
There's no way.
But I fucking thought I was fucking phenomenal. But I would look out at the crowd not laughing, going, these guys fucking nuts. They don't see how great this shit is. But it's almost like I was with my fucking giant afro, and my father would be at the table and he'd be like, you need a haircut. I'd be like, what are you talking about, man? He'd be like, you think you look good? I'd be like, I look great. He'd be like, you don't. Just so you know, you don't look great. I'd be like, you are so off on that day.
It's funny. Delusional thinking can sometimes carry you to the once you develop some skill. That delusional is like a little guardian.
Yeah,
that keeps you protected while you actually develop talent.
And that goes away because I'm more nervous now. Well, I had that fucking fear as a comedian. My head would spin when Colin Quinn. He had a club, the Paper Moon, in the city. Was the Paper Moon around when you were growing up? It was like at the Boston Comedy Club.
Like a small place like that?
I think that became Paper Moon became the Boston.
Oh, the same club?
Yes, I think it was downstairs.
Oh,
that
no
one
shit.
So fucking Colin liked me. He used to get me on stage. I was going to college around there, and I all day long would be practicing on the elevator in my dorm. I'd be going blah 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 blah, saying the shit. Right when Colin would bring me up, my fucking head would spin. I'd forget where I was, not making sense. I'd say two jokes, and then I'd be like, "Oh my God, I don't know what's coming next." And I had that going for a while, but I still would go home at night and go, "Fucking, I'm gonna be so fucking good at this." I don't know what it was. Psycho.
It's youthful delusion. Yeah, and it's also your central lobe is not fully formed yet. You don't even understand the world. You're a little meat puppet.
My God,
yeah. But that's how you make it. That's how you make it in kind of everything. Like you're delusional. You know.
Yes.
If you really believe in yourself, that counts for a lot, up to a point. Because there's people that still believe in themselves. They've been doing open mics for 20 years. Nobody's stepped in to say, "Hey, this is never gonna happen."
Right. Yeah.
You have to have a spark.
Yeah.
There's got to be a little something in there, and then you could build that little something into something special.
That's right. Same thing in sports, guys who keep going and keep trying out and keep doing something that but some people break through. It's interesting, man. I definitely had an amazing time as a youngster. I had a couple of people that I locked in with. We were buddies. We all had that same thing of like, I'm good, even though it wasn't that good yet.
Yeah. I came up with Greg Fitzsimmons. Greg and I were both like confused and wondering if we're ever going to make it, and just we do a lot of road gigs together, and we were hoping, but the whole idea was only just to like one day you'd be a professional. That was the goal. Not really have any kind of a career, but just like one day to make a living telling jokes. That was the dream.
Yeah.
You couldn't even imagine. Like almost, I would see guys that were actual pros, but I had a bunch of like day jobs doing construction.
Oh, you did?
Limos. Oh yeah, I did everything.
Oh, gotcha.
And so then I would do these nighttime gigs, and I'd meet the real pros, the guys who just made a living doing comedy. I'm like, what must that be like?
Yes, they saunter in at 9
Oh
o'clock.
my God! Yeah, they've been playing golf all day, laughing.
Yes.
The Kevin Knoxes, and all those guys.
Yeah.
And I would just like, they were like heroes. Like,
of course,
you actually made it.
You're fucking badass.
Outside of the system completely. All you do is tell jokes, and people love you, and they come to see you.
And the same jokes. A lot of the guys, they were just like, "That's my act." I ain't
in Boston, they never did television, so those guys had
right.
And people wanted to go see those same jokes again, which is crazy.
Yes.
Like Steve Sweeney. Did you ever see Sweeney when he was in his prime?
Absolute best, biggest destruction too. Yeah.
Oh my God, Steve Sweeney in his prime would light up a room.
Yeah.
And with Boston accent and Boston material, you couldn't follow him.
No.
He was a monster.
I think he went on the very first night I went on at Stitches.
Sure.
That was the first place my brother brought me to Stitches. He was going to BU. He got me one of those 5-minute open mics.
That was the first place I ever did too.
Stitches?
Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
How'd you do?
I got a couple of chuckles.
You did.
It was like enough to where I was
How
like,
old were
maybe
you?
21.
21.
Yeah. I was like, maybe something. And the second time I got some laughs.
That's
second time I was like less nervous.
Wow.
And like I listened to my I had a little tape recorder that I brought with me, and I recorded it.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So how about that humiliation of the silence on the recorder?
It was terrible. But it also made me realize like what was wrong. Like, just because I was studying it like kind of the way I study martial arts. Like if you would watch films of fights, and then I would go, oh, there was a little bit of a timing problem there, and this I could have done this, I could have done that.
Yes.
And so with my second time I did stand up, I had the humiliation of listening to the first cassette. I listened and I was like, let me tighten this up, and maybe this could be a little better.
Oh my God, tighten
write a little more there. But I got some laughs the second time, which was like crazy. I was like, wow, I might be able to do this.
Shit, man. Both at Stitches?
Yeah. And then I think I bombed the third time, and that was the first real bomb. And I was like,
punch in the face. Fucking scary. Yes.
But every time I bombed, I feel like it taught me something, and then I would get better.
Fucking, I ate it last summer. I went up to the comic strip and fucking ate it for 10 straight minutes. And I went, oh shit, I forgot about that. Forgot about that punch in the face. That is a roughie.
I ran into you at the airport, and you were telling me you just did some fucking horrific corporate event.
I ate it there too. Oh, that was, I mean, if I listened to the tape, I'd say you were okay, but it was humiliating.
Yeah, you had just gotten done with it when I ran into you.
I saw a shell shock. I remember seeing you and your wife. Yeah. I had that fucking glazed look.
Those corporate gigs are so. Ron White just ate it at one recently. He goes, I don't know why the fuck I agreed to do that.
I know.
He goes, they just came. I said no, and they said more, and I said no, and then they came up with a number. I was like, all right.
Holy shit, buddy. Same fucking story for me.
Those are death.
I don't think I.
Those things are death because the people that are there, they're working with all these people, so they're all like kind of tight.
Yeah, they got shit going on.
Yeah. And they're not really thinking about the comedy show. They're thinking about this is like a social environment with all the people. They're working their way up the corporate ladder, and they're concentrating on all their shit. And they can't laugh at anything inappropriate.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
I saw Mike over there laughing at all those sexist jokes. Mike's a real piece of shit.
Yeah, that's true, man. That's good. I swear to God, I felt bad for them. I was like, Jesus, they paid me so much. I fucking feel terrible. I didn't kill for it, but it happened.
Yeah, Hinchcliffe just did one recently too. He said the same thing. I'm like, that's why I don't do those. It's not do comedy where people come to see comedy, and that's it. Don't get hired for a birthday party. Get the fuck out of here with that.
It was the only fucking reason I did it was Paul McCartney did it the year before. So they go, well, they don't do this much. I went, Paul McCartney. Well, fuck, I'm doing that shit.
Yeah, but Paul McCartney can just play his songs.
I know, man.
And, you know, and like his songs are great. They're classics.
He's not gonna miss.
He's not gonna miss.
No,
he's just gonna play the. And if they don't respond, that's on them.
Yeah, it's like
you know,
you fucking nuts. You
they just did
enjoy
Band on the Run. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
I know, man. That's good.
Yeah, you know, like musicians, they can always just get into their song.
Oh, fuck.
They don't
They
need
can
your
close their
response.
eyes. They don't need nothing.
They don't
look
need you.
around. Yeah,
They don't need you.
We're fucking looking at it every day. That fucking dude's not loving it. God damn it. I know.
We rely so much on other people's response.
But the moments I don't, those are the ones I was saying to you, Joe. And I've eaten it before, but still felt I did good because I fucking remained kind of confident,
right,
and believing in my shit still. But the ones where I look out, I see them hating me, and I go, yeah, why am I here, man? That's a bad feeling.
It's a terrible feeling. I say bombing on stage is like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. But the problem is, it's probably worse than that because somewhere out there, there's probably a guy who wouldn't mind sucking 1,000 dicks in front of his mom.
Yeah,
you know, he'd be like, "Look at me, mom. Look
You
at you
made,
bitch.
you made me. 99. Let's go." My mother would 100% at the end say, "You could have done it better.
Yeah,
you could have sucked him harder. Why did you stop on that one man? He wanted to explode in your face, and you stopped." I feel bad. You should call him and tell him you'll suck his dick. But yeah, I'm with you, buddy. Yeah, stand up's the best.
It's a crazy thing, and then no one can teach you how to do it either. You have to figure it out yourself because your way of doing it is different than my way of doing it. My way is different than Kevin's way.
Yeah.
Kevin's way is different than fucking Seinfeld's way. Everybody's got a different way of doing it.
Absolutely.
And nobody can teach you how to do it. You can learn some things from watching other people. You can learn some things from...
Oh, man, yeah.
But
how about when somebody fucking great watches you and says, "Hey, you know what you could say here," and gives you a great line? You're like, "Oh my God."
Yes. No, that's huge.
That what a feeling. You just made my okay thing into a fucking one I'm excited to do.
Oh, yeah. There's been a couple of bits that I've had that got a tag from a friend. It's just like pops it up.
Oh, you're like, how did I ever do it without that fucking line?
Yeah. Sometimes like a fresh eye, you know? That's one of the things that I always admired about how Chris Rock used to do it. Because Chris Rock would go on stage, he'd work his stuff out, and then he'd have a bunch of guys that he would hire to sit in the back of the room and kind of workship with them.
I do similar stuff.
Very
I
smart.
have these young guys who are fucking way funnier at writing than me. Only because I'm fucking tired. I'm tired. I walk into the office and I'm like, I thought of this funny thing last night. Maybe something there. I'll say it to them, and they'll go, "Oh yeah," and they'll fucking write something interesting, and we come up with something together eventually.
Well, you used to collaborating when you do films, right?
Yes. I always do that. Always got a bunch of guys that help me out throughout the whole movie. Yeah.
That's such a good process.
Yes.
Because, you know, one mind is great, but a bunch of minds together in different perspectives, people are going to see things from an angle that you're not going to see.
Yes, that's exciting. Same shit. Shit. Somebody comes up with a great thing to do in a scene or a line, or maybe you can be doing this at the same time, an action, whatever the fuck it is. I mean, me and Hurley, when we write these things, we think a lot what it's going to look like, what's going on in each scene, and what the jokes are, that kind of shit. But on the day, definitely having a couple of buddies around making it better is the way to go.
Well, you always have a very tight ship too, like doing Zookeeper with you and like and talking with Kevin. Like you work with the same people pretty much every film.
Yeah,
which is really huge.
Yeah, that's
because it's always, you have a very family environment. Like it's always family.
Yes.
Everybody's fun. They're all everybody likes working together. It's, no one's an asshole.
Yeah.
It's an easy gig in that sense. That like you know you're gonna come to work with people. Yeah. Everybody's having fun.
Kevin got that going. You got that going.
Yeah, you have to have that. That's gigantic.
You got like a lot of great stand-up friends, all right?
Yeah.
When you do the road, you just bring your guys with you. When you guys, like, how many of you go up on stage when you take gigs on the road?
If I do a gig, I bring usually one guy who's a beginner, and then two guys who are headliners.
And how much time does everybody do?
It depends. Like this, when I did the live special, I brought this kid, Ari Matty, who's hilarious.
Yeah.
Ari did 10 minutes. Well, he did 15 minutes the first night, but on the live night, he did 10 minutes. So 10 minutes to warm the crowd up. And then he brings on Ron White. Ron White murdered for 15. And then he brings on Tony. Tony murders for 15.
Wow.
And then I go on after that.
You're fucking tough to do that to yourself. Put on big, heavy hitters, because that can get you in a hole sometimes too.
Yeah, but as long as you're having fun, it doesn't, because the audience is having a good time.
Yes.
So my philosophy is I don't want bad comedians going in front of me. I want people to kill.
Yes.
So that when I go on stage, everyone's having a great time.
Yes.
They don't ever feel like, oh, they made out that one guy for 20 minutes.
Yeah,
oh my God, when was he going to get off stage?
No.
Because there's some comedians that like to do that. They like to bring in terrible acts so they look like a hero.
No, that's bad. That's bad.
It's bad for the
bad
audience.
For your audience and bad for your own brain. You just you're getting lazy, dude.
You're getting lazy. It's a soft way to approach it.
Yes.
So like when I do shows at the club, sometimes I'm going on stage an hour and a half into the show. And it's like Brian Simpson, Shane Gillis, Mark Norman. It's like killer after killer are going up.
Yeah.
And then I'm going up late. So it's like running with weights on. Like you gotta like come out of the gate hot. You know,
when I first came back to stand up, I was bringing all my buddies with me, and they were killing soul. It was good crowds, so everybody would stay up. You know, everyone's like, I know I was gonna do 15, let me do 25. And so by the time I got up there, I was following like 6 or 7 guys murdering. And it was fucking 2 hours in, and then I was supposed to do an hour and a half, and that I'd be like, shit, I gotta figure this out, man. I'm not kidding.
that's too much.
That's too much.
You wear the audience out.
Yeah.
I feel like when a show gets over 2 hours, 2.5 hours, it's like, I don't want to see a 3-hour movie.
No.
Yeah, if I'm going to watch a 3-hour movie, I want to be at home, okay, where I can pause.
Yeah.
If I have to take a leak, go have some popcorn. I want to, like, for 3 hours sitting in some auditorium somewhere watching a show.
That's a lot.
It's got to be a banger of a show. You're so engaged when you walk out, you're like, wow.
How about that feeling when you know, holy shit, this arena, I'm losing them for about 5 minutes. Let me fucking get them back. How about that when you see people who started the show off with like, and then they're kind of like tuned out going, what is happening right now?
Why people only have a certain amount of attention span. You know, that's why I admire bands that still, like, I saw Guns N' Roses in Greece. And they do 3 hours.
New shit? Or just
all the classics. The classics. You know, Welcome to the Jungle, Sweet Child of Mine. But they fucking go hard for 3 hours. Those guys are 100 years old. They're still killing
it. He's singing 3 hours. Axl's ripping it for 3 hours.
Yeah. Same with the Stones. I saw the Stones a couple of years ago at CODA, the Circuit of the Americas here in town. And it was insane. Mick Jagger's 1,000 years old.
And
he's still fucking moving. But no lamp, baby. He's still fucking dancing and all that energy.
It's funny. They do like Stones do 2 a week or something. That's a really funny shit, because when we go on the road, it's like 5 or 6.
That's the way to do it though when you're 80.
Yes.
You know, you need recovery.
Yes.
And also Mick Jagger works out every single day. He has 2 trailers filled with gym equipment.
Wow, yeah.
2 of the trailers when they travel with the Stones is just Mick Jagger's gym equipment.
What a fucking stud, a light little body. That guy looks like he weighs 120 or something.
He looks like 120. He's ripped still, 80 years old, got a 6-pack.
Got the veiny arms ready.
Fucking ready to go. And still has his pipes. Still can sing. And Keith Richards could still play. It was incredible. Watching them live I couldn't even believe they were there. It was one of those things where, like, I was almost like I felt like I was on drugs. I was like, am I really seeing the Rolling Stones? Are they actually there? Like, I could throw a rock and I could hit Mick Jagger with a rock. It was right there.
I know. And then how exciting, like when Keith and Ron look at each other and laugh. They laugh together. Fuck, that was
They're
incredible.
Still enjoying it. And when we were kids, there were no old rock stars.
Right. That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
They didn't.
Elvis
he was already dead.
Right.
You know, he died in the 70s, right? So he was already dead. Wow. And so when we were kids, we thought of rock stars as like Van Halen, young, wild people on stage jumping around. That's a young man's game. No one ever anticipated 80-year-old rock stars singing rock and roll in their 80s.
no doubt. By the way, I heard David Lee on your show.
Yeah, he's been on a couple times.
Man, I mean, that band, to me, when I was in high school, I think I was in 9th grade the first time I fucking heard him. I was into Sabbath. My brother got me into Sabbath. And then I was walking up to a fucking party. It was like one of my first house keg parties. And Van Halen was blaring over somebody's Pioneer system. And it was fucking like Ain't Talking About Love or some shit. I remember just going, what? This is the greatest shit I've ever
Oh
heard.
yeah, they were the kings in the 80s, dude. They were the kings. When I was in high school,
yes,
everybody knew how to make that Van Halen logo on your notebook.
Yeah, the notebook. It was either VH, Queen,
ACDC,
Zeppelin, ACDC.
Kiss.
Yeah.
They were the kings. They were the kings.
Yeah.
But we never thought they'd be still doing it.
No, that's right. And then you'd see Van Halen the last few years live, and you'd fucking be still as excited. He still looks smooth as shit. I saw it with David Lee Roth maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
He's such a character, man.
Oh,
He doesn't have a phone. He doesn't even keep money on him. I went to dinner with him, and he has a lady that drops him off with me, and she's like his handler. And she says, I have her number. She has my number. She's like, call me if anything goes wrong. And just you're hanging out with David Lee Roth, having dinner with him.
I love him talking about fighting with you, and because you loved him throwing those crazy roundhouse kicks.
Oh yeah, he was a real martial artist.
Yeah.
He used to train with Benny Urquidez.
That's right.
Yeah. He used to do those things on stage. We'd do like a jumping split kick in the middle of the air.
Unbelievable.
Look at him.
Yeah,
he's a real athlete, man.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a stud. Fucking sweet dick on him right there. But look at that guy.
Look at picture. He's got his pants hanging down.
Yeah, just enough to show a little hip.
What is that? Showing some dick root. He's a character, man. Still to this day, he's out to lunch, man.
He'll say some interesting shit. He's smart, knows his shit. Whatever he's into, he's deep into it.
That guy moved to Japan to train kendo, which is a sword fighting art.
Right.
Just him and his dog.
Yeah.
Lived in an apartment in Japan for like years.
Man.
Just training kendo.
I anytime you heard that they weren't getting along, you were just like, hey, what?
Yeah.
Fucking.
You know how that goes, though.
Anytime you're with 4 fucking people, too much shit's gonna go wrong.
Yeah. Especially those egos and the bands, and then girlfriends don't like that guy, and then
right, that shit happens.
Like Valerie Bertinelli apparently didn't get along with David Lee Roth. And
that's gonna be painful.
That's how it goes. It's hard for bands to stick together. I think that's way harder.
I remember you two would always be in interviews talk about how cool it is that they're still a rock band together.
Yeah,
loving each other.
If you can get a band that enjoys each other's company, that's a fucking tremendous asset. Because so many bands, like I was just reading today, that Pete Townsend doesn't talk to the rest of the guys in the Who. He doesn't talk to Roger Daltrey. They don't talk to each other. Like how?
That's funny, man. I just saw them. I just saw the Who at a benefit, and they fucking destroyed. It was Daltrey's benefit, and he brought the Who on there, and I think drummer was maybe Ringo's kid, and if I remember, or it's either Ringo's kid or John Bonham's kid. Anyways, it was great. But Pete and Roger were funny as shit, ragging on each other and saying quick little insults, and it was like massive laughs, like a comedian. But then they fucking have those hits that just take your whole body over, and it was great.
Yeah, I don't know where they stand now or why they stand that way, but I was just reading an article this morning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah?
That they don't talk to each other.
Makes sense. These guys, like I remember hearing Sabbath on tour would fucking all show up in different planes.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if any of it's true, but you're like, fucking Tony Iommi and Ozzy don't fucking hang out the whole time. Like,
well, there's always a problem in a band where the lead singer becomes the number one guy,
mm-hmm.
and everybody else is kind of secondary.
Yeah, that's gonna make you pissed.
The band's called Van Halen, but the main guy's David Lee Roth.
Right.
That's the guy everybody wants. Ain't talking about love.
Man, badass.
Yeah. Oh my God, Hot for Teacher. He was the man. And so, like, I could see how egos and feathers would get ruffled, and then the girlfriend on the side, like, the band's name Van Halen. It's not Van Lee Roth.
Yeah. Definitely. That's gonna happen. Fuck that guy, and then you got to stand behind it.
He's got all the groupies. And
yeah, man. Well, but they had some. Him and Eddie both had the different people who would talk about who's the greatest. It'd be like David Lee Roth was just the smoothest and funniest and fucking
one of the greatest frontmen of all time.
Fuck it,
for sure.
And he was like a stand-up. Just dominated the crowd. Just like I think there was some tape going around with. Never remember some shit. Just like that's okay, man. Because after the show, I'm gonna fuck your girlfriend. I don't know. Maybe that was David Lee Roth or somebody else. But as a kid, you were like, oh my God, fucking what? That was the coolest shit ever. But then I remember Eddie Van Halen when Jump came out, the video, and seeing him smile and throw down that fucking lead, and he was just like, is that the coolest fuck on the planet? With like overalls.
Oh yeah.
No shirt over. I went with the fucking no shirt overalls move one time.
Really?
Didn't go over.
On stage?
Didn't get the respect. Not as a stand-up, but thought I was going to get more respect. But I was on stage at a battle of the bands. I used to sing and play guitar in a band. And I went, I think my mom tie-dyed my overalls and shit. And I was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going. And I showed up and people were making too much eye contact with me, not wanting to look down at the fucking overalls.
It's a bold choice.
It was one I couldn't make now.
One of the funniest choices is what if you look back at like the metal days, like you look back at like all the guys who dressed up like gay bikers.
Right.
It's from Judas Priest. It's Rob Halford. Tricked everybody into dressing like a gay biker.
Yeah.
Because he was gay.
I loved it. Yes.
So he's like leather pants and the fucking leather biker helmet on and the vest with no shirt on underneath.
Yes.
And all these guys started dressing like that.
Yes.
And they didn't even understand that they had been tricked into dressing like a gay biker.
Yeah, I love that, man. That's a great one.
It's so cool.
I saw them at fucking Radio City with Iron Maiden.
Really?
That was a biggie.
Wow.
I was up in the balcony screaming, I want to dress like you. No, it was
look at the boy.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, dude.
Fucking the hellion. They were nasty. That's a tough looking guy.
Another thing coming.
Yeah, it was
look at him there with his fucking crazy outfit. Yeah. It's just so funny, all the different styles of bands that existed.
Oh man, I had fucking leather pants. I wore fake leather pants for a bit. I didn't know my body wasn't great. So I was like, you throw that shit on, you look like a rock star. Then I fucking see the pictures that my mom took of me after. I look back and be like, how the fuck did you let me out wearing that shit? It never fit just right. I never had the body for it. Like I would walk into a clothing store growing up. There was a place, Sarah Silverman, the comedian.
Sure, yeah, I know Sarah.
She grew up in same town as me, and her parents had a store called Junior Deb, I believe, and it was downtown. They sold Levi jeans and all this shit. And I remember just going, okay, I'm gonna get some cool ass Levi's, go to school, look like a badass. And I remember when I saw 3-way mirrors, I was like, these aren't fitting me like I thought. I don't look as cool in my Levi's as I thought I was.
You had an idea of your image.
I saw other people wearing that shit going, all right, I'm going to dress like that guy, but it didn't reflect the same when I had it on.
Again, youthful delusion.
Yeah.
Did you want to be in a band before you wanted to be a comic?
Mm-hmm. Wanted that for sure.
What kind of music did you guys sing?
We did a lot of Aerosmith, a lot of Van Halen, a lot of Sabbath, Zeppelin.
Aerosmith just canceled their tour.
I know.
I guess Steven Tyler, he had that neck injury where he fell and broke one of the bones in his neck.
Yeah.
And apparently he just can't sing.
Open his mouth to sing it.
Well, they were planning on doing a thing with the Black Crowes. And
wow.
Yeah. And they just, for whatever reason, decided to put the tour out and get going. And then he started and he was like, I can't do it anymore.
That is painful.
Yeah.
Because the guy's whole life was that. And by the way, did you like Aerosmith growing up?
I loved them.
They were the bad boys that every tune was nasty.
That
shit was the nastiest.
Push that microphone up to your face.
Sorry, bro.
No worries.
And I loved my band played literally like 10 Aerosmith tunes. We'd always fucking play kind of cool ones, not the massive hits, but the whatever, the Mamakins and the Walking the Dog and kind of cool shit like that.
Well, we both grew up in New England, and they were the Kings.
They were the Kings.
They were the Kings.
Yes.
That was they were the fucking
WAAF.
Look at that. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Joe Perry. Yeah.
BCN.
BCN AAF. What was that kind of alternative?
Tyler. He was the fucking man.
Could hit every fucking note. How about the fact that I read something that he's a cool bastard, and I met him, and they're all great guys.
Joe Perry, he's a great guy too.
Fucking best. That's a New England accent too on Joe Perry.
Oh yeah.
It's funny to hear them boys talk. I think somebody lived in New Hampshire. Maybe Steven Tyler lived in New Hampshire because that's where I grew up, and they definitely they owned New Hampshire.
Well, they were the Kings of Boston. Like they were fucking gigantic. I remember the controversy when they did that duet. They did that song with Run DMC when they did Walk This Way.
What the fuck?
I know. Everybody's like, "What's going on?"
That don't make no sense. I know.
Meanwhile, that's a fucking great song.
I was fucking Aerosmith came back.
Yeah.
Like they became the Kings again.
Exactly. That was their big comeback song. They're kind of faded for a while.
Yeah.
And then Walk This Way came along, and
that
it's
was
like
great.
Young people started getting into them again.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's funny how bands like they get, like generational, right? Even though they're great, like that's the people that listened in the 70s. Fuck those people.
Yeah.
Now we listen to this.
Yeah.
And all it takes is one thing, and then people start going through the catalog and like, Jesus Christ,
holy
these guys
shit.
are incredible.
Same. I was doing who the fuck was I listening? I play a lot of the old shit for my kids. And then all of a sudden you just go, wow, they had so many
bangers.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially the young drug taking days. The wild Aerosmith days.
The first three albums kind of shit. Like Zeppelin too. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's a different world.
Yeah.
Every comic wants to be a rock star, and I think most rock stars want to be comics.
Yeah, there's some of that too.
There's something about the freedom of comedy that they appreciate.
Yes.
You don't have a band. You don't need anybody. All you need is a microphone. You don't have sound guys. You don't have anybody.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
That's my biggest mistake is I fucking use music in my act, so I gotta. My piano player, Dan Bulla, he's the best. I love having him being together on the road, looking back, and we laugh together. That's the greatest part. But the back in the day when I just had a mic and didn't have to show up with shit, and that really makes it like
it's amazing.
Yeah.
When I would do these big places like the TD Garden, like one of the things that would strike me is like, we're just showing up. There's no trucks. There's no van. It's just a stage.
Right.
And me and three of my buddies, and that's it.
Yeah.
And 16,000 people. But bands play here, and they have fucking trucks and shit.
I know.
All these people have to break down the stage. They're there. All the fucking pyrotechnics and all the crazy shit these guys have.
Right. I know. We're cool. We did good. We chose the right career.
For us. Yeah.
Until you watch a rock band, you go, they're kicking our ass, man.
It's definitely something different. Rock is kind of like a drug. There's something about going to see a band that's really good. It's like the music hits your body.
Yeah, it overwhelms you.
Yeah, like a drug.
Yeah. For sure. The right tune fucks you up. So I agree. Who were like some of your first concerts as a kid in Boston?
First concert I saw was Jay Giles' band.
You did?
Yeah.
That's with Peter Wolf
yeah.
and fucking that's as cool as it gets.
Yeah, back in the Centerfold days.
Aerosmith and Jay Giles, you can battle for the Kings.
Yeah, man.
Awesome back then.
Jay Giles was the fucking man when I was in high school.
Yeah.
See him. I saw George Thorogood.
There you go.
Johnny Winter. I saw a bunch of bands.
Where'd you see him in?
I don't remember. Right. I wish I could remember.
I used to go to Worcester.
Sure, Worcester Coliseum.
Centrum,
Is that what it was? The Centrum?
I think so, yeah.
Then I got a job when I was 19. I worked at Great Woods.
You did?
Yeah.
Fucking, I played there. What a feeling that was.
Yeah.
Because we saw so many shows growing up.
I saw a lot of comics there too. When I saw some comics there when I got paid.
Yeah.
And then some comics there I paid to see them.
Right.
Like I saw Guinness in there. I paid to see
You
Kinnison.
did?
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. Wow. That was I saw Cosby there. I saw Rodney there when I was working.
There you go.
Rodney was backstage naked with a bathrobe on.
Yeah, that's a big Rodney.
That was the Rodney days, where the bathrobe days.
Okay, baby, yeah.
He would go on stage with a bathrobe just to make him feel comfortable. He just was completely naked with a bathrobe on and just murdering.
Oh, the best.
Murder. And this was before I'd even thought about doing stand-up. I was 19.
Fuck, man.
But I got to see.
You saw Kinnison. Kinnison always dressed badass.
Yeah.
Like a rock star.
Yeah.
He fucking had the big long leather coat on and a beret. And
I doubted it. That was just after I'd heard about Kinnison, too.
Yeah.
I had heard about Kinnison from a girl that I was working with. I was working at, besides doing security guard work, I was working at the Boston Athletic Club in South Boston.
Wow, yeah.
So I was
That's still there, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think they got a fucking basketball court there.
Yeah, they got basketball.
Yeah.
There was a lot of racquetball there. A lot of people. I met Bobby Orr there.
You did? That's cool.
I had to help Bobby Orr because Bobby Orr had like fucking 150 knee surgeries, right? His knees were destroyed, and you'd have to help him get on the VersaClimber machine.
Oh my goodness!
Because Bobby's knees didn't bend.
Right.
Bobby's knees bended like this much.
Right.
He had like 12 inches of movement in his knees, and so you'd have to like kind of help him get on the VersaClimber machine.
Wow.
I mean, one of the greatest athletes of all time. You watch him play racquetball, and you just kind of fall over. Because this, back then
they put it all out there.
Also, the knee surgeries back then were archaic.
Right.
They were so primitive. They just used staples and fucking screws. And they didn't know what they were doing.
You see, a certain age, you see different scars on guys.
Oh, his knees. That's Bobby's knees.
Oh, yeah.
His knees are destroyed.
That sucks, man. What a hero. What a stud. I always loved him.
He had 20 knee surgeries. Fucking insane.
Was that your team, the Bruins?
I didn't really watch sports.
Oh, yeah? You didn't?
No. Once I got into martial arts, I really didn't care about any
That's
sports.
pretty cool, man, that you didn't, because I know that's the biggest sport town.
Oh, it was a huge sport town. Everybody called me a pussy because I didn't know anything about football, basketball, baseball. I didn't care.
Yeah.
I was like,
that's pretty good that you had your own thought process going. I would join right in with trying to make the other kids like dropping something.
Well, when I was 15, I just became obsessed with martial arts.
That's great.
I didn't care about anything else. I literally didn't care about anything else. I'd watch basketball. I'd be like, this is nonsense. Who cares if that ball goes in that hole?
Fucking cool, man.
Mean anything.
My dad always told me to do that shit. He'd be like, do martial arts. And I, like I said, I went to this guy's like, God, I wish I knew his name. And I did that, and then I think a little earlier in life I tried it out. I just, my body, man, I wasn't meant for it.
It's not for everybody.
No, that's good though.
But that's like everything in life. It's things that are not for you.
Yeah.
You just got to find the thing that is for you.
Yeah, I found a few, and that's all I do. Hoop, comedy, that's it.
Perfect. That's all you need for a happy life.
Yeah, I guess so.
So this girl I used to work with, she was like a volleyball player, and she was really hilarious. And she was working at the front desk, and she was like, "Oh my God, I saw this guy." This was 1986. This is when Kinnison had his HBO special, and she told me about it. She's like, "There's this guy, and his name is Sam Kinnison." And she know that bit he did about homosexual necrophiliacs paying money to spend a few hours undisturbed with the freshest male corpses. Remember that bit?
I kind of.
So she told me about this bit. We're hanging out in the parking lot of the Boston Athletic Club, and this girl is lying down on her stomach on the ground. And she's like, oh, your life keeps fucking in the ass even after you're dead. It never ends. And I was laughing so hard.
Wow, yeah.
And I remember, like, this girl, just her doing Kinnison's bit made me go to the video store to get a VHS of Kinnison's special. Because the first time I saw it, it came out on video.
Yeah.
And then I watched it. I was like, oh, my God. And that was, like, the first seed in my head where I was like, okay, this is comedy, too? Because I didn't know that was comedy. I thought comedy was like something I really liked, but it was so different than me.
Yeah.
It was nothing that I would ever do.
Right.
It was just different. It was like I didn't see myself that way, but I saw that guy. I'm like, that guy's a fucking animal.
Yeah.
Like this is
tough as shit. Yeah.
This is a different kind of comedy, and that was like the first seeds in my head that I had of doing comedy.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And then I got to see him live at Great Woods. But I saw Bon Jovi there. I saw everybody. I quit the night Neil Young was there, and they had a riot.
Really?
Yeah.
In New England, huh?
Well, yeah. The lawn. You know how Mansfield, Great Woods has that lawn out there? Well, it was cold out, and people were starting fires on the lawn. And so they were like starting these little bonfires, and we had to break up the fires.
Wow.
And then brawls started breaking out.
Wow, yeah.
And I always knew that this job was like, what did you get paid like $20 an hour? I'm not gonna fight somebody for $20 an hour. This is crazy. So I always carried a hoodie with me. And so I had my security shirt, and then as soon as shit would go south, I put the hoodie on, like, I'm out of here. And that's what I did. That night, I quit.
Oh, yeah.
I quit the night.
That's funny, man.
Yeah.
Fuck, yeah. It's cost $20 to get in a full-on brawl.
Yeah, there was brawls breaking out left and right. The first night I was there, I watched one of the security guys beat this guy with a walkie-talkie. And I was like, Jesus, what did I sign up for? This is a crazy job. So, because some guy had stole one of the golf carts, and there was this dude named Alley Cat who was the head of security there. And Alley Cat tackled this guy, and he's beating him in the head with the walkie-talkie.
Wow, man.
And I was like, whoa, okay, what did I sign up for?
Did you get in fights after you learned your shit? Like, no, that's cool.
No, and I avoided them all.
That's amazing.
I'm not interested in fight. I would like fights where they were planned.
Like meeting a guy in you mean in
like tournaments.
Yeah, that's cool.
Kickboxing matches. I did a lot of those, but those to me made sense. Like fighting on the street, it's like, no. Like people have guns, people have knives.
Right,
this is fucking stupid.
Sure.
I was always nervous.
Yeah.
Like I never felt like you get in a fight with someone and someone hits you in the back of the head with a bat. Also, if you fight someone, that's never the end. Like, they're going to go get their cousins. They're going to get their brother. They're going to try to find you when you're alone. Like,
that's true.
You don't want that kind of problem in your life. Just move on.
Oh, it's so easy to just take whatever they're throwing at you with, like, that's supposed to start the fight, just being going, okay, that makes sense. You're right. I am a piece of shit. I'm going to get out of here now.
Well, it all means nothing. Someone says it only means something to you if you believe them.
Yes.
If someone says you're a pussy, you're like, okay. Like, what does that mean? This doesn't mean anything. You're just saying words. Until you try to hit me, this is nonsense. It's like, oh, you have a bad opinion of me? Oh, that's okay. Like, I don't really care. Like, I was tired all the time because I was training like 6-7 days a week. So I was like, I don't want to be involved in this stupid shit.
Right, yeah. I already worked out today. I can't fight you.
Also, I was very aware of the consequences of violence. I'd seen, by the time I was 21 years old, I'd probably seen 40 or 50 people get knocked unconscious.
Right.
At least.
What a terrible sight that
Probably
is.
a lot more than that. I see so many people snore. It's just on the ground twitching and snoring. I'd seen so much of that.
Yeah.
I grew up with that. So it's like, to me, I was like, I don't want none of that in my life. I don't want to have anything to do with this. Especially outside of fighting.
Yeah.
Concrete floors and shit.
Head hitting the ground. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
KJ worked with a guy in Long Island when KJ was a bouncer.
Right.
And this guy killed a guy. He punched a guy. The guy fell, hit his head, and died.
Yeah.
Now the guy has to go to jail. Now you're working as a bouncer, just like I was working as a security guard in Great Woods. Like, you could have gotten in a fight, hit someone, and now you're in jail.
Yeah.
And you're like, for what?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's so cool. You worked at Great Woods, so that's like what a destination to go to and see so many great fucking bands. And it's funny you said Kinnison. I used to be on MTV when I was young, and we'd go to Daytona Beach.
And you were on remote control.
I was on remote control. Quinn got me on there, and it was the best. But we went to a spring break, Daytona Beach, and Kinnison was at the height. And I went to, it was the first guy I saw at an arena. Kinnison and some other bad boys. There were some guys, I forget their names, but they
probably Carl LeBeau.
Yeah, Carl LeBeau, right? And a couple other guys. They're all kind of really funny, tough bastards.
The Outlaws of Comedy.
That's it. That's right. Yeah. That's what it was. Yeah. And I saw Kinnison destroy. And it was like, I saw Rodney at a theater in Florida where it felt like fucking, holy shit, this is a rock show, because it was bam, bam, bam.
Yeah,
Rodney.
Rapid fire, like a machine gun.
The best Rodney would crush for like 8 minutes and then go, I know a lot of fucking jokes, baby. And they go, that was so cool, man. But Kinnison, too, just took over. I saw him in the moment. It was amazing.
Yeah, I got to see Kinnison decline, too. I got to see the decline because I saw him a couple of times live. And the last time I saw him live, it was in New Hampshire, and there was not that many people there. I drove to this theater with this girl that I was dating. I was probably 20 at the time. Again, it was before I did comedy. And he was just, it was already like boozing heavy.
Yeah,
and it wasn't as good.
Right,
because he peaked in '86. I feel like the Kinnison from '86 is probably one of the greatest comedians that ever lived, if not the best. He was a monster. He was a monster.
Yeah,
but the guy was doing blow and drinking and hanging out with rock stars and just partying. And his brother wrote about it. You ever read his brother's book? Brother Sam.
Right.
His brother Bill. It's a great book.
Yeah.
It's a great book. If you're a fan of stand-up, I tell anybody, go buy that book because it's a great book. And Bill said that you could see the drop-off in Sam's material because he just stopped writing. He wasn't hungry anymore. He had made it. Instead, because there's this hunger inside of him to make it as a comedian, and that's what led him to be outrageous. Do all those jokes about like the starving kids in Africa and all these different jokes he did that were just so outrageous, and that preacher's voice and that fucking powerful delivery. But then when he made it, man, he got real fat and just drinking every night.
He was
started wearing the bandana,
slower,
bandana days, the rock star days. It just dropped off. It wasn't the same. It was like a caricature of Kinnison.
That's funny. It just happens. It happens that when you're drinking or doing whatever the fuck it was. I got Coke. Yeah, sure.
I think that's the one that really like.
Oh, that makes you not think straight. You're definitely all over the place. You fucking you can't stay steady with a thought.
Yeah.
And but I remember I met him a couple times. Paulie Shore was very tight with him.
Yeah.
And I knew Paulie, and I hung out with Kinnison a couple times. But I saw him at the Improv the last time I saw him, and he was a little. He was so sweet. Like, he was so nice to me, and he remembered that we hung a little bit. I was a young fucking dummy, and he was nice to me. And he had that kind of glazed, had a few too many in the eyes, but he definitely was. When he walked into the fucking Improv that night, every comedian was like, well, holy shit, there he is, the fucking man.
Right.
It was cool.
He changed comedy. He really did, because there was no comedy like that before Kinnison came around. He was a different kind of comedy. It was like all of a sudden comedy was like you could yell.
Wow. Oh my God, that was the biggest
force. He was just like, and the preacher's voice, that thing that he had, where he had that charisma of being this tent revival preacher.
Yes. When he would talk quiet, and then all of a sudden blast that shit up.
Oh my God. And he was a legend at the store. When I got to the store goes through these eras, right? And when I got to the store, it was 94. And the Kinnison era had ended. He died. And then there was this big drop off. Like, the store was kind of vacant when I got there in 94. It was weird. Like, the shows would be half empty. And
they were having problems with it.
But they all had these stories. All the guys like Harris, Pete, and the guys that were still around, they all have these stories about when Kinnison was there. He would perform at midnight. And around 11:30, all these rock stars would start showing up, and movie stars. And they would all go there to see Kinnison. So he had the midnight spot.
Fucking cool.
And they would all go, and I remember thinking, imagine people coming to the Comedy Store just to see you. That must be so insane.
That's fucking cool as fuck.
Oh, it was the coolest because it was all just word of mouth.
Yeah,
everybody. This is like 84-ish. Before he popped, everybody just knew about him.
Rock. I remember Chris was in Vegas, and I went to see him with Nicholson and Jim Brooks.
Wow.
And we were sitting there, and fucking Nicholson was laughing his ass off. And I had that thought you just had. I was just going, fucking Rock is so cool. That people fucking fly an hour, like, where is he? Let me go see him. They sit back and laugh. And I fucking just going, shit, Rock, you really are a fucking stud, man.
Oh, yeah. The Bring the Pain days. Bigger and Blacker and Bring the Pain. Two of the greatest specials of all time.
Unbelievable.
Of all time. Flawless.
Yeah, he's a badass. I talked to Rock yesterday, just for like 10 minutes or something, and we got really excited about stand-up again. I go, you right? And he goes, kind of like he can't stop. When he was doing his tour, he's like, I need a break, blah, blah, blah. He just did like a fucking year on the road or some shit. And then he's right back to like, got some ideas.
I think that's a good way to do it. Take a little break and just refresh your mind so you're not running stale. You know, because he did a live special too.
His live special was I loved it.
Yeah, and it was also like the build up because of getting slapped by Will Smith and all that crazy shit.
Yeah.
I think that was like the best thing that ever happened to him, because then he became like wild again. Like his stand up was like outrageous. Like it was like the Rock of old.
That night was like watching a fucking Super Bowl. You were just like, what? It's a live event? Holy fuck! What the fuck? And then he was a badass, and I think he had some white shit on, and he looked cool as fuck, and you were waiting for him to talk about it, and he got to it, and he got fucking excited.
Well, he didn't talk about it for a while.
Yeah,
on
right.
Stage. Like he would tell people, if you think I'm going to talk about it, I'm not.
Yeah.
He wanted to be ready, and he wanted to really think about what he was going to say and how to say.
That's because of where we are in life, where anything you say is fucking on the internet the next day. So he's like, I got to be careful and not blow this shit up. And
also, they would ruin the bits.
Yes,
people would just tell the bits, and it wasn't even ready yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you have a life-changing event like getting slapped at the Oscars in this most preposterous scenario, the whole thing was preposterous.
Yeah,
I think for him it was also a wake-up call. Like, hey, these motherfuckers don't really care about me.
In that moment,
they didn't protect me. Nobody stopped it. He went back and sat down, and then he got an award afterwards. He got a standing ovation. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Was fucking weird.
Yeah, because you always want to be that guy who's hosting the Oscars and who's starring in the big movies, and that's what everybody wanted. Everybody wanted to be the big movie star. But then you realize, like, well, these people are fuckers. You know, like, what did you do? How did you set this up? How come nobody tackled him?
That was a fucking weird moment.
Oh,
the
weirdest. It was like a guy just showing his ass. Like, you just pulled your pants down, showed the world your ass. Like, why did you do that?
Yeah.
He probably wakes up in the middle of the night going, why did I do that?
The whole thing sucks.
Beyond. It was almost like a guy who doesn't know how normal people act, thinking this is what you're supposed to do. Go smack that guy.
It became fucking just went to a place that he couldn't get out of.
Yeah.
And started it.
And still there. He's still there. Yeah. In everybody's mind, when you see Will Smith, oh, he slapped Chris Rock. That's like, I mean, not I Am Legend, not Muhammad Ali, not insanely good movies.
Yeah.
The guy's an incredible actor.
Absolutely.
He's been in so many banger movies. Yeah. He's a fucking blockbuster movie star.
Yeah.
And people see him, they go, oh, he slapped Chris Rock. Fuck that guy.
Fucking sucks. God damn it.
Terrible.
It sucks, man. It fucking, it follows you around. It sucks. But my man, Rock, and the Kinnisons, like, and that shit, when you spread it, that happens like once every fucking 8 years or something, where somebody becomes this shit.
Yeah, every now and then someone pops through, and it elevates all of us.
Yes.
Everybody that gets to see it, they go, oh my God, I want to be better. I want to write more.
Yeah.
When I used to see Chris at the store, whenever Chris would come in and you do a set, I'd watch and I'd be like, oh my God. I remember one time I was fucking in the back of the room, and this comic stood in front, like, while I was watching Chris. He's like, dude, I got to get on your podcast. I'm like, you got to get the fuck away from me. I'm watching Chris Rock. Like, why are you watching Chris Rock? He's one of the greats, and he's on stage right now.
Yes.
And you're talking to me.
Holy shit.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's so funny, man.
That guy's never been on my podcast to this day. I'm like, get out of here.
You ruined the moment.
Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, Rock is never wasted a fucking minute on stage. Always trying shit out. Always was either notebook or just trying to remember or whatever. Never fucking got tense with the crowd. Just like, they're not liking this, but I'm liking it, so I'm going to keep going.
Well, he would do this thing where he would go on stage and he would just have raw premises. Right. And he was so comfortable with total silence.
Yes.
Where it wasn't going well, and then he would catch fire and then start killing.
Yeah, man.
And then they're like, oh, it is Chris Rock.
Yeah.
And then he would go right back. He was like using them as like a sounding board.
You're right.
And he would tell them, like, I'm practicing.
Yeah.
You know, I remember one time he went on, somebody fucking killed. And he went on, and the first thing he said, hold on, relax. It ain't going to be that funny.
Right.
They told him.
Calm down. Exactly.
I'm working on some shit.
Yeah.
But that's how you develop a monster hour. You have to start off with building a structure.
Yeah, man.
Get a foundation.
You fucking, even your first night of the tour, by the last night, you go, now that's my act now.
Yeah.
The friends who saw you the first two nights, you're like, fuck, I wish you would have seen me fucking.
Right.
A couple weeks later, I figured out that bit.
Yeah, you don't want anybody to see you when you're doing a workout set. Like, get the fuck out.
Oh, man.
This is a workout set. Like, this could be terrible. This could
Absolutely.
end badly.
Especially when a buddy sees you eat it like that. What a feeling.
Yeah. There's no dismount here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, it's interesting how those guys, like a guy like Rock or Kinnison or Louis or anybody who's just like really killing it.
Yeah.
It elevates everybody around you.
Yeah, man.
Everybody gets a little better because of that, because you get inspired.
I think Rock was on stage and just killed one time. And I remember Jon Stewart, who was probably 24 at the time. I think I was like 18 or 20 or whatever our age difference is. Jon Stewart goes, I don't want, I quit. I don't want. Like he's just like, God damn, that's good, man.
Well, you know, that's what Eric Clapton said when he saw Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
He saw Jimi Hendrix. He's like, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing?
You feel like a phony after you see that great shit. Yeah.
Well, especially a guy like Hendrix that comes along and he's doing something completely different than everybody else.
Man.
Everybody else is playing guitar. They're all great.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden this guy comes like,
oh my goodness. I know. Oh, that was a nasty one. Yeah.
When I worked with Phil Hartman, he told me a story when he was 18 years old. He worked at the Whiskey. And his job was they had those stage monitors, and sometimes the stage monitors the artist would accidentally kick them and they would go into the crowd. So his job was this, because they were you ever been to the Whiskey?
Yeah, sure.
Small stage, right? Not that big.
Yeah.
And so when he'd have to stand there like to be prepared to like catch the speaker. And Hendrix was right there, like where you are to me. Hendrix was, and he was 18 years old. And he's like, dude, it was insane.
That's so funny,
He goes,
man.
because Phil could play a little guitar too, but he was watching. He's like, I'm watching literally the greatest guitarist of all time, and he's 3 feet away from me.
That's fucking cool, man.
Insane.
And then Phil did all the album covers and shit. Remember, he used to do the
I have
artwork?
one of them out here. One of them framed. Yeah.
Oh man.
One of his album covers. He did a bunch. He's a great artist. He was a very interesting guy.
Oh yeah.
He can do
knew a
so
lot of
many
shit.
different
Yes,
things.
yes.
And he studied. So he made me feel like such a fraud because he would study his lines and he would have like little post-it tabs, little different colored ones for different scenes, and you have notes and all these different things. And he would like prepare for me, be preparing in the mirror, like
Yes.
And I was like, God,
No, he was the pro for sure.
such a pro with everything.
I know, man.
Like when we were doing the show, he was getting his pilot's license. So like every day in between scenes, he'd be like reading these pilot's manuals. He was just like so
real
dedicated
man
to something.
Yeah. I lived in the same apartment building when I was on SNL as Phil.
Oh wow!
So I'd see it. We'd go up on the elevators together and talk about shit. I was, of course, he was older, so you were just excited that he'd be talking to you.
Yeah,
he was a cool motherfucker. Yeah.
I remember the first day on the set of News Radio. Like I couldn't even believe he was really there.
Yes.
I was like looking over across the table, doing the table read. And I'm like, how did I get on this fucking show? I had zero acting. Like I did this one.
How'd you get it?
This the craziest story. The whole thing's crazy. I did MTV half-hour comedy hour, right? So do like whatever, 5-7 minutes.
Who was the host? Joyner?
Yeah, Mario Joyner.
Yeah.
So I did MTV half-hour comedy hour. I got a development deal out of nowhere.
Wow,
for MTV.
That's big.
MTV was offering me a development deal, and then my manager started saying it was very little money. It was like $500, and they were going to lock me up for like 3 years. It was crazy low money. It was so stupid.
But you would join.
But I was like thinking about
doing me. Let's do it. Yeah.
I was thinking about doing it because this is like after Remote Control, and they made Dennis Leary famous.
Yes.
They had decided they were going to lock people up to deals now because Leary got famous off that, and then he took off and then kind of went away from MTV.
I see. Yeah.
So they had decided that they were going to lock up talent. So so if I did this pilot, if the pilot got picked up, I would have been there. So my manager said, he said, I have an idea. And so he decided to send my MTV tape out to all these studios and say, this guy's about to sign a development deal for MTV, locked up, but he's still available. So then I started getting all these phone, like people would call my apartment. I was at home like, hello? And like, hi, this is blah, blah, blah from Universal. We want to get you on a plane right now to Los Angeles. I was like, what?
Wow.
So I called my manager. I called Sussy, and I was like, hey, dude, these fucking people are calling my apartment. He goes, don't answer your phone. He goes, go to the pool hall, don't answer the phone. And he goes, just leave it all to me. And so within like 3 weeks, I had this crazy deal for like $150,000, which is the most money I'd ever even heard of in my life. And all of a sudden, I was in Hollywood, like out of nowhere.
So
I was
what
on
was the deal with, like CBS? Or?
It was with Disney.
Oh wow!
Which is crazy because I was filthy.
Right?
Canadian.
Yeah. But they would. Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I have a deal with Disney, and I'm on this
for that much
Fox
money.
sitcom. And so I had to get acting lessons. So I took a few acting lessons. I hated it. I was like, this is gross.
Yeah.
And then, but I knew how to just pretend. I'm like, I pretend on stage. I'll just pretend. Like sitcom acting is pretty easy.
Right.
And so all of a sudden I'm on this sitcom. It gets canceled. And I'm like, oh, I was thinking about moving back to New York. But I was like, I hated LA. I hated being around actors. You couldn't joke around with them. They were all so sensitive.
Right.
Everyone was on pills. They were all on antidepressants. I'm like, get me out of here. I can't do it. I want to go back to comics.
Yeah.
And so I was ready to move back to New York, but I had got this fucking apartment. I thought that the sitcom was going to go. So I got a lease on this beautiful apartment in North Hollywood. I had a loft and a pool table. I thought I was balling.
Yeah.
You know, I was making like $20,000 a week. I was like, this is amazing.
That's fucking big. Yeah.
It's crazy. I was like, I'm rich.
Yeah.
So I got this apartment. I'm like, well, I have this apartment. I can't just leave the apartment. What the
Right.
fuck do I do?
Right.
And so then I got another development deal.
Jeez.
And then, so I'd done 2 auditions in my entire life. One of them was Hardball, got that show. The other one was News Radio, I got that show.
That's fucking
crazy. It was made no sense.
Yeah.
Made no sense. And all of a sudden I'm sitting there and I'm sitting across from Phil Hartman.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is crazy.
That's a biggie.
I had full
And that show
imposter
fucking
syndrome.
kept going for a while. News Radio was big.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't? I thought it was. Isn't that Brillstein Gray?
Yeah, it wasn't big until after it was canceled.
Oh, I see.
And then it went into syndication.
How many years did it?
5 years.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but it became
Syndication, I got you.
really big in syndication.
I see.
4 years or 5? I think we did 5 years. We did like 98 shows. Which
Who else was on it? I forget.
Maura Tierney. She was
right.
Dave Foley, amazing.
That's right.
Andy Dick.
Yeah.
And that's how I met Farley, through Andy. And then Candy Alexander, she was awesome. Vicki Lewis, he was awesome. Stephen Root, amazing.
All right.
So it was a great cast.
Yeah.
And I felt like a fraud. I was like, all these people have like background in theater and background in films and movies and TV shows. And I was just like,
yes,
dirty.
Phil made everybody feel that way. Everybody was kind of like, well, he's the next level. But,
he was the next level, and he was so good. Him and Stephen Root was so good too. He was the only one that wasn't even himself. Everybody else was just being a version of Stephen Root, and he was a different human.
Yeah,
like he was a sweet, normal guy, and then he would play Jimmy James. And he would just fall into this character. Like
yes.
He had a character just like when he was in Office Space.
Yeah, unbelible.
Yeah. So it was
he's worshipped too. Yeah.
Bizarre being on that show because I was 26, 27 when I was on the show, and I was sitting
big money. Wow.
But it was also confusing. I felt like such an imposter. I was like, someone's gonna figure out that I don't belong here.
That's
and then I'm
funny.
gonna have to go get a job.
That's nice though. That's a good. That's a good person to be feeling like that. I think I was a cocky fuck who was like, yeah, baby, they figured it out. I'm here. But I literally didn't get shit growing up. I auditioned for shit and nobody liked me.
Really?
Every audition, they were just like, I would talk to my agent after and be like, nervously asking what they say, and then they'd have to be, well, did you read the sides before? I'd be like, what do you mean? That's what they said? Of course I read the sides. They're like, I thought you didn't know it that well. I go, well, I thought I knew it real well. They didn't like it. They think that they would use words to kind of be gentle with me, but just say you're not ready yet.
Yeah. Well, it's funny how you have confidence when you're young and you really do think that you're ready. Like, I remember thinking that, like, at open mic nights. Like, you'd see someone on stage and they were bombed. Like, God, I wish I could go up there.
Yeah.
That was terrible.
Yeah.
I would bomb too. Like,
yeah, of course. Yes.
Or
watching another actor and you go, when you were young and you'd see someone your age on a show and you'd be like, oh, what? I could fucking crush that shit. And then you realize, looking back, that kind of was pretty fucking good.
Yeah. Well, News Radio was fortunate because I got to play like a more retarded version of myself. It was like basically like into a lot of conspiracy theories and and delusional. It was like a version of me. So the writers were very
Did they
smart.
know that? They were writing it that way? I see.
Figured me out after a while and started writing stuff in.
That's funny.
I'd talk to them about fucking UFO projects.
Wow, man.
Top secret shit. And then they put all that kind of stuff in the script.
That's cool.
I was into stupid things. It was fascinating.
You got into that shit real young.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I
alone in your head, or you had somebody who brought it up to you and you started going with that.
Well, with conspiracies, a friend of mine who was in a band gave me a book once when I was on the road, and it was a book called Best Evidence by this guy David Lifton. It's all about the Kennedy assassination. He's like, you got to read this. The government killed Kennedy. I was like, what? I remember reading this book, going, what the fuck? Right. I read this book. It was just really funny. And I went on stage after I read it and bombed. And I apologized to the club owner. I was like, look, man, I'm funnier than that. I read this.
My mind wasn't right.
And they're like, don't read it tomorrow. I promise I'm not going to read it tomorrow. Tomorrow night I killed. And I killed the next night. Because I put the book down. I said, you got to be. I didn't bomb terrible, but it was flat. It wasn't good. I was in a weird headspace. Yeah. I was like, Jesus Christ, they killed the president. Yeah. I was like, this is nuts.
That's funny, man. Wow. It fucked you up.
It fucked me up. And then it got me down this conspiracy spiral. So I started questioning things. Yeah. I said, what else don't I know?
Wow.
And I started reading about all kinds of different things that I didn't know.
That's fucking amazing.
I read this book called The Strange Death of Vince Foster. It's all Vince Foster, a guy who worked with Clinton, who got murdered in a very. They said it was a suicide. He had the gun in his hand. There was less blood at the crime scene than was missing from his body. It seemed like his body had been transported to the crime scene.
Wow.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Those things will fuck you up.
Fascinating
shit. If you get involved in reading books like that, and you get. Your head gets filled with that kind of shit.
Quinn was like that too. Quinn read a lot of shit. And he would tell me to read stuff, and I remember he knew a lot about crazy mass murderers and shit. And I would start going, "What happened?" And he would tell me these things. And I remember telling my dad some of the shit Quinn told me about. I don't remember who, but I'd be like, and then this guy, and blah blah blah, and Ted Bundy, and this and that. And my father started getting like, my son a fucking murderer? Why is he talking so much about murderers so much?
Joey Diaz gave me this book called Murder Machine once, and it's about Roy DeMeo. You know who Roy DeMeo was?
I'm not sure.
He was a serial killer who worked for the mob, and he would kill people. Like they had a bar downstairs, and they had an apartment upstairs. He would kill people and then cut them up in the bathtub upstairs.
Yeah.
And just killed a bunch of fucking people. It's a horrific book.
Right.
And I remember reading that, going, Jesus, fucking, just knowing that there's people out there in the world.
Oh my God.
And you just get in the wrong fucking place at the wrong
guy shows up at your house. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah.
Wow. It was just like, those things are terrible to read before you go on stage, though.
Fucks your brain up. That's so funny that you ate it because of that book, man.
Oh yeah, I've eaten it a couple times because I did the wrong thing before I went on stage. One time I had a gig in New Jersey, and it was a college, and it was a weird place to get to. It was back in the day before navigation, so they would give you the directions over the phone, like go to 405 to get off this exit.
Right.
They give me the directions, and I get there. I leave early because they tell me it's really hard to get to, and I get there about a half hour early. But it was hard to get. I was like, Jesus Christ, this place is hard to find.
Yeah.
And I was working with JB Smoove.
Wow.
And JB was supposed to open, and I was supposed to close. And they said, JB's not here yet, so why don't you just relax in the rec room and sit down, and we'll tell you when the show's going to start. So I sit down, and I'm watching this documentary on the Malibu fires. And it's all these people, like people lost their family, lost their house, houses burned. This little kid walking around looking for his dog. Rusty, where are you, Rusty? Rusty, yelling for their dog. The dog's dead, right? And there was this fireman who was just weeping and crying because the people in this community lost his house. And then they come in the green room and they go, look, JB's not here yet, so we're gonna have you open up, and hopefully when you get off stage, he's gonna go up. I'm like, okay. And then fucking I'm crying. I was literally crying watching this thing about these people losing everything in these fires. It was horrific.
Oh my
God.
God.
And I went on stage, just ate shit.
That's terrible.
And then finally JB shows up, and he showed up, and he went on after me and murdered. He was loose and happy.
Right, he came in the right mood, didn't watch that shit.
And he's a killer anyway. He's very funny anyway.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, God, you can't do that. And I was with my girlfriend at the time, and she was like so disappointed in me, like,
wow. But she's seen you kill before.
Yeah, she knew I was funny.
It's
like,
funny, man.
Wrong with you? I gotta watch that fucking thing.
I have similar. It's not from watching something, or I have moments where I'm driving to a club and I'm in this fucking mood where I'm going, oh my God, I ain't gonna fucking destroy tonight. I have such a, like the last 2 hours I've been in the right mood. maybe some fucking song comes on. I'm like, oh, fuck, that fucked me up a little bit, that song.
Yeah.
And then I walk in, then I'm in this fucking weird mood. I'm a little down. I get on stage. All of a sudden, I let the crowd own me. I'm like, what the fuck happened? I was so ready to kill tonight, and I fucking turned into something.
Yeah, you're in the car. Just yesterday morning, they let me know you were gone.
That's a good one.
Oh, no.
Yeah, man.
Suzanne, the plans they made put in.
Why am I here?
You get sad. You can't get sad before you go on stage. You got to
Sad.
protect your mind.
My wife helps me out sometimes when she sees my head spinning before I go up. She goes, "They're here to see you. They're here to see you.
Good.
They like you. You don't have to worry so much." I'll be like, "Oh yeah. Okay, they're here for the good time.
Yeah.
Then they're not testing you.
Right.
Go have some fun with them." I go, "Yeah, no, you're right." And then I go, "Fuck, let me go on happy," because the times I go on fucked up and being like, this guy's gonna like me, or am I gonna have to fight? I'm like, I have fucked up.
That's why, to me, one of the things I've realized early on is take people on the road with you. Because in the early days, when I was headlining, they would have like a local middle act and a local opener. And sometimes it'd be fun.
That's right.
And sometimes it'd be terrible. Sometimes you gotta be a douchebag.
Yeah.
And
they're like, why are you fucking closing?
Exactly. And they would step on your material. Like they'd see your set first night, and then they cover the same subjects.
Holy shit.
And they'd have to argue with them. Why
Forgot
are you doing
about that.
Hey man, you're doing one of my fucking bits. No, man, I've been doing that bit. Like, fuck you. Like there was like a lot of sabotage going on.
Right.
It just wasn't fun because then you'd be stuck in this town. You didn't know anybody there. You're just watching TV, go to the movies by yourself.
In the condo, yeah.
Depressing.
Yeah.
And so I realized, like, if you could go on the road with funny people, you're going to have fun.
Well, yeah.
It's good for them because they get a gig. So I just have to pay the opening act, and I'd have to pay for their airfare. And I would make less money, but I would have more fun. I was like, more fun is more important than anything.
Absolutely.
And it's more important for the show, too.
You go up in the right frame always.
And I know that the comics in front of me are going to be really good.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a good show.
Yeah.
I want the audience to have fun, but I want to have fun too. Yeah. So then it was a party. Then I'd be on the road with Joey Diaz, and we'd be having a party everywhere we go.
Yeah, he's funny.
We'd be just having fun, and it became family. It was like wherever we were. It didn't matter if we were in Ohio or New Jersey. It was us.
Daytime's fun.
Yeah.
Have dinner together, then go fucking do your shit, then stay up all night. Yeah, I know.
But Joey was such a wild card. This is back in the Joey, the cocaine days.
This is Coco, Joey. Coco. Yeah.
So I brought a second opening act in case Joey didn't show up.
Wow. Yeah. That makes some sense.
Because sometimes I didn't want to tell him he couldn't do the gigs. Hey, you're not reliable.
Yeah.
Because I loved him, and I love being. I'm like, the times that he's there are so magic.
Sure.
I want to make sure that he knows he's always got a gig. So I book him, and then sometimes I book him, and we do Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
And then I call him on Sunday. I go, hey, the show's 7 o'clock. I'm going back home. What are you talking about? You know I don't do Sundays. What are you talking about? You don't do Sundays. I told you, Joe Rogan. I don't do Sundays.
Oh,
like, you never told me you don't do Sundays. We have a show in an hour.
Yeah.
And so having a third opening act or a second opening act,
you got to do longer. Yeah.
Well, it would be like I'd bring Ari. So if it was me and Ari Shafir, is like, okay, Ari does 25 minutes, and then I'll do an hour and 15 or whatever, and we got a great show.
Yeah, man.
But if Joey shows up, okay, now we got a 3-man show.
Funny,
perfect.
Man. I love that.
So I scheduled it just so we'd always have some sort of a fail safe.
Yeah, it's fucking way more fun. Like when I will go out with the gang, good lord, we have a good time, man.
Yeah, you're having fun.
It's fucking, and you write shit.
Yes.
You want it because you want to make them laugh.
Exactly.
Instead of doing the same fucking shit over and over, you're just like, hey, I'm gonna try some new shit out tonight, and then your buddies come out and watch you, and it's exciting.
And you watch them, and you got to tag them, and you have a good time.
Steal their shit.
Yeah, but you're having a good time. Everyone's having a good time, which to me was like way more important than making X amount of $1,000 more. I'd rather give them that money, and then we all have fun. That to me was the best way.
Fucking when I was real young, I started at 17, and I had a car. And I used to get booked a lot because I would drive the good guys,
Right.
But I've noticed that there was always 3 of us, me and the 2 other fucking guys who were good, and they would have the best time together. They'd fucking think I sucked, but it was fine. I was just getting to be with the guys who were like 25. I was 17, 18. They were 25, shooting the shit, getting into trouble, but going on stage and destroying. But and then you see him fucking hanging in the hotels and shit, and always having the best night. And I'd be like, yeah, that seems like the way. I was on my own still. They would kind of be like, that fucking Adam guy, he'll take us home. But he's, I didn't think he was that funny. But fucking learn from seeing these superstar guys on the road. Fucking have fun.
Isn't it funny how sometimes those guys always think of you as that guy?
The relationships are the same.
Yeah,
exactly. They still like, hey, what's up? They're like, I know you fucking went on.
I remember when you sucked.
Yes, exactly.
Which is why you have to get out of your hometown.
To them.
Yeah.
You talk. I still let them own me. These guys. I'm like, yeah, all right. You did see me suck. You're right.
Well, that's why you have to get out of your town, because they always remember you as an open micer.
Hell yeah.
Like, I didn't get any like headlining gigs in Boston.
Wow. Where did you play? You played Stitches?
Stitches, Nick's Comedy Stop,
The
Connection.
What a room.
It was a great room.
Fucking
the
incredible.
little one was the best. Tight, low ceiling.
Low ceiling. That's the one I
seats.
Yeah, it was
stuffed in there, bumper to bumper.
It was packed.
It was
amazing.
Fucking time.
Played against Sam's. Was that?
Oh yeah. I did play it against Sam's. That place was great.
What was the one that was a Chinese restaurant?
Kowloon and Saugus.
In Saugus, right?
Yeah. When in the Ding Ho was the
Ding Ho.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that one.
Oh, I think that's the one I did.
That place went under a few years before I started. So when I came around, I had missed like the heyday of Boston comedy. It was like 84, and I came around in 88. That's when I started.
Gotcha. Okay,
so they would always talk about the Ding Ho, and there was all these killers like Lenny Clark, all these guys from the Ding Ho.
Didn't fuck with Lenny Clark. A lot of Tony V. Some of these guys, you just couldn't fucking. You just would watch them and go, how the fuck can I kill like that?
Well, those guys had, as you said, they had the same act for like 15 years. And that act was like hammered down like a samurai sword.
Yeah.
It was so tight. Like Don Gavin, so tight. You'd see his act like, Jesus Christ, this guy would murder.
Fucking Tommy Sledge. Do you remember he pretended to be a private eye? I backed off. I moved on. He was funny as shit. Some of those guys, and some of those ladies, man, they murdered and yeah.
Did you ever see that documentary when Stand Up Stood Out?
No.
Fran Salamita made this great documentary about the heyday of Boston comedy called When Stand Up Stood Out.
Right.
And it was all about the transition between these guys being these local comics that were as good as anyone in the world.
Yeah.
And then Stephen Wright becomes famous.
Wow.
And then Stephen Wright gets on the Tonight Show. He becomes this world. Was it Letterman or Tonight Show that he first did? I forget what it was, but he became huge.
Yeah.
And then they're all now. Everyone's like scrambling. Like, what did we do? We didn't have an act that translated outside of Boston.
Yeah, that's true. Back then, it was very Boston.
Very, very.
Stephen Wright definitely in my high school. Holy shit! Everybody knew It was like Rodney. He was like after Rodney.
You would repeat his jokes.
You couldn't believe it. And everyone was like, he's fucking so smart.
I used to work at a fire hydrant factory. You couldn't park anywhere near the place.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Ridiculous.
I think I tried to write like him in the beginning. I think I, as a stand-up, did like 10 different guys. I didn't know who I wanted.
Right.
I didn't know what was right. I was doing like Bobcat kind of shit. I'd do a character. I didn't know what the fuck. But Stephen Wright, we'd always, me and my buddy, we kind of try to write in that vein of a little weird and make you think. And what a cool joke. I don't fucking know.
But I also remember all those guys got popped by the IRS because they were. Yeah, they all got popped because no one was paying taxes. They were all getting paid cash.
Yeah.
And so they all got in trouble. I remember working at Nick's Comedy Stop. They offered you could get paid in cash or in Coke.
Yeah, I remember those days. Yeah.
That's how wild those days were.
Yeah.
And so these guys were just animals. They were all getting paid cash. They were drinking and partying every night.
Yes.
And they were headlining. And there's one time during the heyday where Nick's Comedy Stop had 3 rooms running simultaneously.
That's right. Yeah.
And they'd have 2 shows a night in each room. So these guys would do 6 sets.
Amazing.
And they were making bank. And they all had a deal. Yeah. Like the way Nick's had them set up where they were Nick's Comics exclusives. So they would just work for Nick's. But they gave you so much work.
Yeah.
You didn't want to branch out.
They booked the road too, right?
They've had a few road gigs.
I remember Bill Downs was.
Connection.
He used to book me on the road too.
I worked for a private investigator when I was starting out, when I was an open micer, and this private investigator was Bill Downs' cousin.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't find out about it until after I started working for him.
Wow.
And to this day, one of the funniest guys I've ever met in my life. Just never did stand up. His name was Dick Dolan. You call Dave Dolan, rather. He called himself Dynamite Dave, Dickless Dave Dolan. And he was Dickless Dave. He was fucking hilarious. I have a phone that he died a couple years back, but I have a phone that I saved that I'll never get rid of because it's got a voicemail on that phone from him where he called me up. It was like, I did a gig in Boston. I hung out with him. I was like, hey, Joe, like this. He was just a Boston character, just a hilarious dude. And he was cousins with Bill Downs.
Funny, man.
Which is just small
Bill Downs, what a guy. That guy used to book me all the time. And even when I would do bad, he'd be like, I heard it didn't go that good. I'd be like, yeah. And in my head, I'm like, okay, it's over.
Big guy.
Oh, yeah.
I call you big guy. Hey, big guy.
Yeah, hey, big guy.
I heard it didn't go that good, big guy.
Yeah, right. Yes, yeah, I know. But then he fucking give me another gig.
Oh, yeah.
In Quincy, there was some place in Quincy. I forget the name of that. The Naughty Pine.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever work for Dick Doherty?
I don't think so.
You never did Dick Doherty's Comedy Huts?
I don't
Dick
think
Doherty
so.
was the godfather. He called himself the godfather of Boston comedy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had a bunch of terrible gigs.
Was that like 88 on?
Yeah, 88 on. Yeah.
I fucking was in the scene in Boston more from 84 to 88.
Okay, so you were in the heyday. So you got there like right.
I got there. It was huge. I wasn't great. But then, buddy, all of a sudden, I got on Saturday Night Live, I don't know, 89 or something. And those same guys would come see me. All of a sudden, I got big in the colleges. I was doing these fucking giant shows. Back then, it was unbelievable, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 seats. And the guys that I used to eat it in front of would come do the gigs with me. And they'd watch me and they'd be like, that fucking loser's killing now? The fuck did that happen?
That's again the thing, when they see you in the beginning, they never respect you.
Right.
They remember you sucking.
Yeah, they were right.
They were right back then.
Yeah.
But it's hard for people to accept that you grew.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
That's true. It's like some fucking pro athletes. It's like Jordan fucking wasn't the man for a while.
Right. He got cut from his high school team, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Shit's gonna happen in every profession. That you just got to figure out what you just got to practice.
Did you always want to be on SNL, or was it something that came up?
Kind of. I didn't even know. It wasn't the thought. I wanted to be a movie star. I was cocky and telling my friends in college, I'm going to be a fucking movie star. They'd be like, why? Why would you be a movie star? Look at you. You got fucking, I'd be like, you don't get it, man. I'm fucking, and I thought I was good looking too. I thought I was good looking. Like now I go, how the fuck did I think? I know I'm normal looking, but I thought there was something fucking attractive about me that people are going to be like, that's a fucking stud right there. And no, I think I was doing stand-up. Dennis Miller said good shit about me to SNL people, and then Sandy Wernick was my manager, and he knew all of them, and they got me an audition, and then I did it, and then they hired me asked me to be a writer, and I remember saying to Hurley, who knew more about SNL, I didn't watch SNL that much. I was kind of lost. They were like, it's really good. Dana Carvey's incredible. I go, yeah, he's great. And I was like, but I kind of want to get in the movies. And they were like, and my buddies were like, you should do SNL if there's that choice, And
so you were thinking about not doing
I wasn't sure. I was kind of like, let's see. I'm not a writer. So why am I going to become a writer? It doesn't make any sense. I'm not even that fucking good at that.
What was the audition like? What did you have to do?
I did stand up in Chicago Improv. It was me, Rock, Dana Gould, and a couple other guys. And I did decent. And the SNL people thought I wrote some funny shit. Lauren thought I wrote some funny shit. Robert Smigel thought I had some shit. And then I got on.
Wow.
And Spade was on.
How old were you?
I was 23.
Whoa.
Yes, that was big.
That's nuts.
That's as cool as it gets. Yes.
What was that feeling like?
It was all of a sudden it became like you were in a rock band, because I had, Farley got on and fucking Rock and Spade, and we would walk down the street, and Schneider and Norm, and we all, Tim Meadows, we were just always together. So there was this crazy band confidence.
Wow.
You know, if anyone talked shit about the show, we were at a restaurant, like, it wasn't that good this Saturday. We were just like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, we were fucking ready. Because there were so many of us, you know? It was like, but then when you're alone and somebody says, I saw you, you're kind of like, oh, yeah. You know, there's something cool about having a bunch of guys with you.
Oh, yeah. With confidence. Yeah, you got a team.
Yeah.
23. What was it like when it was popping? Because you were on a great era of SNL, too. Yes. Look at that fucking cast.
Yes.
Hartman to Met. Look at that fucking cast.
Oh, fucking
look how young Spade looks and Rock. Oh, my God.
Cute, yeah.
Al Franken. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Look at that cast.
That's when he was in the cast that year.
Wow.
Nealon, everybody loved, and Ellen Cleghorn I knew from the comic strip.
Wow.
And Melanie, Julia, all cool. Very tight but we all love Nealon. Every comedian loves Nealon. Everybody like the way he dropped jokes in and fucking smooth as hell.
Isn't it crazy looking at yourself back then?
I fucking don't know what I was thinking. Spade sent me a fucking skit we did like 6 months ago. I was like, this is the first time this ever happened, Spade. I don't fucking remember that 1 ounce. I didn't even know what that thing was about. I don't remember what it was, but I didn't remember saying any of those words. I didn't know what the jokes were. I didn't know what the fucking ending was. And he's like, you don't? So I don't fucking remember that one. You did? He goes, I sort of did. But it was weird. That's how I know I've been doing this so fucking long with this shit. I know I've been doing this shit long when somebody comes up to me, a big famous motherfucker, and we go, hey, man. And I go, hey, nice to meet you. And he's like, nice to meet you. We met. And I'm like, I fucking didn't remember meeting you? What the fuck happened?
Well, your brain gets overwhelmed with people.
Yeah.
You know that number, Dunbar's number? Do you know what that is?
No.
Dunbar's number is a principle that you can only keep like 150 people in your head at any given time. And then there's some people that you can keep kind of like in a distance, like acquaintances. But there's like a tight group of a small number. And then as it branches out, it gets to like 150. Everything after that is very sketchy.
Wow.
And when you're famous, you're constantly meeting people, which is very unusual for human beings.
That's right. Yeah,
very unusual. Also very unusual that they know you, but you don't know them.
Right.
So there's this weird thing.
Yeah.
Where you go, nice to meet you, like we met. Like, I forgot. Sorry.
Yes,
it's not like I don't like you. It's not like I don't care. I'm not mean.
I got
it's
hit
just my
with
brain,
a bunch of them today, yeah.
Yeah, your brain's overwhelmed with people.
Right.
There's no room. You don't have room. It's like,
Right.
remember the old phones where you can only keep like 100 contacts?
Uh-huh.
You only had that's all the phone. It had like one fucking little tiny hard drive.
Yeah.
And once you got over a certain, nobody keeps 100 people on your phone.
That's funny.
And that's all it could take. And that's how your brain is. Your brain doesn't have room for all these people.
Yeah.
So it's not even your fault. It's like your brain's not designed to be famous. No one's brain is designed.
Never thought of it like that.
That's what it is.
That's great.
And then when you've done so many things, like as many things as you have, it's just normal that you're going to forget.
Yeah.
When the pandemic was going on, my kids found out about news radio. Like they didn't know about it because I don't.
You don't talk about your shit, yeah.
Well, they're fucking. They're not impressed by me. My
No,
kids diss me all the time.
Right.
They're always cracking jokes with me. It's fun. It's like it's fun. We talk a lot of shit, but it's fun.
Yes.
But they watched me on news radio, and I watched one of the scenes. I was like, I don't even remember this at all.
Oh, you had that too, right?
Oh yeah, I didn't remember it at all.
Don't remember being there. Don't remember that room.
Remember not occasionally. I'll remember like 4 or 5 episodes. Oh yeah, I remember that one. That was a fun episode.
That's funny, man.
Yeah, but it's weird. Your brain just doesn't have any room for it. It's almost like it's a lie. Like, I didn't do that. This is a lie. This is
oh, my God.
This is AI.
By the way, not one time have I ever looked back at that shit from 30 years ago and go, whoa, was I good? I'm always like, jeez, what the fuck were you doing? What a fucking horrible performance there.
Well, I think that's probably a good sign. That's a sign of a person who's not egocentric. And
right.
Kind of have a good sense of who you are.
Yeah, yes, I hope so.
The people that think everything they did is amazing. You ever go over to someone's house and they might want you to watch something that they've done? Like, don't make me do this.
Oh, that's a toughie.
Don't make me do this. Hey, go watch my reel. No,
that's a roughie.
Don't make me watch this.
Yeah. You can say to me, you don't want this. Don't do this, man.
Don't do this.
This is for the best.
Also, I'll start shitting on you. If you play that, I'm gonna start shitting on you.
That's funny, man.
It's got to be a bizarre feeling to be 23 years old and be on an iconic television
Oh man,
show.
I was fucking never more excited to call home and talk to my New Hampshire buddies and be like, I mean, remember all that shit I said that was going to happen? It's fucking happening. I don't have to bullshit right now. It's really going. And then when I would get on the show, say one line, whatever, it was just like my parents, my family, my friends, just like, that was incredible. You know, I would play the busboy or the delivery guy. It just says half a line, and it was like, holy shit, you did it. You're on TV, man.
Wow.
My first TV show was Showtime at the Apollo. I did that. That was my first thing I ever did.
Wow.
And they fucking sent a limo to pick us up. I lived in Chelsea.
How old were you then?
I think I was 18 or 19. I think it was 18.
Whoa.
18.
That's crazy.
Went on, and it was the second episode ever of Showtime at the Apollo. The first was Rock, and Rock cursed so much that they didn't use his shit. So I was like the first comedian to be on. I forget. The host was what's that great guy? He's in the movie.
Is this it?
Yes, that's Melba Moore. Oh my God, yes. This one goofy guy, terrified.
Look at that face.
Fucking young, dumb.
So I take a cab to come here, right? Cab driver, maybe having a little bad day.
I don't know what's happening there.
We're driving along, and he killed a dog.
How painful is this to watch?
Hurts. Hurts. Yeah. Hit mute. Yeah, no, I fucking, yeah. I can't say I was very good back then, but I had some fucking confidence.
What was the first movie you did?
First movie I did was pretty awesome. 22, moved out to LA, did stand up at the Improv. It's probably my third time ever. I get off stage, 2 or 3 nice youngsters, director, writers, came up to me, hey, that was good. You want to be in a movie? I said, yeah, for sure. They were like, okay, we're going to make a movie. We're doing a movie on a boat. I said, okay, when? Next week we leave. I go, okay, great. I said, so do I have a big part? They go, well, you're the star. I go, okay, cool. So I go home. I tell Judd, I was with all my buddies, and Judd comes over and goes, what happened? I said, they said I can start. And I go, he goes, do they have a script? I go, oh, I don't know. I didn't even know there were scripts. I knew nothing about it. And then I just fucking went on a boat for 6 days and shot this movie. At the time, it was called The Unsinkable Shecky Moskowitz, but now it's called Babes Ahoy. And I was 22.
Wow. And you were the star of the movie?
I was Shecky.
Whoa.
And I don't know how it happened. Milton Berle was in it.
Whoa.
I had a scene with him, and so I got to tell my parents I'm doing great.
What was Milton Berle like?
Very nice.
I heard he shows everybody his cock.
It was accidentally seen, if I remember, that big hog of his fell out of his shorts, and
he had a monster hog.
And
apparently it would show everybody his hog.
Imagine that. Now getting to show your dick and being there.
Look
He
at
is.
you.
Yes. By the way, I was in shape then. Yeah, that's Adam.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's me. Skinny. And that's I get shut down by a girl there, and that's when I was fucking young and happy.
22 years old.
22.
Wow.
Thanks for showing that. It's good without volume.
And then what?
I don't know what happened, man.
It's painful.
Whenever my kids see that shit, they're like, why did you talk like that? I don't know. I was in acting class at school, and I did a scene. I thought I did great, and then how they open it up to the class to say shit. One kid goes, why is he talking like that? And in my head, I'm like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Why does he use that dumb voice? I was like, what fucking dumb voice? But then I watched the shit back and I go, well, that kid was right, man. Fucking pathetic.
What was the first big movie you did?
I was in Bobcat Goldthwait made a movie called Shakes the Clown.
I remember that movie. That was a great fucking
That
movie.
was exciting. Yeah, that was good.
That was the alcoholic clown movie.
Exactly. And Bobcat was funny as shit. And he made me and Blake Clark, we were his best friends. And that was it. That was the big time.
Wow.
Loved it.
Shakes the Clown. That movie doesn't get enough love.
That was big. That was like a lot of people liked it when, it wasn't a massive hit, but it was cool as shit.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a crazy movie.
Yeah.
It was like Bobcat stretching his wings. Is this before, after Police Academy?
I think
it was
he did
after.
Police Academy first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, man, you got every fucking thing ready to go. Julie Brown.
Down, Julie Brown.
Yeah. Wow, man. Yes. There's Bob on the ground. Or I think there's Bobcat.
Wow.
Yeah. And Florence Henderson was in it. There he is. Yeah, he knew what he was doing, Bobcat.
Yeah.
He knew how to direct. I didn't even know what he was talking about back then. He's like, I'm directing. I was like,
well, he directed the first episodes of the Chappelle Show.
He did?
Yeah. I was in New York, and I was walking down the street, and I was doing Caroline's for the weekend.
Wow.
And I was just walking down the street, and I ran into Bobcat. And I go, hey, man, what are you doing? He goes, oh, I'm here with Dave Chappelle. We're doing this show. And I ran into Dave, and Dave had a fake mustache on. I go, Dave, what are you doing? He goes, oh, hey, Joe, you want to be on my TV show? I was like, okay. What do I got to do? I go, I only got like an hour. He goes, we're handing out medals for the best New York boobs. And so he gives me this box of medals, and me and him just walk around with this box of medals. This is like 2001-ish, something like that. Yeah, look at this.
Wow. So funny. Oh.
So you had, I mean, you could never do this today. You got the best New York
wow,
boobs.
look at you.
Yeah.
Fucking A. Wow.
And it was
so
just
funny.
completely random.
Shit, he's just like Dave Chappelle there, too. He wasn't coming up with a new guy. He's very
like
sure
he's got his arm on her boobs. You go to jail for that today. You go to jail for that today.
Yeah.
It was just Bobcat was directing it.
That's so funny.
Yeah, just complete random run-in to Bobcat in the middle of nowhere.
That's cool, yes. And he was older than us, where he was like, he knew his shit. And
well, he was a guy that, like, you know, Bobcat had that crazy act early on where and then he decided he didn't want to do it anymore.
Yes,
and then he would just do stand-up. And people were like, hey, where's Bobcat?
Yeah, right.
And like, fuck you.
Yeah,
you know?
he fucking had, he stayed strong with quitting it.
Yeah, he had to stay strong with quitting
he
it.
did a show with me about a year ago. Came out a couple times, I think, and fucking murdered.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah.
He was always a very funny stand-up.
Yeah.
But he was trapped in that character that he did, that screaming, crazy, pull your hair out character.
Yes.
You know, it's like there's guys that have characters like Emo Phillips. He had that.
Wow,
crazy,
yeah.
And
I loved him.
Yeah, but you can't do that when you're 80.
Yes, I know.
I know. It's like,
but
you're
I was
trapped.
trying to do that. That's what I'm saying. When I was young and I wasn't doing well, I was like, I started doing a guy who was drunk on stage. I started doing a guy who was very nervous. I don't know. I was going for that shit too.
Just trying to find it.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be comfortable on stage, you know?
Right.
And that's what you had going on your live show. I was like, oh shit, comfortable, fucking not terrified. You sat in moments, not easy to do.
I was in the zone.
You were in the zone. How about the fact that you got in the zone when there are times when you walk on stage in these pressure moments, you just go, I'm here. I'm talking, but I'm not here right now.
Right.
My mouth is moving. I don't know what the fuck is going on. You didn't have that, though.
Well, I'd been through a bunch of those before. So I knew never to let that happen when I was out there in the live show. And it's also why I was scared of doing it. So I just really over-prepared. It's big. I made sure that when I got out there, I just said to myself, everything that I'm talking about, every time I want to be only thinking about that subject. I'm not going to let my mind deviate or go, oh my God, this is going good. Don't fuck this up.
Shit.
Don't fuck up this segue. Don't fuck this up.
That's funny.
You can't think like that. You have to. I felt like when I'm at my best, I'm only thinking about the thing I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And then you lock the audience in.
Yes.
I think stand-up is a form of hypnosis.
Yes.
Do you think so too?
Absolutely. Yeah. I get exactly what you're saying.
You lock them in to the way you're. And when I'm seeing a guy kill on stage, I'm locked in to the way they're thinking. I'm letting them think for me. I'm just like, think for me.
Right.
You know, and they're like, this is so funny.
Yes.
And it's like, it's a form of hypnosis. And I said, the only way that that's going to really work is I have to just be completely dialed in. Like I wrote out all my bits. I listened to recordings. I watched videos. I prepared for 5 hours the day of the show.
Wow.
Just watching video. I went to the gym. In the gym, I'm listening to my
to your own
set.
shit. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just like, I want to be just dialed
I get
in.
like that. Yeah.
100% dialed in.
Oh, that's a fucking great feeling.
Yeah.
When you go, I know all my shit, man. Because sometimes I'll do a tour, then I'll break down for 2 weeks because I got, I can't be gone too long. And then I go, oh shit, I got a gig again Friday, and then I listen to the shit. And then I start going, oh yeah, fuck.
You forget tags.
Oh god,
yeah.
But then that 2-week break on a tour, and then you go back out, man, you're psyched to say that shit again.
Oh yeah.
And you come up with other shit to say. And
yeah, but you do have to go over the material. Your brain doesn't remember anymore.
No.
Like your stuff just goes away.
What about you with having shit that steps on? The hardest part of doing an hour is fucking having the 10 minutes up front not hurt the fucking next time. It's just so crazy.
I cut a lot of stuff. You know? But it's been 6 years since my last special. Like I said, I was thinking about doing a special in August of 2020.
Yeah.
Then the country shut down, and then I didn't do stand-up for 8 months. And when I did do stand-up again, I remember I had to listen to old recordings.
Yeah.
Luckily, I record everything. So
that's good.
I have all my recordings on my phone, so I listened to stuff,
smart,
and then
man.
I had to write things out. But I remember the first set that I did the Houston Improv, and I hadn't done stand-up in forever. And I remember when I was on stage, I was like, "Ooh, this is weird." I had never in my whole career. I got knee surgery, and from my knee surgery, I took 2 weeks off. It was like the most I'd ever taken off ever. And I think one other time I took a month off for some reason. I forget why, but that was weird too. But that was like when I was in the middle of a bunch of other stuff. I was just working so much, I didn't have any time. And then I remember don't do that again, because it feels awkward to get back. But 8 months was crazy.
Yeah,
it's just such a bizarre feeling.
Yeah, you forget how to do it.
Yeah, but it's kind of even just 2 weeks. Take 2 weeks and go back on stage again. You feel weird. Like, what am I doing?
It's all new shit in your brain again.
It's also the experience of doing it is weird.
Yeah.
You know how to do it, but it just it doesn't feel comfortable.
What a fucking odd feeling when you think about going on stage and just going, I'm basically telling all you people, just watch me for an hour.
Right.
Just watch me. It's worth your time.
I know you drove. You got babysitters.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, you bought tickets in advance. You planned your day out.
What a psycho of a human being to just go, let me fucking come look at this.
Yeah, you have to be out of your fucking mind, or just really prepared.
Yeah,
You'd
man.
be so prepared.
My special, this one, I did probably 2.5 hours of shit, and had to cut it. Josh Safdie and we all had to pick the shit we thought was the right shit. But I did have so much shit. And by the time I did the special, I just came off the road, and so I just had.
Where'd you record it?
We a place in Glendale, a little theater.
Oh, cool.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I pee for one?
Yeah, we can wrap this up. We've done 2 hours and 40 minutes.
We did?
Yeah.
We've been in that long?
Yeah, we've been in
fucking insane.
This is the setup.
That's my first Netflix.
I like the backdrop. The backdrop too. It's just normal.
That's cool. Yeah,
it's cool. Like, did you set it up like that, or is that just what it looked like back there?
That was it. That was that theater. I forgot the name of that theater. It's a cool.
So just left it the way it looks.
Perfect. Yeah. That actually, that day was, Paul Thomas Anderson, the great guy and a great director. He shot that shit.
How many people are there in the crowd?
That one there. That's that first special I did like 5-6 years ago. Some are like big ass joints, like big arena things. Some are like 200, 300.
But the new one
was only like, I don't know, 200 people, 250.
Oh wow!
It was real small.
Nice. That's a great way to do it too, because the people that are in the audience, there's 200 people. So people at home, it's going to be like you're there instead of being in an arena where you feel disconnected. You can laugh at the jokes, but you don't feel like you're there.
That's exactly what. So Josh Safdie, he directed it. He wanted it to feel like you're getting to hang out with me, and it's kind of like just shit goes on throughout the show that wasn't supposed to happen. And that's that. It shows me before a show, during the show, and after the show. And man, we had fun. It is a great fucking vibe, that place. That was not a comedy club. It was just a little theater that they do. These people bought a theater. They put on little plays there and shit. And then Josh liked it, and they made it kind of feel like a stand-up.
That's awesome. And when is it out? What day?
The 27th. August 27th. Yeah.
Okay, it's a couple weeks from now.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Congrats on yours. Congrats
Thanks,
on
sir.
everything,
Thank you.
buddy.
Thanks. Congratulations to you too.
My piss ended the whole thing. I
No,
appreciate
it's all good.
it. All right, right on, man.
It's amazing you hung in this long. A lot of people, an hour and a half in, they start clamping up.
That's good, man. I just mentally said I got to get past that pissing, man.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here.
Good
too.
to see you, Joe. Congrats.
Thank you.
Keep up all the good work. Say hi to your family too.
Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Okay, we're up now. So what were you guys talking shop about? What did you ask? What was the question?
Okay,
you asked, Jamie?
Jamie's gonna fucking run a train on me.
I felt that there was some controversy.
There was some tension. There was some
a little tension.
When we had the lovely dinner after your show. We went at it a little bit, and we had a little disagreement about compression technologies, preamps, cloud lifters. You know,
what is your position?
Well, my position is okay.
Hold on.
It's coming from a different place, though, also. So
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, very different. Let's just say financially, we're coming from a very different place. But I try to use the Shure SM7B. We actually got for my podcast, Tussisööt, shout out. Here we are. It's Estonian. You're not gonna. Well, AI. Maybe.
What did you just shout out?
Tussisööt. It means direct translation is pussy munchers. It's my podcast.
Oh.
Yeah.
So is it in Estonian?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And
do you think Spotify will translate it to English? Maybe you'll be the first that goes the opposite way.
Bro, if AI translate this podcast, I'm fucked, you know?
Oh.
Yeah.
Take it down. See, this is the thing. They're going to do that.
I know.
Spotify's going to do that.
But they don't get my charisma and timing down, though.
No. Also, sense of humor, sarcasm. And when you translate things to English, you sound like a Nazi.
I will be a Nazi.
That's the problem with satire and humor, and what is, for lack of a better term, it's called talking shit. Okay, and this is what we do on podcasts. This is what we do in the green room. This is what me and my friends love to do all the time. Right? We do that all the time. We say things we don't mean because it's funny. We say things that are inappropriate because it's funny, and it is 100% done with fun. And the problem is today, people like to take things and pretend you're saying something when that's not what you're saying.
Yeah, there's a funny comedian in Canada. He's an American dude who moved to Vancouver. He's Dino Archie. He used to say off-the-record talk.
Right. It's shit talk. We're not saying things that we mean. We're saying things that are fun to say. But what I was going to get to before we did is that the thing that Jamie told me about. And I said, well, Tulsi Gabbard was the first person to tell me about it. So I was talking about how great Tulsi Gabbard is, about if you really wanted a great Democratic candidate that was a woman of color, congresswoman for 8 years, served overseas in a medical unit twice. It's where she got that gray streak in her hair. She's like an exemplary human being.
She likes my Kill Tony bits on Instagram. So.
And they tried to say that I was talking about Kamala Harris. So they edited it out of context.
Dude, I've seen your edited videos with ads because...
Yeah, there's a lot of AI ads that aren't really me.
Because Estonia is in Eastern Europe and the Russian bot system in that country...
It's crazy, right?
Bro, it's crazy. I've seen fake podcasts where there's a guy on your podcast, which never has happened.
Right.
And the guy has a Shure SM7B. Not this mic stand, let's be honest. It's some shittier version. And the backdrop is similar, but you can tell it's not that podcast.
Right. But you can do amazing things now with AI. You know, you could do it with video editing for sure. Like you could just have a guy splice in him being in this chair, me being in that chair. And if you did it right and you spent your time on it, you could make it very convincing. And that's just the beginning, man. There's a podcast with me and Steve Jobs. I never met Steve Jobs. There's I think it's 40 minutes long. How long is the podcast with me and Steve Jobs? But it's a completely AI generated podcast. It's just audio. But from what I've heard, you can kind of tell, but it's getting close. It's getting to the point where you're not going to be able to tell. You know, when you hear enough computer-generated sentences, you're going to catch little glitches in the matrix. You know, it's going to sound a little off.
But you can only catch those glitches in the matrix because you're a person who's also around technology, internet, so you kind of see the scam going on.
It's not a super visible scam. It's like
Exactly.
I see it scam. Yeah. So how long is it, John? 20 minutes. Okay. So it's just me. Let me hear some of it. Personality. They seem to have a soul in a way. And some people almost get religious about this stuff because it's so powerful and it means so much. Is that good?
If a company gets to the point where it's successfully doing a few things, you don't have to try and do everything. We're in the process now of trying to cut the things we're doing so that we can concentrate on the few that are really high on our priority list. Because if you try to do too many things, none of them get done well.
Well, that transition.
Focus on a few and make sure those
The transition's clunky, but even more importantly, the sound is very different between where the environment that I'm talking in, the environment he's talking.
For sure.
So either he's not in the room, which I don't do. I don't do Zoom calls. Those suck.
Yeah.
Or, you know, that's fake.
Yeah.
It's only two options.
If an audio engineer just tweaked it for 2 minutes, they could make it sound so much better.
Oh yeah, you can
compression.
Yeah, you could 100% make it sound like you could 100% make it sound like we're in the same room, but they didn't.
Yeah.
But this is also like how many months old? I think that's
that
like
was 2 years ago.
Oh, crazy! So what they have now is way better. It's way better. It's getting to the point where we're not going to know. And
for sure,
we're not going to know what things are real, what you can generate. I'm sure you've seen these the new Unreal Engine, the most complicated video game engine. What is it called? Engine 5? Is that what it's called? It's like, this is spooky.
Yeah, for
this
sure.
It's so good. It's spooky. It looks like a damn movie, like a real movie.
Like in Estonia, the movie industry is moving really well, and the government was financing for a while the building of like a movie factory, or like a whole, like a production studio. So, which could bring more revenue to the country. Great idea,
right?
But it's been paused now, and people are like, why isn't it making? But I know exactly why it's paused, because they're waiting to see how this AI thing plays out.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, green screens and shit, that might be like fax machines, bro.
Yeah, it might be like Morse code.
Yeah, exactly. And it happens like this.
Well, you saw that Tyler Perry shut down the plans to build this enormous studio. He's going to build an $800 million production studio. And he saw Sora.
Tyler Perry.
He's the guy that does all those Maeda movies. He's got a bunch of TV series.
I thought he's the Extreme Makeover guy. Move that bus. Remember that guy? Dude, that was my shit.
No, he plays a lady in a bunch of famous movies.
Yeah, he's that.
Maeda.
Yeah.
So anyway, Medea, that's right. Sorry. The point is, obviously, super successful dude, and has this enormous. This is the Unreal 5 engine. He has this enormous production company that he's about to build, and he goes. He sees Sora, and he's like, "What? You guys can do this now?"
You got to see how that plays out,
dude. It's gonna play out real strange.
Yeah.
Because what you see already. So this is the video game. This is hard. This looks pretty good. This is not as convincing as some of the other footage that I saw, the nighttime footage. There's something about daytime footage that looks a little clunky or a little better.
Oh, that's more reflections.
Yeah.
I went to Red Band's place.
This is pretty wild.
And tried the AI for the first time in my life.
Oh, nuts.
He was saying like he has a second life and they are happy with his girlfriend there and they're like living in a whole nother world there.
Well, Red Band's slightly insane.
I know. But the way he was describing to me, I imagined it's like the Neo where I put the thing in the back and I'm happy now. But it was it was literally PlayStation 2 graphics.
Whenever I want to nerd out about electronics, it's always Red Band. We always talk. We always talk about the newest phones or the newest this or this does that does this.
Yeah.
Like he's just a techno nerd.
Yeah.
He loves that shit.
And he's already giving up on this life because he knows VR is here.
That's such a Red Band move.
Every time I tell him to eat something healthy.
But you know what? AI's taking over. I'm just going to get my brain teleported.
Exactly.
That's the ultimate leap, right? Imagine if they get to a point where they say, we can download your brain into a computer, but you will cease to exist right here, right now. And you just have to assume that it's whatever consciousness is in your head is your life. And it's not just a faction of that consciousness being in a very particular state and time, that consciousness being attached to this particular biological body in this particular place. Like, what makes you you? And if you take that shit out and stick it in a machine, what kind of horrific existence is that? What's screaming into the abyss, unattached from a body, but trapped in a newly created computer dimension because you didn't get to go to heaven because you got trapped in a metal box. And maybe that's how the aliens contain souls. Maybe that's how they get them.
Matrix was basically that whole.
That's the thing. Get you to think that you can download your soul into a computer. Like, wait, I'm going to live forever. Going to download my soul into a computer. And what all you're doing is you're so smart that you're stupid enough to think that technology is capable of recreating you as a whole, not just your consciousness, but what if your fingernails have memories, motherfucker? What if your whole, what if it all is a part of a system, and disconnected from that system, your soul is just like, just separated from love forever.
That was what I really liked in the Matrix franchise. Remember when they got out of the Matrix, they went to Zion? There was that scene where they were fucking, and then there was that scene where they were dancing, and the whole thing, who's the fucking, Morpheus was explaining that, yeah, you're not feeling the things with your physical body in this Matrix world, you know? You're going through, it's just the synapses are firing in the machine. And I remember, because I was like a teenager when I saw that movie, and I remember that scene when they were fucking, and I was like, oh shit. See, that's the thing, if you download your brain into a system, and then they came back, the world was shitty. Remember how shitty Zion looked? Like, Grace got terrible, no beaches.
Like us in 50 years.
And then they were eating, remember that food, everything the body needs. Remember that cold?
Yeah.
But I remember when they did that dancing scene, I remember that, like inspiring a thought where I'm like, maybe even if there is a secondary fucking AI world that comes,
there'll be rebellion.
See, that's what I'm saying.
No question whatsoever.
That's why I love when people go, is AI gonna destroy stand-up comedy? I always love to say that stand-up, luckily, is the art form that can comment on its own demise, kind of, you know?
Yeah.
Like, even if AI creates the perfect act, the perfect laughs per minute, there's gonna be, you're gonna be able to comment on how fucked that is, you know?
Yeah.
So
100%. And then on top of that, what we're really doing is we're performing for live audiences. So how's AI going to do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a thing that happens when you see a singer on stage. When someone's got an incredible voice and you see him sing, and that voice just echoes, or someone like Gary Clark Jr. is playing guitar, where you're in the room while they're hitting those keys, you're like, God damn.
And then there's the story. It's not even only the technique and the incredible voice. It's also
a human experience.
The history of his experience.
Yeah.
I remember when I was like 19, I worked at a jazz bar. Didn't know shit about jazz. I don't know shit about music. I don't know how to play. Do you know how to play anything?
No, I don't know how to play anything.
Literally, I don't know how to draw or play, and like my hands just don't work like that. I tried guitar, it just doesn't happen. Dudes are just, and they're like, feel that nothing, this connection, nothing's happening.
Interesting.
But I remember working at that bar. There was like, there was a famous Estonian guy who was performing like an unplugged. He was like a rock star, and he was performing an unplugged version on the weekends, you know. And technically, he sounded amazing. He was an amazing guitar player, but he was a young guy, maybe only 5 years older than me. Technically perfect from the traditional training, the school. He had all the things. And for me, that sounds amazing, right? But then I remember we started having, because it was turning, we had blues nights on Tuesdays. And the owner would fly out from America, like New Orleans, these 65-year-old black dudes that live a rough life. You can see from their face, from the way they move, it's been a rough life. And the way they would sing, maybe technically, it wouldn't sound as clean. But what you would feel, because I was bartending, and I would look at the audiences and I would see them also, you feel it.
Right.
You can't explain. Dude, I don't know. Of course, later, when I got to befriend some musicians there, they would explain. They would be like, no, that guy, the other guy was doing the basic ABC, DDD. He's doing a whole different shit right now.
Right. So it's something that only the people that really know how to play recognize.
Like stand-up.
Right.
But I feel it.
I think that's the case with everything, man. I really do. I think that's the case with everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
Especially art.
I think everything that's a true form of expression. You know, even like chess. I think games people play. I think it exists in everything. You know,
because I even remember when there was peer-to-peer before torrents. It was peer-to-peer.
Sure.
What did you guys have? Kazaa, iMesh.
What do we have? What was that one?
We had them all.
Kazaa,
what was the one that
iMesh,
everybody used?
LimeWire.
What was the one that everybody used?
We started off with Napster, and then we went into Kazaa, LimeWire, and Morpheus.
Yeah, I remember the Napster days.
Metallica sued Napster, you know?
Yeah. Lars Ulrich was very upset.
Yeah.
And so was I had Paul Stanley from Kiss on the podcast.
Wow.
He's just flat out saying those people are stealing. They're stealing money. And, you know, my position, I was like, okay, a bomb just went off. And you could either recognize you have a hole in the ship, or you can go full steam ahead with the original plan, and this motherfucker's going to sink.
It's like that cartoon when Tom and Jerry, when he's trying to, the ship is sinking.
The moment music becomes a digital piece of information that can be uploaded to a hard drive, the moment that happens, it's over. So if you don't realize that the war has been lost and devise some sort of monetization of streaming platform, make it simpler, quicker, faster than anybody else's, and then get it up there quick, because like they should have done that the moment Napster came out. They should have hired like the best coders and said, okay, there is no way you're stopping this. Like we did, the dam broke, water's coming through, and record sales are gone.
Billboards,
record sales just went away
so quickly.
Guys were making millions and millions of dollars from record sales, and then they'd go on tour.
But even live touring was on a downslope because you didn't need to do that much. Record sales was the bag.
Right.
That's why Madonna went back on tour. I mean, I don't know this, but that's why
she probably also wanted to say what's up.
For sure.
Let bitches know.
For sure.
She's still around.
For sure.
You know.
But there's a lot of bands that went back on tour for that very reason.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Yeah. Their revenue dried up. Which is crazy that one of the biggest entertainment businesses in the world lost all of its sales revenue from recordings. I mean, I don't know. It didn't lose all of it. I'm sure some people still buy some of them. But like the drop off must have been crazy.
Because it was, remember, it was like you guys had not cassettes. What did you guys have? 8-track.
We had 8-tracks first, and then we had cassettes, and then we had compact discs.
Yeah, we only got cassettes. Then it was CDs. So the format was always changing, and then it was the Blu-ray and the Microsoft, whatever format they had, battle. So there's always that battle of data. Then for a while, like USBs were tried, when they would sell small USBs. Yeah. But then just the internet was like physical.
Yeah.
It was over.
Isn't that crazy? And not only that, it's way better. Imagine if YouTube was just a bunch of discs that you had to get.
Dude,
how stupid that would be.
But then again,
that's a good example of how much things have changed. Is the fact that YouTube exists, and that YouTube is not a stack of discs that you have to go to a library or a bookstore to get.
Yeah,
YouTube just exists instantaneously.
But then again, there was that magic of, I feel lucky at least to have that childhood where I remember that my attention was actually not raped by technology that much, but I had to actually look forward to consuming something and work, physical exertion to get it. Go to the DVD thing. You would read the back. You would look at the. You would put it. There's a more maybe commitment to consumption.
I think it's going to be very interesting when we look back on human beings, and I think we're in the middle of it right now, so we probably don't really objectively understand how much of an impact it's had on us, because it sort of trickled in slowly with just regular cell phones. And then, remember those sidekicks? People had the sidekicks that you could send texts on. It would go sideways. Remember? We were like, wow, that's crazy. That was next level. And then BlackBerries, if you were fucking serious, if you're really getting some shit done and answering some emails, you had a BlackBerry. And then when the iPhone came out, the whole game just fucking flipped on its head. And now all of a sudden everyone's connected to everyone everywhere, and everyone's anxious and freaking out. And I think that we grew up before that. And I'm older than you by far, so I grew up way before. How old are you now?
32.
Yeah, so I'm 57. No, I'm almost 57.
And you're also like,
days.
Yeah, those very important years.
That's the big transition years, because it was a series of factors that happened in my lifetime. Number one, answering machines. Like, what the fuck? You could call someone and leave a message, and you would come home and your answering machine light would be like a little dog. Like if the red light was going on, like, oh, someone loves me, someone loves me. And you go listen to your messages. Wow. And then it got to a point where you could call your own phone and get your answering machine to play you your messages. That was next level shit. Okay? Crazy technology. We couldn't believe it. You got to see caller ID, who's calling you. And then you get to call them back, *69, what's up? You know, and then VHS tapes come along. Maybe not even, and then. It was kind of along the same soup, because it all happened while I was in high school. So while I was in high school, there was probably answering machines before I was in high school, but I was aware of them in high school, then caller ID, and then VHS tapes. All that happened. So now all of a sudden, you could just get stuff and play it anytime you wanted to. So it changed like watching movies. You could pause it if you had to take a leak. The whole thing changed. People started watching movies at home. Blockbuster became a giant thing. Nobody would have imagined Blockbuster's going to go bye-bye. Nobody. It was the thing. You go to Blockbuster on Friday night. You see what's the fucking latest movies. Oh, great. There's one left.
Yeah, we had like Video Planet. It was like the top 5 most making money fucking companies in the country.
They were on an ice cube. They were on an ice cube and a hot
That's what I'm always wondering is, what is the industry right now that doesn't even know?
I think there's a lot of them.
Well, a lot of them.
I don't think it's I think AI is going to fuck up this system that we have going for us. Yeah. I think that's part of the reason why there's a lot of scrambling and clamoring for power right now. Because I think people have a real understanding at the highest level that we only have so much more time before this AI thing becomes one of the most enormous aspects of society. And the power consumption that it's going to need is astronomical. It's crazy. They're literally building nuclear power plants for these fucking things. And they're going full throttle. And we're headed towards whatever this is, and no one knows. And I think that's one of the reasons why governments are trying to crack down on social media and trying to control it and stop people from saying things. And in the UK, they're arresting people for saying certain things. They're trying to like stop this thing from overwhelming them. And you can't. It's going to overwhelm all of us. It's not just going to overwhelm government. It's going to overwhelm civilization. And it's going to happen in a bunch of stages, just like it happened with us, where we got caller ID, we got answering machines, we got VHS tapes, then we got computers, and we got online, and then we got 14.4, then we got 56K, and then you start seeing pictures show up, like they download them nice and slow, and then people got cable. Oh my God, you get cable internet. So people had cable internet where you could just like
remember how many pixels porn used to have? Like how low?
Oh, it was blurry as fuck.
I remember I had a point when I was like mom goes to store, and you know how you ask which store, so you know how much time you got in the bank. Right. And I remember like jacking off, and halfway through the video, it's 2 dudes. I just didn't. The pixels. It was just such shitty quality.
That's uncomfortable.
It was just very well.
Didn't you know when they were both sucking each other's dicks that something was up?
When there was.
Where is the girl?
When is she coming in? But it was like in a sauna in the dark, and I saw the dudes like a hog hanging. But he had a nice butt, and it all looked.
You ever been flashed in the sauna by a dude?
We only go naked, you know that, right?
Oh, in your country?
Of course. And if you have pants on, that's creepy and that's weird. If you come with pants, we would have an issue.
Really?
Because it's weird. What are you hiding? What's the thing? Do you have a boner? Exactly.
Oh.
What's going on?
Dude, just staring at my dick. I'd rather
we all stare at each other's dicks. I've seen.
Good luck with that.
Like in the green room. In the green room, comedians were talking about how many dicks they've seen in their lifetime. And I remember they were saying like numbers. Bro, I've seen 10. I've seen 16 to 22,000 dicks.
Do you think that's healthy?
Yeah. Yeah, it's normal, you know.
Normal shit.
Normal shit.
Just looking at dicks.
And then sometimes I remember in high school we all showered together. There was always one weird kid that would not shower with us, and you make fun of him, show me out. You know, what's going on? Why didn't you show us your dick? You know?
That's fun.
And then sometimes the shower would be a bit warm, and you would get a little bit of a vein going there. You know, you get a little
Not
bit
good.
of a 25%. Dude.
Not good. And then you're lathering it down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm trying to just fucking mentally just make it go away.
Yeah. Naked dudes in saunas is an odd thing.
I only feel comfortable when it's naked.
There was a I used to be a member of 24 Hour Fitness in Woodland Hills, California, and the guy who was the manager there was a cool guy. I used to talk to him all the time, my friend Eddie, and I used to live there. And he was the former manager of the West Hollywood one. So he said, he goes, bro, the West Hollywood 24 Hour Fitness, he goes, it was basically like a gay hookup spot. That's all it was. Like these guys would just go ham, just get after each other.
Oh yeah.
And like you'd have to say, hey, don't do that. But it's like you've got guys who want to fuck guys hanging out, all working out together, getting sweaty with like guy mentality. Yeah. You know, like, come on, let's do it here. Like, yeah, and they're doing it there. And there's all guys that are gay there. So they're like, what are you going to do? And he was like, dude, it was crazy. He goes, I used to have to stop people from fucking in the sauna.
The smell in the showers.
I'm sure they don't do that anymore, folks.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's all been cleaned up. But back then, he was telling me it was.
I can imagine
bananas.
that 24 fitness still existing, and then this podcast coming out, and there's just 800 gay dudes waiting to fuck. They're like, Joe Rogan, can you stop saying this is the suck and fuck spot?
Make sure make sure it's the right gym. I don't want to slander anyone, but there is a 24 Hour Fitness, right? Because I know there's another one. There's another gym like that, and I used to actually work out at a gym that was in a gay neighborhood. I used to have a bit about it. I used to work out at Gold's Gym on Cole, and it was in full-on West Hollywood, like super gay gym. But it was really close to the studio where we film news radio. So I just got a membership there. So I'd get off work and I'd go lift. And I'd just go lift with these like hungry gay dudes. These dudes were hungry, man.
Yeah. They like look at you and
they're friendly. Nobody fucked with me. Nobody like no unwanted attention or anything like that. But I didn't take a lot of showers there.
I remember there was an old guy at the gym.
It's right in Wilson Boulevard.
Yeah,
it's closed now.
Good. Okay, good. It's closed. Okay, so Gold's is the Gold's on Cole's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's the one that's not West Hollywood. It's like East Hollywood.
Yeah. Whatever it was gay.
Yeah.
But like men, you know, like big, hairy, muscular gay dudes looking for more of that. So it's like nice.
Men fucking men.
Yeah, it's like a wounded gazelle going through a pack of hyenas. Excuse me, pardon me, just want to get to the river.
I remember there was an older guy in my gym, and that was the first time I also experienced where it's like, it's an old guy, you know. I'm not threatened.
Right.
You know? I'm not threatened. But the look he had in his eyes just made me feel vulnerable for, you know, it's weird.
Because he wanted to penetrate you.
Because men have a certain, and I remember then I started thinking, and this was when I was like younger, and that was the first time I started thinking, oh shit, that's how women feel. Plus the physical.
Oh yeah.
Like, that's like Brock Lesnar looking at you like, you know, that's like a, you know.
Dude, I have had gay guys hit on me that I could kill, and it made me uncomfortable.
That guy.
Like, it just gets to this, like, hey, you know I'm not gay, so what are you doing? Like,
Exactly.
You're just trying to make me uncomfortable.
Exactly.
And you get nervous.
And this old guy would give me looks, and I would just feel, and it was the first time in my life, I'm just like, dude, I'm jacked, I'm doing fucking MMA, but I'm feeling vulnerable. Weird. And then one point in the shower, this was like, you know when showers have the booths, you know, the separation booths? Yeah. And it was me and him. So I go in the sauna. The gym is empty. I go in the sauna, I'm alone. And Dick's up. It's Dick Nation, you know. It's Estonian. So I'm in the sauna. I hear the shower door open. And in my head, I know. You know, in your head, you're like, there's other people at this gym, but let me bet. Because I saw him looking at me. I go, let me bet. And you know it. He comes in, he sees one towel up, you know, so there's somebody in the sauna.
Right.
He comes to the sauna. I wait for him to go to the showers first because I know if I go, the next booth over, this guy's joining. So he goes into the corner. I pick the opposite corner. And then at one point I'm shouting, and it's that human thing. It's that human thing where you feel something is or something tension. And I look through the fucking all the separation booths. They had a small gap that you can see through all of them.
And he's got shampoo, and he's going knuckles.
Other end, I just see his one eye like this, and his dick in his hand. He's not jacking off.
He's just holding on to it.
But something's going on.
He's getting ready. He's warming up. He's showing you that he's got a dick.
But then, and he had this look.
Serious.
Yeah.
Angry.
And I'm leaving the gym, and I'm passing, and I know the administrator girls working at the gym. I pass them, and in my head, I'm thinking, I just got like sexually assaulted, actually.
No,
right?
That's not assault. True. Don't be a baby.
Yeah, exactly. See.
No, he made you feel creepy.
Made me feel creepy.
Yeah.
So I feel, I can't keep this in. I turn around, I go to the administrator, I go, hey, and we're laughing about it. I go, this fucking old guy. And then we wait. And he takes like 40 to 50 minutes to come out of that shower. See, what I think is he's shameful. Because,
oh, yeah.
And he comes out, his face is red, he has a hoodie on, and he's just ran out of the gym, never came back. I think that's that post-nut, you know.
Well, he probably is embarrassed that he did it again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's probably one of those things. He's probably been kicked out of gyms before. Yeah. Like he's got an exit strategy.
Yeah.
That's what he does. He's a shower jerker.
Yeah.
Those exist. That's why I don't like walking around naked. Okay? Like if you were a woman and you have your beautiful vagina and they're co-ed showers, would you really be comfortable washing your butthole and your vagina in front of a bunch of men? No, of course not. We are. Gay guys are real.
Mm-hmm.
And your little booty hole and your little dick is out flopping around in front of them. To me, as a person who doesn't want any of that, I would imagine that I would not enjoy watching someone stare at my Johnson who wants it.
Mm-hmm.
Wants it taken. Piece of
Yeah.
No, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that's we don't need to think about that.
But I think we have just
men
culturally
think that way. That's why you can't have men in a room with naked girls.
We did that. That's though in our culture. We all. When I was a little kid, I saw grown pussy all the time in
This is why your country's so fucked up. You guys, you barely survived Viking wars, and then what's left over? You know, you're just a bunch of fucking maniacal crazy people showing each other's pussies and dicks to each other. I feel like something should be sacred. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have no problem with being around gay guys, but I don't think I should be showing them my cock. I don't think that's the right move. I also don't think ladies, as comfortable as you are naked, should be in a room full of men and just show your bare pussy. That seems problematic. It seems like it's going to cause issues for you. Like, I wouldn't do that if I was you. You know, if you want to wear a bikini, great, everything's covered. Which is like, how funny is that? The bikini thing is hilarious. You know, that there's this little tiny little piece of cloth, little tiny little
on Instagram, they have that
little Dorito.
And you see, all I don't see is the actual episode. But
by the way, I like it. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. Please don't stop wearing them. I think they're great. I like G-strings. I like girls with beautiful bodies expressing themselves and wearing whatever they want to wear. I'm just saying it's so different than shorts. Like if a dude wears Speedos, he's a freak, right? A dude in Speedos, unless you're in your fucking country.
Exactly.
But a dude in America in Speedos is a weirdo. Some dude in Speedos, that guy's a weirdo. If you don't have goggles on, if you didn't come from a long ass swim, you fucking weirdo. Why are you wearing Speedos? Everybody wears shorts. But ladies, that's Bert Kreischer.
That's Estonia. Every stepdad, every man I've ever seen growing up, I've seen their dick.
That's inflammation in its human form.
That is true. That is an inflamed body.
That's an inflamed body. I wouldn't recommend that. But that's what makes the G-string funnier, right? The Speedos, that's what makes all of it funnier. But it's funny, the difference between, like, okay, women's formal attire, right? So not even formal, but like, say, a woman who's a presenter on television, right? Skirt, no problem. Bare toes, open toed shoes, no problem at all. Have one of them ones that dangles off your foot a little bit, not all the way on. No one cares. Vagina curtain that covers about 12 inches from your waist down. That's fine. Boobs
all out,
pressed out together and pushed up and forward.
I love how that's
no
formal.
sleeves. No sleeves.
Yeah.
Bare arms, as much skin as you could possibly get without being naked, and to be dressed on television.
And that's formal.
Lipstick.
Yeah. They're always hot.
Painted nails, painted toenails.
Yeah.
Everything smooth and polished and shaved. That's fine. That's the news. This is totally fine.
And that's formal, you know.
Imagine if men in gym shorts and tank tops were giving the news. How fucking stupid it would look. Imagine if, like, all these people that you see on the news, imagine Don Lemon in his boxer shorts with a tank top on, giving the news.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what, like, a dress is.
For sure.
A dress with a skirt for those Fox News ladies. How is that different than me in, like, these shorts that I'm wearing right now and a tank top? How is it different?
It's just less threatening, maybe. And it's nice.
It's nice. I don't want to discourage it. I just think, how crazy is the difference between what men wear versus what women wear? We have a jacket on, like it's cold out. We have a fucking vest and a tie and a shirt and all this shit. And women can essentially be almost naked. Yeah. And you only assume they have underwear on.
That might be a thrill if you don't have underwear on.
Well, if she had underwear on, maybe you'd be able to see it through the garments from the outside. That would be terrible. That would ruin the look.
Ruin the look.
That would, no one's going to look at my pussy.
Have you ever had a girl like that? Did you go to a nightclub and they're not wearing underwear?
I have not. I would imagine that's a wild lady.
It's hot.
Yes.
I was one time dancing with a girl.
And she told you?
No, she grabbed my hand. We were holding. And she was, walking to the dance floor. You know how chicks just fucking push people out of the way.
Right.
And then we get to the dance floor and she pulls my arm. Like, oh, what is this? And it's soaking.
Damn. She's a wild one.
Wild one.
Viking babies. That's what that is. That's what it is. The survivor.
And she was strong out there.
Survivors.
She was really strong out there.
Of the massacres.
And she was living in Australia. She had one of those Jeeps that has one of those fucking things up front that kills the kangaroos,
Whoa. We saw one of those in San Antonio, right in front of the truck, or in front of the production trucks. You see that fucking crazy thing that guy had?
Super tall.
Over the top?
Yeah.
Oh, because they're big.
Because they're big.
Oh,
and it's just it looks Mad Max. It looks like I'm up front. Dude, it looks crazy. And she had that Jeep. She had like horns, and then the balls hanging from the back. The soft balls that they put in the back. They had that, and she was just a fucking wild one.
Wow. They had a kangaroo shield in the front of her vehicle.
Yeah. And this was like when I visited Australia, and in my head I was like, kangaroos are like cutie patooties, but when you go to Australia, they'll tell them like we hate them because they just keep jumping in front of cars.
Well, they're everywhere.
They're
now,
fucking
too.
everywhere.
They have a lot of kangaroos. It's a weird animal, man. It's a marsupial. Like, it's so strange. They have a pouch. They keep their babies in their skin. How'd they develop a backpack?
It is the insanest evolutionary. A little pouch.
Yeah. How?
A bag.
How does that? How does nature make you get a bag? That's so crazy. It's like one of the out of all the animals. So like, where the fuck did that come from? Like, if you look at a deer and then you look at an elk, you go, oh, I kind of see. You look at a moose, you look at a caribou, you're like, oh, I can kind of see. And they're like, what's that? And why is it only in this one spot?
Why does it jump like?
Yo, is that an alien? What is that thing?
Yeah.
Why did it develop on Australia and nowhere else? What the fuck is that thing? And how come there's nothing that can kill it?
And how come you stand on your tail and do like a Steve-O kick?
Kick you.
And do like a Steve-O kick.
They kick you hard.
Yeah.
They fuck you up. They disembowel people, man. You got to be really careful with those fuckers.
Oh, and
people die from the big ones. Are the big ones the gray ones? Are the gray ones the big one or the red one? And Eddie Ift went over there. He said he was walking through a backyard and there was like a 6-foot tall kangaroo.
Jesus,
he thought it was fake. He thought it was fake. He didn't know what it was. And his friend was screaming at him, turn around. Get the fuck away from it.
Jesus Christ.
The red kangaroo. That's the big one?
Dude, marsupial. That sounds like a fucking alien too.
100 pounds. So you got to think a 100-pound thing that could run 43 miles an hour, and it could probably strangle you. Like those ones that are jacked. You ever see the one that they choke out dogs and shit?
Course,
look at the fucking muscles on that thing.
Of course, dude.
What a freaky animal to have all over the place. But it just looks. Look at that one.
I've seen all those pictures, by the way.
That's one that went to my gym. That's Gold Gym. Look at that dude.
This guy.
Yeah, he's just chilling.
Flaunting giant muscles. Just like,
look at the fucking guns on that
what's
dude.
Up, player? What's
Can you
up?
imagine getting
What's
in
up,
a scratching match with that thing with
What's
its
up,
giant claws?
No, you're done. I mean,
they fuck you up, man. They're dangerous. And they're all over the place. But that was my question. Like, what was supposed to be killing them? Because there's no like infestations of wild animals like that unless something disrupts the ecosystem.
Huh.
You know, because you don't usually there's a balance, right? Like there's always going to be a balance between wolves and antelope or wolves and bears, wolves and deer, because they're going to figure out who wins. And if the wolves kill off too many of the deer, then their population's going to drop. They're going to run out of food, and there's going to be like some sort of consequences. And then their population drops down, and then the deer population comes back a little bit. Nature has a way of balancing itself out in most environments until human beings step in and start fucking with things. So my question is like, what happened over in Australia that thing, that one crazy animal becomes like hordes of them, swarms of them? Like, do you see? Show some of those videos of the swarms of kangaroos just running. So these people are in their car, and you see just like, I don't even know what the number is.
Yeah, and they're fast.
They're fat, but it's also like, why are there so many of them? In any environment where there's something like this, there'd be something bigger that eats it. In every environment, there'd be a bear, there'd be something. I guess Australia has crocodiles, but I don't think they're doing such a good job of killing these things.
Yeah, and natural predators are just like dog-like animals.
Oh, maybe the thylacine.
What the fuck is that?
Okay, the Tasmanian tiger that went extinct. That's a native of Australia as well. That they have that in Australia.
But they should have to shoot so many kangaroos.
Where's that, Jamie?
Tasmanian wolf and a dingo and a wedge-tailed eagle.
Okay, so the humans probably killed all those animals. The humans probably killed all the dingoes. And what was the other animal?
Wedge-tailed eagle.
Makes sense. That's probably exactly what it is. So I bet. So the thylacine was Australia, though, right?
This says Tasmanian. I just typed in marsupial natural predators, and Tasmanian wolf is the first one listed.
Thylacine?
Tasmanian wolf. Yeah, but the thylacine, the Tasmanian tiger.
And then, yes, it says Tasmanian tiger before they were extinct, and also humans.
Was that ever in Australia, or am I making that up? I feel like that's in Australia.
I mean, it definitely was in the movies as far as...
Right, that movie there's a good movie about a guy who goes to kill it because they're trying to find it, the last thylacine.
Huh.
What the fuck is it? Willem Dafoe. Yeah, Willem Dafoe. It's a good movie.
Yeah.
So what? It is Australia.
Native to Australia.
Right. Okay. So there was that thing. You ever seen one? They're freaky looking. Show the video of the last known living thylacine. That's a thylacine. Look at the mouth on that fucking thing. Look how big its mouth is. Isn't that insane? It's like a horror movie. Look at this fucking mouth. Have you saw that thing open its face at you?
It's a dog with a stripe and shit?
Yeah. It looks like a tiger. It's a weird marsupial. In fact.
Photos of
yeah.
the last.
I'm pretty sure they're marsupial as well. So they think that thing might be still alive. There might be limited numbers of them. Well, this isn't a Tasmanian. That's not real.
Somebody
this is in color. Oh, they colorized it. Oh. Okay. Because I think the film is from like the 1930s. But this is the last one. And look, they have it in a fucking box, man. Ugh, God, zoos creep me out. We just get so comfortable with torturing some animal mentally. I understand, but can you bitches afford a larger piece of land, goddammit?
This concrete fucking...
That's crazy. You have the last of these things alive, and you make it suffer in a small box with no pillow. There's nothing in there.
I'm not a big zoo guy either.
I hate them.
Even as a kid, I remember, like, I just didn't...
Yeah.
I remember, like, even just seeing, I remember seeing, like, a hippo in a zoo, and all he has is a small, it's an Estonian zoo too. So.
Yeah.
And it's a small, like, just a dribble of water on his head, and he would just because they're all drugged out, and they would just do this, like, just, because also, the animal doesn't know
Dude, I was in Massachusetts once, and I was on my way home from, it was when I was driving limos, and I was coming down this highway, and I saw this really rinky-dink zoo. And I think I was coming from New Hampshire. I don't really remember, but I remember it was a long drive, and I had the rest of the day off, so I said, fuck it, we'll go in this zoo and see what the fuck is going on in this zoo. Just for funsies, because I was out there. And I saw this polar bear. I'll never forget this dude just pacing.
Yeah, they pace.
Just pacing. And I was like, oh my God, he's in hell. It's a horrible thing to watch, man. It's a horrible thing to watch. Because, like, that's a sentient being that's experiencing a very bizarre and prolonged suffering. And a disconnection from its kind. There's no other bear with it. It's just by itself. By itself in this cement thing. And while people stare at it. Something that would never happen in the real world.
He doesn't know what the fuck is happening because it's the wrong climate.
Everything's wrong.
And he's like, why is my shit all so shitty?
Yeah.
But he doesn't even know that he's in a totally wrong.
He probably is happy in Boston for like 5 months a year or 4 months a year. But even then, it's probably not cold enough for him. I mean, those fuckers, they're used to living in places where there's nothing but ice.
But it's also like that thing of like they say that, oh yeah, but if you let him go, he would die. But that's also because you just...
you shouldn't have him in the first place.
That's the Matrix, the real world thing again, that animals also will have that thing where if they're in the wild, I'm sure it's exactly like being in that Matrix where in the zoo, you have all your food, all the stimulus, you're alive.
Yeah.
But it's that you gotta get that stimulus. You're created to struggle, to hunt, to fucking...
Right.
Yeah.
Which is, there's a lot of similarities in human beings.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of people that are zoo animals.
It's like when you go to nature.
Yeah.
Like in Austin, because I do so much comedy, I'm into cycling now. And sometimes I'll cycle out of the city, but every 2 weeks I have enough energy to do like a long cycle. And when I get to complete, that's why I love Estonia too, the silence in the woods that you have. And you just feel, because that's where for thousands of years we've been there. That's where we've been, in that silence.
Yeah.
With and then you just feel rejuvenated immediately. I love the sea, I love the ocean, I love woods. I've always been a big... And that's the same feeling you get, It's just, you feel it in your blood. Something's fucking raw.
Yeah, you're alive.
It's uncomfortable, but it's raw.
Yeah.
Of course I want to be on Twitter in my farting and ordering Uber Eats. Of course I want to do that. That's the Matrix.
That's the zoo.
That's the Matrix.
It's the human zoo animal.
And of course outside is a fucking mosquito. There's a guy.
Yeah.
There's whatever, there's fucking, you hear some fucking animal you don't know. I'm scared of fucking spiders, everything.
The bomb goes off, you hear the first recoil.
Yeah.
You're out there when you hear it.
Yeah.
And your feet start vibrating.
Yeah.
They took Chicago. Boom.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So that's what we have to look forward to. The way this fucking goofy place is being run. They're pushing us closer and closer to like something.
So my luck that as soon as I come to America, the fucking country collapses, huh?
It's not collapsing, but boy, it's in a weird state of this strange struggle where people kind of forgot we're all supposed to be united, and that's our strength. And being divided the way we're being divided, especially being divided by bullshit. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to lie. And you shouldn't be allowed to lie in a campaign ad, and you shouldn't be allowed to use CGI to make your crowds look bigger. Like, you shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be allowed to do any of these things, and we're allowing it, and it's having this tremendous impact on the way people see the news. The news is so filtered. Everything in this country that's in mainstream news, you have to follow a certain set of rules in order to be able to get information out. And if you want to talk about the campaigns, and if you want to talk about the war, and if you want to talk about what's going on in Ukraine and what's going on in Gaza, you have to have like very specific narratives. And you're not allowed to deviate from that at all. And then that's what's giving you the news. And so we're all like, what the fuck is real? And so anytime anything happens, even when the president gets shot, we're like, was that even real? Like, we don't think anything's real anymore. And
Absolutely.
That's what primes us for the Matrix. When no one knows what anything's real anymore, it's so much easier to just slide right in, Ari. Slide right in, Ari, and we're in. Fuck the world, dude. I'm in a secure apartment complex. It's level 5 security. There's bank vault doors that lock to make sure the marauders don't get in while you're connected. And you can just be free in this other world and ride around your dragon on Pandora. You know, you're fucking that blue lady with the hair. Remember they connected hairs with the dragon? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. And we're going to give into it because we're making this world such a goddamn mess by not paying attention to what we're doing, not paying attention to the really important things. Like, don't let corporations tell you what's true. They're not going to tell you what's true if they don't have to. If they can get away with not telling, if they make more money, if they don't tell you, you can't have that. That's not how you get your news. You can't have that because it's just too easy to manipulate.
So easy to manipulate.
You know, insiders trading is illegal, but that's legal. That's legal. You can manipulate the news. Like what? You can have certain companies can advertise on the news, and then you'll never criticize those companies. That seems weird. That seems weird.
Somebody was explaining how isn't it crazy that how any politician that wants to get elected never mentions tobacco, alcohol, like never the because the back.
You can't mention that shit.
Which is crazy.
You can kind of mention cigarettes because people are so stupid they're gonna smoke them anyway. Like it's just like you can kind of get away with it. Cigarettes should be terrible. No one should smoke. As soon as they can figure out like a spray, like an inhaler that completely cleans your. Excuse me?
They outlawed those a long time ago, which is weird.
Outlawed what?
Cigarette ads. Or commercials. On TV and radio.
Do they still have them on the internet?
We haven't had tobacco or alcohol commercials for like 10 years now.
They used to only be in magazines.
And then your cigarette packs are so cool. It's like a throwback to my childhood because it's like the red, beautiful marble design. In Europe and in Australia and everywhere, you know, they have like the cancer on it.
And you have
the
photos
baby, the dead
of like
baby.
tumors and shit.
Dead baby.
Premature babies.
Lung, black lung.
I'd like to see what else those people were doing.
100%. 100%.
They're blaming it on cigarettes. That guy is probably all fucked up in a lot of different ways.
100%.
But I mean, you can criticize tobacco and no one really cares because people are going to keep smoking as long as it's legal. It's like alcohol. People are not going to stop drinking. Shut up. They're not going to. They want to drink. They're hanging out with friends, have a cocktail, clink, salute.
Absolutely.
You know, congratulations, yay, clink glasses. They're not. People like doing that. They're not going to stop.
And part of the
talk all the shit you
part
want.
of the excitement of the clink is the fact that it's packed.
A little bit.
Come on,
A little bit.
It's
part of the fun.
Yeah, it's part of the fun.
A little bit. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's a little bit of let's have fun. Yeah. And, you know, it's a good feeling when you're with friends and you have a couple of cocktails and you're laughing your ass off. Like, dude, it's a good feeling. But you shouldn't do it every goddamn day. It shouldn't be your whole life. You shouldn't be drinking 12 hours a day every day.
But that's why it's so exciting is that life is not infinite and you do take those small risks. And that's what's so exciting. You know?
Also, people that do drink 20 hours a day, those people in your life, in your journey, those people are examples where you can learn something without having to actually do it yourself. Like you don't have to become an alcoholic and ruin your life, but you can see someone do it and say, okay.
My stepdad was a bad one. Ooh, bad. One of those where in the mornings, because your system is, is done in the mornings in the bathroom, he would take 2 to 3 hours of like shitting and then just heaving, because your body is just rejecting all this poison.
Oh God! So you hear him throw up every day?
Every day, and the violent. God. There's no throw up left, but it's just the heaving. And then put on a suit, bloated as fuck. Put on a suit, all happy puppy, survive for 8 hours, and then I remember he would come home, and as a child, he would come home and he would be in the car and just sit there in his car. And I would see him sit there. And as a child, you're like, oh, he's just taking a moment, maybe. You don't understand that this guy is barely keeping it together. Yeah. Because he's about to go down a rabbit hole. And he's fighting the rabbit hole. Every day, he's just like, I don't want to
And then if you're drinking all the time,
time,
always
small
tired.
vodka bottles all the time. Get them quick.
Like little airline ones.
Yeah, and his hands, you know, when the sobriety starts coming.
Ooh,
yeah,
it's a sketchy disease.
It was bad. It was bad. Yeah, but as a child, yeah, you're like, oh my god, I never want to do that. But when you start getting old,
was he ever happy when he was drunk?
There was a tipping point.
When he became happy?
No, it was like the first drink is always happy because your addiction is giving you all green lights.
Right.
When you have an addiction, the first hit of that substance,
right,
all your body's saying is it's all green lights, baby.
Right.
This is the night.
Right.
This is the night.
Yes.
Let's fucking go. Because it's your
whiskey.
It's your addiction.
Oh.
Yeah, let's fucking rock and
Big
roll.
glass of whiskey.
But then, you know, as a child growing up in that environment, there would always be that point where you see him on the couch and that look, you know, an alcoholic's look is, you know, the detachment of the soul.
Yeah, it's a dangerous look.
Then it's time for you to go to your room, you know, and just fucking hang out there and wait for the storm to pass, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like, and it was like, yeah, there was always that point. It's like,
it's such a creepy fucking.
And when you're a child, you're like, oh, don't do that. But when you start getting older, you also start feeling empathetic of like, you know, I don't know the life he lived as well. You know, substance abuse always works with trauma really well. They go hand to hand. So this guy's childhood, you know, the more
Which
I
is
found out.
true. Which is true.
Because I hated him. I fucking hate. He was you know.
If he's drinking heavily, it also could be like family influenced. Like sometimes
that's what I found out later.
Behavior when you're young.
Absolutely, that's what I found out later. That he was in a. I thought I'm in a dark spot when he's home. You know,
I had some friends that became alcoholics that didn't necessarily have childhood trauma as much as they had childhood influence, and then friends that kind of all went down a bad road, and they were all like doing hard drugs and drinking a lot. And, you know, it just becomes a part of the culture of your little community if you're hanging with a group of people that just like get fucked up all the time. It can. I've seen it suck good people in. Like everybody wants to say that there's like some sort of a reason why you get sucked into it. I have had friends that have nothing wrong in their life. They're happy people and they take oxys and they don't want to stop taking them.
Jesus
They get injured, something happens, they take them, they don't want to stop. They feel good. They don't want to stop. And essentially, oxycodone, we learned this recently, is what Hitler was taking during the war. They were giving him a form of oxycodone.
That's these videos.
We had this gentleman on the podcast the other day that, what was his name again?
Book's on right in front of you. Book.
Right
hand.
Oh, here it is.
Thank
Norman
you.
Ohler. Norman Ohler. This is all about Hitler's drug use during World War II. But he was talking about that video, and he didn't think that video was real. I was like, why do you think that? And because he had a direct, like a line of history between when Hitler gets introduced to this one doctor and the drugs this doctor's giving him.
And that's the Olympic Games one.
Yeah, so that's 36. That should be before all that stuff happened in his mind. But I'm of the opinion that Hitler, if you can get him to go on oxycodone a year from now, he's probably trying some shit that he didn't tell you about. That's what I would imagine. So the doctor, he's getting notes from the doctor who treated Hitler. How the fuck do we know how honest Hitler was with that doctor? He was probably already taking a bunch of shit. They already knew the stuff was real.
And when you're a leader, you don't want any of that information out there, you know, that you're fucking...
Well, also, there was zero stigma when they first created meth. When they were all, and he Norman was showing us this, what was it called? Pervidin? Was that the right name? So they had a literal brand of methamphetamine that they would sell in
those
Germany.
Commercials, you know, those German commercials. I've seen those.
It's fucking crazy. They were all taking meth for productivity.
Yeah.
They were taking a low dose of meth, and they were giving it to the soldiers. So this Blitz book is insane because it's a story about how the Nazis were jacked up on meth, and they just went all the way through Poland in 3 days. And that they never slept. They just kept marching.
I used to have a bit that, you know, while Germany were testing with meth, you guys in America were testing with LSD. And I would have loved to see those two armies meet.
By the way, no, that's another part of this thing. The Nazis were testing with LSD as well.
Okay.
They were running tests on the prisoners. They were running tests on concentration camp prisoners. Yeah. The test never came to fulfillment because the prison camps got liberated, but they were doing it. So they had record of them doing that with LSD.
But meth is the perfect war drug if you think of it. You just fucking get amped up and jump into a ditch with a bayonet.
Right.
You're gonna go. You need some meth to have a bayonet.
100%. 100%. That's the right drug for a good soldier.
Yeah.
At the front of the line, they had different dosages for different people. So if someone was in a tank, they get the most meth because they're fucking. Let's fucking go. That's the front of the line, you know. But they're the ones that are gonna get attacked first, so they have to be the most methed up.
And who will you put on LSD? The guy who plans the attack or something?
Do you know that was it Iraq or Afghanistan where soldiers were listening to like death metal while they were operating tanks? Have you ever seen videos of dudes like operating from inside of tanks?
Mm-hmm. It's death metal.
That's gonna be the craziest job the world has ever known. You're in a giant metal box,
clack, clack, clack,
and
clack,
you're
clack, clack, clack,
moving
clack,
it
clack,
towards war, and you're hoping that thing doesn't break. You hope it doesn't break and leave you out there. You're hoping that when it gets shot at, or who knows, the transmission fails, and then you're out there in enemy territory while they're shooting missiles at you.
I've always thought that because the Germans were the first ones with the tank, with the Panzer, right? That was correct, right?
I don't know.
I think so.
I think so.
I remember always thinking, like, imagine like being like a Russian soldier or something, and you're with like a bolt action rifle, and then
you see that fucking
but you hear it, crack, crack, crack. You don't even know what the fuck that is.
Yeah.
And you're like, a car, but then you see, and dude, that feel, clunk, nothing, cluck, cluck, clunk.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. A tank.
A tank.
What an insane idea.
Basically, what the scene is from up on the Western Front. Pretty fucking badass.
Yeah,
Not a great time to watch it because we were doing a podcast, but
yeah. Oh, exactly.
It was the first time they see the tank.
You know, look at this.
Fuck.
Look at this. Imagine.
You can't stop them.
It's literally like seeing a transformer right now. Like if you would see.
This is nuts.
Yeah. And nobody told you.
It's a good movie to watch.
Nobody.
Okay, I'll watch it.
It's an amazing movie.
I heard it's awesome. That's the new one, right?
Yeah, it's different from the book slightly, but it's a good story.
Yeah, well, I'm sure. There's no happy war movies. That's how you know that movie's bullshit.
Some American ones are fucking awesome. Black Hawk Down, Jarhead. Those are all fucking amazing, dude. The Pink Mist.
Missing in Action.
Chuck Norris. Really?
Yeah.
That's
bring people back.
But America made
karate kicks in the jungle with cowboy boots on.
American movies made war seem the coolest shit ever, you know.
Not always. Saving Private Ryan certainly didn't.
Yeah, fair. That was like
His Full Metal Jacket certainly didn't.
Yeah,
that's my favorite.
That is a good.
That's my favorite. Out of all the war movies.
I was too young when I saw
Apocalypse Now. Here it is. This is Missing in Action. Chuck Norris just fucks everybody up. What is he? He's driving around on an inflatable.
See, this is the America I grew up in.
Look, they're all shooting at him. Bitch, you can't hit him. He's Chuck Norris. And so they just spin around.
I love that it's a boat and they're shooting at a boat and nothing happens.
Nothing happens, dude. They can't even come close to hitting him. And then they go chase after him. Guess what's going to happen? Well, I'll tell you right now. Chuck Norris is going to fuck them up because he's Chuck Norris.
So fun. Oh my God. He jumps in like Aquaman.
What the fuck is she doing?
Look at him. Look at him.
Bitch, you didn't get Chuck Norris.
God.
I mean, these movies are amazing.
Amazing.
They're amazing because they're like almost like you're watching a cartoon, you know? But then you can get like Full Metal Jacket, that's a totally different experience. Like that's war, I think, in a much more realistic light.
For sure.
What those people experienced.
Yeah, for sure.
Can you imagine being a fucking kid back in the 60s when you didn't really have any way of knowing what the fuck was actually going on?
And also, they're saying that the fucking end of the world's coming and you're the last frontier. You know, you have no way to check it. And even questioning it would be in bad taste, you know?
Yeah, you're not supposed to. And the people are labeled traitors like Muhammad Ali. And
that is true.
They send you over there.
That the American troops. That's a crazy.
Bro,
I saw this too young. Because I didn't quite get it, you know?
Oh, you should watch it again.
Yeah, I have
it's
to.
It's fucking great.
It's fucking dark. I remember that scene when he was in the bathroom before he shot himself in the face and he put his toe through the fucking rifle.
Oh my God. Yeah.
That is true that the American troops were much more because you've never been invaded. So at least our trauma that we heard from grandfathers and shit, which was about, like, it was almost a heroic thing of standing up for your country. Whereas American, maybe, yeah, it's kind of like, why are you going there, you know? And that trauma must be bad when you're coming back. Because they told you that it's, you're the fucking, you have to save the world, basically.
Well, they were telling them that they had to fight the communists, right? And they told them that the communist North Korea had attacked a boat, an American boat. That never happened. The Gulf of Tonkin incident.
Oh, yeah.
They just made up this story. So they made up this propaganda bullshit, and they created a false flag. And through that, they justified us going into war. And it went on for a long fucking time, and it didn't make any sense. And no one today thinks it made any sense. No one today thinks it makes a good idea, or it was a good idea, rather. Unless you're some insane war lover. Anybody look at Vietnam? Well, Vietnam overall is a net positive. Because here's what we got out of Vietnam. This is what came out of that war. Okay, first of all, the culture shifted. That's how it needed to happen. Like, you couldn't even come up with justifications. Why would we go into this country and firebomb them and spray Agent Orange, and who knows how many people come home with fucking cancer because you used a deforestation technique that's like this horrific chemical. It kills people.
Crazy.
It's nuts. It's nuts. And they did it because people back then didn't have any access to information. There was no way to know. There was no exposés showing that, you know, this is not a real attack. There's no reason for us to be over there. There's other things involved here that's causing people to want to send U.S. troops to Vietnam, and probably none of them good for you. Like, you really, as a United States citizen,
that's why, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Best served. The world would be best served with you right here.
Well, 100%.
100%. You need to go over there and firebomb a village because someone told you to. You don't need to go over there and fucking climb into a tunnel and go and try to fight some Viet Cong guy in there. This is insane. Why are you there? Makes no sense. But they trick people. And they did it for a long-ass time. It went on for years. And so the fact that they can still pull it off today, that they can still, I mean, who knows today, like, what we're going to look back on, like we look at the Gulf of Tonkin incident, or what we're going to look back on and realize that it had been manipulated. So the event was real, but the event was caused by a series of moves behind the scenes to ensure that war takes place. And there's so much complication when it comes to these things because there's so much money being thrown around.
Yeah.
And then, at least today, we have other outlets for information. At least today, you can kind of get a sense of how things are true or not true based on really intelligent people that you know that are online that are talking about them. And you go, no, it's actually this. Like with that female boxer, like that was a big one, right? Where everybody's like, okay, what is going on?
Yeah.
Is that a female? Is that a male? Is that someone has XY chromosomes?
I saw that information that it was the XY thing early, but it was just a lavine of that it's a man just came a bit too strong because both information came out pretty much. I would, in my sources, I would say I saw a similar time where it was like, oh, it's a man, but then you just open another, scroll a bit more, and then you see the XY chromosome thingy, and then you're like, okay, but just the lavine of that it's a dude came on a bit strong.
Well, the XY chromosome is male.
Yeah, it's the male. Yeah, but the definition of like was because I think the first reaction was that it's a man transitioning to a woman.
Right. That's what people thought initially, and then they realized no, this is someone who has a genetic issue. But there's a boxing committee that had. I'm going to send you this, Jamie, because this kind of makes it all make like a little bit more sense. But it was essentially that there's different versions of these kinds of diseases that people have, and depending on those versions, some of them they go through male puberty and they have male frames and they're male, but when they're born, they have like some significant issues. Okay, so here it is. I found it, and I'll send it to you, Jamie. But it's European Vice President of the World Boxing Organization has come forward to confirm that Algerian boxer Emain Khalif is male. This person said he warned the Olympic Committee about several male boxers in the women's category, but nothing was done. Who knows? You know, I don't have any direct information about whether that is a male or female.
Let's just say that 1-2 slaps.
The 1-2's not bad, but also that person's lost before.
Yeah.
To female boxers. But here's the thing.
But that doesn't
mean that like there's a lot of girls out there, boys, that can kick your ass.
Exactly.
There are. You know, get in the ring with Amanda Nunes. Good luck, bitch. She'll fuck you up, and she's a woman. Right? There's women that are really, really good, and this person might not be that good, but it seems like they went through male puberty, which should exclude you from competing as a woman. They look male, they have male frame, they have XY chromosome. Like you're being told that you're a bigot for looking at very obvious, what we have always considered biological representations, right? So like what is it in biology when something is a male human being? Do they have an XX chromosome or do they have an XY? They say, well, they have an XY. Well, we know that, but saying that makes you a bigot, which is insanity.
As a sports commissioner, that's very black and white for me. At least a chromosomal issue. You know,
well, that's what the enhanced games.
As a human, I do feel empathetic towards her. You know, it's a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily know if that's a her. This is the problem. What they're saying, it's a male with a some developmental disease that they, or developmental issue, some genetic anomaly, something that happens to them. But they have testes and they go through male puberty and they don't have the ability to get pregnant.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they have ovaries. Do they have ovaries?
In this situation,
I don't think they have eggs.
I'm reading a version that CBS Sports put out where they talked to the International Olympics Committee and the IBA.
They're saying these tests are not legitimate tests. Yeah, I was going to bring this up too. They were saying that some people think that it's because the Soviets did them. They don't trust them. So the International Olympic Committee spokesperson, Mark Adams, said in a press conference on Sunday, the tests themselves, the process of the test, and the ad hoc nature of the tests are not legitimate. The testing, the method of the testing, the idea of the testing, which happened kind of overnight, none of it is legitimate, and this does not deserve any response. Okay, that's, by saying it's not legitimate is a very weird thing.
I had read it came up after this event where she beat an undefeated boxer, and then people got
right. But did this person, let's Google this thing. Did this person, this boxer, did they take a chromosome test? Did you see that article?
This article says that originally, right here, originally the test was kept confidential. Did not undergo a testosterone examination, but were subject to a separate and recognized test whereby the specifics remain confidential. Then the next day, or like Monday, I don't know how many days later that was, then they came out and said something different.
These testings show they have a high level of testosterone. Kremlev said, like men, they have men's level of testosterone. We cannot go further in our investigation. Whether they were born like men or some changes intervene at the later stages.
And then that's where the IOC said what we read earlier. These tests are not legitimate.
Right, but they're not saying why they're not legitimate. This is what gives me pause. When they just keep saying it's not legitimate, the ad hoc nature of the tests are not legitimate, you have to say, when you're talking about a scientific test, this is some test that's repeatable, right? So if you can test for XY chromosome versus XX chromosome, do it. Tell me what the results are. If you can test for testosterone, do it. Tell me what the results are. And if one says male, says XY, and the other one says high levels of testosterone, that's not a woman. Okay.
Sports-wise, yeah.
Sports-wise. Yeah.
The 1-2 slaps with those shoulders.
But it's like, what are we doing? Like, why do we have women's sports in the first place if you let... I mean, you could say that some people have a genetic anomaly, like that woman, she had XY, right? She was like a legitimate hermaphrodite, I believe. Testosterone levels, not XY chromosome, which is the pattern typically seen in men, are the key criteria of eligibility in Olympic events where the sports governing body has framed and approved rules. That's interesting.
But it's the same thing with when like totally, I mean, genetical women start doing steroids. That's the whole thing about women's sports is the big problem. I remember like
once they do it, they change their frame.
I'm not making accusations, but Chris Cyborg, I remember, was a big thing in Strikeforce, where it was the first time I saw where I was like, this is a big loophole in women's sports right now, especially combat sports, because it's about doing actually physical damage.
100%.
It's very visibly seen, the difference. It's very, in other sports where it's reaction time and whatever, tennis or whatever, you might make the argument of like, just get better at the technique, But in combat, it's very visible, because it's not only about the body and whatever. It's literally people who are on testosterone has been proven harder to KO because you just ramped up.
Yeah.
Your testosterone, it's literally like the God particle in the sense of fucking sports.
They've stopped some fighters from fighting because they tested so high.
Absolutely.
They're like, get out of here.
This fucking guys.
Yeah.
I remember it was who failed. I remember it was Jelson and Alistair Overeem. They used to fail tests where it was like the number. It's like there's the rage of 18 men coming at you right now.
Well, that's Vitor Belfort in his prime, right?
Oh,
the TRT Vitor days.
Yeah, I only compete in Brazil. I want to be home.
Oh, sure. Like a demon, he would come at you like a demon. Yeah.
He would have those videos where he was like on an elliptical machine, and
the thing about this too is like if they're saying they're testing for testosterone levels, how often are you doing that? Because guess what? It's easy to make your testosterone levels crash. Real easy.
Well, the whole thing is always that it's that testings.
Yeah.
You can. It's like pirating.
Right.
They're always a step ahead. They're always.
Even all you have to do to kill your testosterone levels are drink alcohol, eat shitty food, and don't
just
get
fucking
any sleep.
Live in the mountains of Dagestan and hope the connection flight is a bit late. That's dude.
That's ultimate.
Oh, very interesting that you went to a training camp. Yeah, they're the best wrestlers, huh? Very interesting.
Well, they are the best wrestlers.
True, but
also jacked.
Yeah.
So, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine that if they knew for a fact that you couldn't get to the North Pole to do a drug test,
yeah,
it'd be a fucking MMA camp on the North Pole.
Yeah. Also, I went to a camp in Thailand back in the day, and I remember over there it was like not even a secret.
Really?
I go to that camp, and it's like American fighters would be there.
And everybody would know that that's why they're doing it?
No, not everybody would know. They'll be like, fucking, who? It'd be like handing out shots at a bar. Who wants the syringe? What are we doing? And there's not, dude, these are all retards that are just smoking joints and sparring. There's nobody doing like, we need to do. It's like, nah, fucking give me what you got.
And are these people like pros?
Semi-pro. You live in a Honda Civic, and
right.
every once in a while you move back to your parents' place because it's
fighting's hard.
Fighting's really hard.
Yeah.
It's hard, dude.
So people don't know you. When did you start doing stand-up comedy, and were you fighting at the same time you were doing stand-up comedy? Did
there
they
was
overlap?
a transitionary period, and I started. Okay, so this is my martial arts history. Of course, as I mentioned, had a stepdad who was fucking crazy. Right. So there was that insecurity. Mm-hmm. There's that thing of like, I'm not saying that having a father who's maybe violent towards your mother is a bit better, but I think there's a bit of a more evolutionary connection that a family dynamic can have. Whereas if you're like a 12 to 13, 14-year-old boy and a new guy, you're supposed to be the man of the house, even though you're a child.
Right.
It's my sister and my mother, and it's our dynamic. And a new guy moves in, and this retard is now.
And he's an alcoholic.
Yeah. So that creates obviously an insecurity,
sadness in the house.
Yeah.
Tension.
No, dude, I would still no. My mom, Riff City. My mom has always been Riff City. She was always having fun throughout all the darkness in our life. We had some rough periods,
Wow.
But in my house, it's always been fun city. It's always been my humor. I would literally, dude, I would have points where it's me and my mother on because we would just leave the house during the night, we just walk towards and my sister was a bit older, so she moved out. So we would just walk in the night towards a direction, and she would try to call all her friends where to stay for the night because this ape is fucking going bananas back home. And we would be on the sidewalk,
So what did you start out with? What was the first martial art that you?
And the next day I would go to school and still be fucking happy puppy, just because, I don't know, that was how we came up, right? So then there was this program called Kick-Ass Martial Arts, and it was Chris Crudelli, this guy. Soul patch, British guy. He would travel the world, and this was at a point where Pride and UFC were happening, but in traditional martial arts were still holding on. Wing Chun was holding on. Aikido was holding on. Kung Fu was kind of going away, you know. But Chris Crudelli had a program where he would travel the world and study these ancient. There was this like dim mak, where it's like, and 7 years later you die of cancer. You know, all that shit. And as a kid, I'm like, oh, that's all I gotta do. Move to Korea for 2 weeks, study this fucking death touch, and just come back and kill somebody. You know.
Yeah.
But then I remember I saw UFC. I saw a few pride fights from Fedor Emelianenko because he was Russian. He was a big prominent figure in the martial arts community. But I remember I saw Lyoto Machida Shogun, the first one. And in my head, because Machida looked like a traditional martial artist, you know, because he was half Asian or something, you know. So in my head, I'm like, why don't these people do the Chris Crudelli shit, you know? Fucking neutralize your opponent to a wrist lock. Then I started watching Pride, Wanderlei Silva. He's stomping people, holding onto the ropes, stomping. Yeah. And in my head, I'm, why doesn't he do the dim mak? You know, hi, and you fucking. So then I was maybe 15, 16, late, when I was doing gymnastics and I was doing a bit of weightlifting, and I saw dudes like wrestling, you know, and I started thinking like Greco-Roman. And I saw them like jacked guys in fucking just suplexing each other. And that's where the wheels start turning of like, dude, you're not going to wrist block this guy. You're not going to, you know.
Right.
I'm not going to death touch this guy. This guy's going to run through me. So I joined a gym, SPG, subsidiary gym, Preet Mikkelson, shout out my man. He was a great mentor and a father figure at that time for me. And I joined his gym. And it was jiu-jitsu, MMA. We did everything together, you know. And I had my first amateur fight like 5 months into like doing it.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Did they make sure that the person you fought didn't have a lot of experience either?
Yes, but he was like 34. You know?
Oh no!
Yeah,
that's not fair.
And he went to war. He was like a former military, stared down a tank.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But he was still amateur rules, but still MMA gloves, fucking haymaker city, you know.
Right. Was he good?
Yeah, he choked me to sleep. I didn't tap. I was happy. I tried to tap. I was too late.
Yeah. I would not recommend that. I would not recommend you getting your ass kicked by someone who has a lot more experience at 5 months in. I always think you got to give.
I think we were the same experience in martial arts, but he was a man. Dude, I'm a suburban boy.
Was he, though? Let me tell you something. If he got to be, how old? 30-something, and he went to war, that dude's had training.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not just 5 months of training.
Yeah. The fact.
Listen, that kind of guy is done a little bit here, a little bit there. That kind of guy probably boxed a little when he was younger, did a little karate.
We were in such a small community that I still trained with him, I remember. And
wow.
Boy was fine.
So he was nice to you after he choked you to sleep?
No, before, I mean.
Oh, you trained with him before?
Yeah, it was such a small community, you know. Oh, wow. So I wouldn't say the skill discrepancy was actually that big, but it was just that when you go to war and you can be in a competition, I'm having a full-on panic attack.
Yeah.
You know, I'm fucking first time in a fucking hand-to-hand combat situation.
He's a man.
This guy stared down a tank.
How old were you at the time?
16.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Yeah.
Can't.
And also like a pussy 16, not like a Pakistani 16 where it's like hair on my knuckles and I have 2 kids. You know, those are like the real money. Right. Dude, whenever you would in those amateur circuits, whenever it's like, I don't know if Americans do that, but like if you say you're fighting an American, do you guys slip in that it's like it's Gerald? You know, you're gonna just so you're ready. It's gonna be a bit of an explosive opponent. Like in Estonia, it's like if you're fighting a Russian guy, are you fighting Ivan, who's like me? He's a Russian guy. Or are you fighting somebody whose name ends with a Mametov? You know? It's a very different. It's still Russia.
Yeah, mountain Russians.
We say from the hills. Yeah, we always say from the hills. Like it's a bit of a different double leg that's gonna come at you. You know,
dude, did you see that Corey Sandhagen, Umar Nurmagomedov fight?
Of course.
Ooh, so high
I felt
level.
bad for Sandhagen. He was wrestling so well, everything correctly.
Mm-hmm.
It was everything. Sandhagen was cool. He didn't get backed up into the corner too early. He was keeping his distance. He had good knees and good jiu-jitsu. What I liked about Sandhagen in that fight, he used jiu-jitsu. He used proper jiu-jitsu.
Yep.
And for the first 2 rounds, it's exactly like the Khabib thing. The first 2 rounds, you can actually not out-hustle him, but you can be explosive enough to create those moments of jiu-jitsu where you can stay safe.
Right.
But that train just keeps coming.
Train keeps coming.
Just fucking keeps coming and mean.
And you know, the difference in Umar versus Khabib is that Umar is his stand-up is so dynamic. His kicking is so dynamic. It's so dangerous and quick. You know, like he throws head kicks off the front leg quick. He throws things that are fast.
Yeah,
man.
he threw that front switch kick. It was like, not even a switch. It was just he just slapped it out there.
Yeah,
Bap, bap.
dude, he's good. He's
Very
fucking
good.
real good. His striking was on point. Like everything was on point, and he's more threatening wrestling. It's like it was a more potent combination of the skills that Corey has as well. I mean, Sandhagen's brilliant. He's one of the best fighters in the sport, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So to see a guy like Umar beat him, you're like, wow, that's hot. And to come on strong in the 4th and the 5th. That guy's fucking good, man.
Yeah,
he's
crazy.
fucking good. And him versus O'Malley would be wild. Wild.
Yeah.
Or Marab. Him versus Marab will be wild too.
Well, Marab and him I want to see more because Marab is also a bully. You know,
Marab is a different. It's
He's
like
a
he's
bully.
made different. He's made out of different stuff. They say Marab trains hard, like right up until the fight.
You can
Trains
see
hard,
it, but you can
spars
see that.
right up
You can
to
see
the fight.
that. You can see that. This guy.
Animal. With a guy like that, you're always like, okay, how long can your joints hold out?
Exactly.
How long is it going to be before your back goes?
Oh,
because your
absolutely.
will carry you through. If the human body wasn't so goddamn fragile, guys like that would never get beat.
Never get beat.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. Yeah.
Like Cain Velasquez, when his body started going.
Also, Marab's been dropped and hurt.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was Marlon Vera who hurt him.
Moraes.
Bad.
Marlon
Moraes.
Moraes.
Bad.
Bad. Had him really bad.
Bad.
And then he went out and stopped him in the next round.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Moraes had that thing where...
Poor bastard. This guy, I feel so bad for him because he was so good.
So good.
But just, it's such a chaotic sport where a few bad fights just can have such a tremendous amount impact to your fights that the next ones, you know. It's not like
the Cejudo fight, man, the first round, he was lighting Henry up.
Lighting him up.
Where I was like, if this guy can keep this up for 5 rounds, Henry's going to get stopped. Henry just came on in the second round like an animal and beat the shit out of him. He closed the
Marlon
distance
had a lot
and
of
made it
fights
ugly.
like that. He had one in PFL too, with that left hook and that switch kick. Ah!
Yeah.
He KO'd Aljamain Sterling.
Oh, yeah, man.
Bad.
He KO'd Aljamain bad.
Went for a switch kick to the body. Aljamain shot in the knee.
But then once he lost to Henry, he started losing to a lot of folks.
A lot. And now it's like...
There was the Sandhagen dropped him with a wheel kick. Remember that?
Yeah. That was a bad one too. Right to the
that was a
temple.
bad one.
Right to the temple.
Yeah. That just shows the skill diversity that guy has. He can do everything. Sandhagen's so good.
Everything.
So to watch Umar beat him, I'm like, God damn, Umar's the truth. He's the truth. It's like those guys in that part of the world. Like,
yeah. And they're so frustrating because it's not like an incredible thing that they're doing, you know. If you watch somebody like Conor McGregor who has the fucking death touch, it's such a spectacle. It's such like, oh my God, this guy just has the power.
Right.
But these guys fucking just hustle you, out grind you, and they keep coming.
They keep coming.
Annoying and bully and mean.
But then you got guys like Islam that could do everything. And Umar. This is the difference.
Yeah.
Right.
True.
Islam is scary standing up. Like in the beginning of his career, he was really good at wrestling, not as good at standing up, but now he's just as good at standing up. When you KO Volkanovski like that, you know, and then you choke out Dustin Poirier like that guy, that's the full thing, right? He can head kick you. He could strike with you and knock you. Knocked out Gleison Tebow with one shot standing.
Yeah.
You know, he can knock you out, like legitimately, and he can still strangle you, and he can still smother you. Like, it's the perfect combination. But it's like, That is such a crazy strategy. It's like you're outmanning every guy you fight. Is out grappling him, out striking him. Most people like try to be like a specialist. Right?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. But they're like the full marauder.
The full marauder, man.
Yeah.
I think if you wanted to like really think about like who's the most complete fighter, you say like Max Holloway, Ilia Topuria, but Islam Makhachev, you got to put him on top of the heap. They're the most complete. He could KO you with a head kick. Well, just like John Jones. If John Jones
that's what
is
I
active,
say. Let's not forget the one true God.
Yeah,
John
if he's
Jones.
active.
That's my boy.
The problem with John is
he's the most dangerous man who've ever lived.
Unfortunately, that shoulder injury, and then the uncertainty about moving up in heavyweight. Like, how's he going to deal with guys like Francis? Which was always the big fight. That was the big fight.
That was the fight that slipped between our fingers. It was the Fedor Brock Lesnar all over again. That was the big one that slipped through our fingers.
That was the fight because the question is, would Francis be able to keep John off of him?
Exactly.
And would John be able to avoid the big strike standing?
Exactly.
There's a difference in size that's pretty significant. Even when John was getting big, it's a different kind of big. It's like the 265 that Francis carries around. That's a natural lean 265.
Yeah, it's like it's a cobalt mining or some shit?
No, sand mines.
Sand mines, yeah. That's a different.
When he was a child.
Different guy.
That dude's power is extraordinary.
That's a different guy.
Especially with them little gloves on, you cannot get clipped by that guy. So the question is, would John be able to get a hold of Francis? Would Francis be able to keep John off of him? If Francis can keep John off of him, would Francis be able to stop those leg kicks? Because John side kicks the shit out of people's knees. And it'll fucking scare you because it makes your leg hyperextend. It'll blow your knee out.
Mean.
It's mean.
I loved John Jones when he was mean. Glover Teixeira with that overhook. Remember that overhook that he had on the shoulder?
Yeah.
Mean. Elbows.
How about Thiago? Thiago had to get 2 knee surgeries, both knees.
Guillotine with Machida. As soon as he goes out,
put him to sleep, just dropped him. Yeah. Well, his run in the light heavyweight division was unprecedented.
Nothing like it.
Yeah.
Literally created for human combat.
Yeah.
His body looked insane. Small torso with limbs coming out. It looked insane. If you saw his silhouette, looks insane.
Right, and how small his calves are. Yeah. But yet, tremendous strength,
and strong,
and small, and the best guy ever at like utilizing distance. Strong mentally for sure.
And clever.
Yeah, we just have to see him back. And apparently they're trying to do that thing. It's supposed to be in Madison Square Garden, right? Is that announced officially, young Jamie? John Jones versus Stipe, Madison Square Garden, November. So there's being talked about.
Also, no disrespect to Stipe, but I don't want to see that fight that badly as I want to see,
I feel like you got to give Stipe one more shot.
Okay.
I feel like the guy's been strung around for this long. If you want to respect the history and the lineage of the UFC heavyweight championship,
you're right.
He's the most accomplished UFC heavyweight of all time. He defended the title more than anybody. And, he stopped Daniel Cormier. He's a legit fucking killer. He stopped a lot of very, very good people. He stopped Junior Dos Santos.
He also won Francis.
Yeah, he beat Francis the first time.
And he hurt him the second time.
Yeah, but
it wasn't
the second time was a different Francis. He's
Jesus Christ.
So much.
One of the scariest KOs I've ever seen in my life. In the Apex.
Yeah. Dude, being there live was incredible.
Oh, you were there live?
Oh, yeah. So there was 100 people in that place.
When he followed up with the hammer fist to the neck area and that thud.
Bro, that left hook was... And it was when Stipe was trying to capitalize on a shot he landed.
It's one of those victories where me and the boys were on the couch and it's not a woo, it's just a...
Yeah. It's
yikes.
Because also how much damage Stipe has taken in his career.
Jesus Christ. And Stipe hurts him.
There it is. He hit him with that left hook and really hurt him there.
Yeah. But Stipe also hurts him. Stipe also hurts him. Look at this. Bing.
Right there.
And now Stipe goes,
And he thought he had it, so he moved in.
The neck.
Yeah. He thought he had him when he landed that right hand.
Christ, my Lord.
So apparently he's gained a bunch of muscle. Stipe has. He's been lifting a lot. And, you know, he hasn't fought in 2 years.
Thank God I'm doing comedy.
Yeah, thank God. But for me, when I look at an older fighter like Stipe, who's a legend, I say that's kind of what I want. I want a guy to take a long time off in between a bad KO. And then, you know, no one's more disciplined than that guy. He's a very disciplined, dedicated fighter. That's why he was the most successful UFC heavyweight champion ever. He's also 40-something years old, right?
42, I think. Even.
Okay, so you got to, if you just look realistically at natural athletes when they get to that age, you have concerns. Like, how much of their performance do they have left? Like, and it varies, but it does last longer as a heavyweight.
Absolutely.
Heavyweights, they can
because the nervous system doesn't need to be as rapid fire as in a
like
younger
a bantamweight. Yeah. Like 42-year-old bantamweight's kind of done. But George Foreman won the heavyweight title at 45.
Absolutely.
So I just feel like, but Bernard was a freak. I just feel like as a fan and as a person who respects the sport, you got to give Stipe a shot.
Okay,
especially when he was supposed to fight John, and then John tore his
shoulder.
With
me, it's just like if it's a classic thing of, it's the mean quote that Don King used to have, that when they asked him why he was like ripping off Mike Tyson, he was like, you got to keep the lion hungry, you know?
Oh God. Imagine that's your justification for stealing money.
I know. But Mike Tyson fought 6 times that year. So
that's true. Right. That's true. But that is for some of those guys. That's what
not
they need.
some. It's as soon as, because you know, I was a big Conor guy, SPG, the lineage. We had a connection, you know. And as soon as Conor started getting rich, I was in. You know, as soon as John Jones got rich, all of us, I'm at home. Let me guess, never gonna see you.
I don't think that's what happened with John. With John, there was a bunch of other factors.
True. Like absolutely, and that's why that Stipe fight is also exhilarating. Of like the traditional family guy in the gym, and then the other guy was like
the greatest psycho that's ever.
And I love it, dude. When he went to Vegas to get his Hall of Fame induction, it just disappeared into the night.
I like the Aspinall.
How many milligrams are there?
3s.
Can I have one?
Yeah, this is Athletic Nicotine. It's another company.
Somebody gave me an 8 milligram yesterday.
Oh, that's too much.
I was having a panic attack at 2 a.m.
Ridiculous. That's too ridiculous.
I was having a panic attack at 2 a.m.
I like it. I've cut down my consumption quite a bit. I like that fight. I think John Jones and Tom Aspinall is an interesting fight because Tom is a big, fast heavyweight. He's a fucking powerhouse, man, and he's big. He's big as shit. And
big as shit.
If you look at fights where John has had difficulty, some of them have been like really elite strikers. Like he had some difficulty with Lyoto Machida before he got a hold of Lyoto.
First round Machida.
He had some difficulty with Dominic Reyes.
Absolutely.
Dominic Reyes, some people even thought he lost that fight.
Absolutely. Even Thiago Silva, not Silva,
Santos.
Santos.
That's the guy who would kick both his knees out.
Yeah.
But that was a split decision.
Yeah, and even there, Thiago was, even though Thiago was hectic and temperamental in his exchanges, not like a refined striker.
Well, he's just super dangerous, though.
It created problems for Jones.
Yeah. That fucking sledgehammer that dude has tattooed on his chest, that's for real. Like, that's how hard he hits. Dude had a sledgehammer tattooed on his tits. It's amazing. But that dude was scary.
But also with Aspinall and Jones, you know, every time people say, dude, watching him and Cyril Gane, and all respect to Cyril Gane, but he never felt anything. It was a made up guillotine, even just on the cage. He just was like, check this shit out.
But as long as he gets a hold of your neck and he's doubling you up in that position where he can press his chest on your head, that's with a guy like John with his kind of squeeze, that's horrific. A guy like Cyril Gane that's only been grappling for like 5 years, you're going to get strangled.
It's just that even with John Jones, you know, the heavyweight division has always been a shallow division due to the reason of people being just that size of humans. There's a very small percentage.
Including heavyweight boxing.
100%.
Did you see that guy Bacoli knock out Jared Anderson? Holy shit, that Bacoli guy's terrifying.
Holy shit.
Holy shit. I'd heard about him from sparring sessions.
That was the first fight I saw,
Yeah, me too. I watched a highlight reel of him on YouTube, but I'm not the biggest. Like, I don't know all the fighters that are fighting. I know a bunch, but I know like maybe 30% of boxing, whereas compared to what I know about MMA. So I had heard about this guy from an article saying that he no one wants to spar him. And I was like, how come? And then I watched him fight. And I'm like, oh, well, that's why. Jesus Christ, he's 285 pounds. He's 6'6", 285 pounds, and takes a fucking tremendous shot. And a lot of people thought this kid, Jared Anderson, he's only 24, and he's still very talented. But look at this fucking...
Jesus Christ.
Bro, that was round 1. Okay, he dropped him in round 1, but then he hit him with this sneaky-ass uppercut late in the fight.
Shorts on with pockets.
Watch this uppercut. Look at this uppercut, dude. I mean, my God. This guy's casually beating the shit out of him. This guy's
he's so big.
And I heard people are terrified to spar with this cat. They don't want to fucking spar with this dude. You bring this guy in to spar you and he's just beating the fuck out of you and he could take an insane shot.
He took a 3-piece there.
It was nothing. It was nothing. He just moves his head a little bit. A little bit when he's getting hit. He rolls it a little bit. But the really good boxers, the guys who spar, look at that uppercut, that sneaky left uppercut he keeps hitting him with. Look at that one he hits him with.
Also, he wasn't exactly in and out of distance, you know what I'm saying?
Just right in front of you.
And he was parallel legs, so he could hit with both arms.
He's much bigger, right? He's 40 pounds bigger than this dude. And he's fucking dangerous as shit, man.
Jesus.
Look at that right hand, man. How beautiful is it, too? But it's skillful. It's skillful, fluid punching, but from a tank. He's that Panzer.
Skillful. Yeah, exactly.
And and his crazy knockout power, and he's a vicious body puncher too, man.
Christ.
I watched some of his highlights of some of his other fights, and I went down a rabbit hole. Vicious body puncher too.
Mm-hmm.
He's terrifying. Just walks towards you, just beats your ass. You can't hurt him.
Crazy. It's remember Francis Ngannou and who's that South African amazing? No, he's not South African.
Are you thinking about Jairzinho Rozenstruik?
Rozenstruik.
Yeah.
Remember that?
He just stormed.
No, it was literally not even a proper punch. It was Francis just walked towards him like this.
Yeah, just winging nuclear bombs. And one of them caught him. Boom, out cold. And another one on the way down. Boom. Yeah. Well, that's the kind of power that Francis has.
It's just crazy.
It's crazy.
That's why I always love combat sports so much. It's that there's a lot of sports like tennis where a lot of money plays a big role in the sport. You know, it's a rich sport. A lot of so a lot of money, a lot of business, a lot of politics enters into the sport. Soccer is like that. Basketball is like lots of politics. But combat sports is like a dude from like a sand mine,
right?
Just somewhere in the world.
Yep.
Just starts KOing people, and within 5. I mean, Conor McGregor, a guy who's a fucking a pipe, not an engineer, but he was some blue collar job.
There's also people that if they do something first and then get into fighting, there's a lot of guys that are power lifters, or CrossFit players. Guys, NFL players. I think a big one that's going to be that we'll see is people gymnastics. Because especially guys who do the rings and things like that, think about how much more arm dexterity and strength those guys have. Imagine that guy getting your neck. You know, imagine a guy like that who's a black belt in jiu-jitsu with that kind of crazy strength. Be able to hold yourself over the air like that.
I did maybe 3-4 years of gymnastics before I started.
Did it help you?
Oh, absolutely. That's when I started wrestling, because wrestlers, Greco-Roman wrestlers, do gymnastics. They all do flips and shit.
Right.
So that's when I started watching them practice. And I was doing gymnastics. And I remember when I started jiu-jitsu, I remember just even my get-ups from positions and my techs, where I'm strong, the positions where I could be strong were much more different than a guy who's in the gym all the time, bench pressing.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure. You have much better control of your body. Yeah. One of the things we found at 10th Planet was with Richie and Gio Martinez was break dancers.
Oh, absolutely. That's gymnastics.
Totally.
That's gymnastics.
Totally. When those guys started training, everybody was like, whoa. And so Eddie started learning breakdancing moves. He's like, Eddie's the best. He'll go, what do we got to do? What do we got to do? Let's show me how to breakdance. Because those guys can do all that crazy shit where they can spin around on one hand. So they can do a lotus in the air. They can do a handstand. Then they put their legs in the lotus position and they can stand on one hand and hop around on one hand.
Yeah.
Bananas. So that kind of control of your body and that kind of strength, directly train. Those guys really got they also trained really hard, but they got very good at jiu-jitsu very quick.
Yeah. My party trick used to be a backflip at a nightclub.
No slippery shoes for you, bro.
Just whip it out.
You can't have them slippery.
Oh yeah,
those ones that when I see men wear those shoes, I'm like, do you hate traction,
dude? With my when I buy jeans, when I go to stores, the clerks will always think I'm insane because I'll practice checking for a bit. Just check a kick.
You know what you need? You need a pair of Origin jeans.
Oh, these are like stretchy ones.
The most light, stretchy.
Combat ready.
They are basically pajamas. They're basically pajamas. They feel like sweatpants.
But do they look pretty though?
Yeah, let me show you. Go to the Origin website. All American made, everything, threads, everything. Manufactured in America, everything 100%. Buttons, everything. All made in America. This is Jocko Willink's company.
I have that with shirts sometimes too when I feel just a nice shirt, but it's tight. I go, what if I need to pull guard?
They look like regular pants. They look like yeah. If you need to pull guard in these, dude, you could fucking train in these. I could literally kick the bag in these, and I'm not bullshitting. I'm not bullshitting. You can throw head kicks in these. They're like pajamas. But they look like jeans.
$129. That's $110 outside of my budget.
Yeah, I'll get you a pair. Just text me what your size is. And I'll get you a pair. They're the shit. But there's a bunch of different companies that sell stuff like that. I really like Barbell Jeans. They do that. They sell those.
I've heard of those.
RevTown are my favorite. RevTown is like the best cut. Those are the ones I wore in the special. Those are RevTown jeans when I did the special. They're super stretchy. They're like, you can stretch out in them. But by far, the most comfortable are the Origin ones. The Origins, they nailed it. Because it's the most loose. Like, you don't... The other ones are, like, really free-moving, but they're pants.
Chuck Norris action jeans. Look at that picture! $20, that's my budget.
When I talked about that in my special, people were like, what? Chuck Norris action jeans? Like, they were a real thing when I was a kid.
Legs.
They had a gusset in the crotch.
The slippery shoes.
Yeah, he's got the slippery shoes. Chuck didn't give a fuck about traction. Chuck wasn't worried about you. He was trying to pivot on you, son.
I used to work as a bouncer in a club where there was an outfit for the security too, and dress shoes, dress pants, red, suspenders, and like a fully what's the tuxedo shirt? Like a collar shirt, stiff.
Not
and
good.
I remember the whole time being like, I'm gonna rip these pants as soon as I even do anything.
Not only that, but someone with a collar on, if you have a collar, if you have like a shirt with a collar, that is a weapon against you that's on your neck. Like, why do you have that? That seems so crazy. If you're in a position where you think you might have to defend yourself, you should be wearing something that tears away from your body fairly easily around the upper body, and the lower body, it better give you some movement.
Yeah.
You can't have any and you better have some goddamn traction on the bottom of your soles. You can't have some slippery ass.
Yeah, and the floor is a nightclub floor. Those are all fucking slippery
polished,
doodle.
slippery, and beer and shit spilled everywhere.
Every fight I would see would literally be the first guy throwing the punch.
Yep.
And they're all on the ground.
And then people are kicking you in the head with boots on. Yeah, fuck that.
Fuck that.
Fuck that. Yeah, fuck getting in fights. You know, that's the other thing. People always say, if I could fight, I'd fucking be fucking everybody. I'm like, no, you wouldn't. You'd be dead.
I punched one person in my lifetime working there. Just one person. Most of the time, I would grab them, try to get them in a hold. They would calm down. And one time, it was so kept that this was this big fucking guy, and he opened with a front kick.
Oh, no.
A hip over. Fat dude, like 40 years old, but
he threw a legit front kick.
Yeah, and immediately I knew I'm not gonna just grab him.
That's a crazy thing to open with.
Yeah, I get a hold of that and I throw an overhand. Immediately break my thumb. To this day, my thumb immediately overhand straight to his temple, and I feel my hand. It's shatter. It's done.
Did the guy get hurt, or did you? No,
not a dent. Not a dent. You know how he left the nightclub?
How?
He dragged his wife by her hair.
Jesus,
like a. And left the club into the night.
Maybe that's what she likes. She likes to
probably
go to bars, fuck a bunch of people up, and then drag her away. Like, let's go, baby. And she just rides them.
And then we
chokes them.
And then we went to court from that incident.
Oh my God! Did he get sued, or did you sue them?
I think it was the nightclub suing him. Not suing, but it's whatever settlement, or I mean, it's still people got hurt, so it's still some sort of an investigation or something. Right. But I had to testify in court, and he had to do like a formal apology. They do that here too, right? Where you have to like stand up in court and do a formal. And he had to. Me and the other bartenders working there. I was the only security working that night, of course. That's classic nightclub. 200 people, only guy, 19-year-old kid, cool. Yeah, great. With a bartender who's gay. Awesome. So we had to be, and he had to apologize. He goes, gentlemen, I'm sorry. And you know how he showed up to court? He was just all swollen up, not from that fight. This was months later. So he's just living that lifestyle.
He's just out there wrong.
Yeah, he was just showed up in court and was like, I'm sorry, gentlemen. And just goes into the
Maybe
day.
the cops beat his ass.
Maybe, but he just came to court. I remember all of us being like, Jesus Christ, this Mongoloid. This fucking...
Some dudes like to fight. That's a very unfortunate thing that you enjoy.
See, that was another thing. That when I went to all these self-defense classes, I used to go to Wing Chun, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And there would be a master who said, you know, sparring is not real life combat. In real life combat, I hurt you, I kill you, you know. And I'm like, interesting. But I would already go to jiu-jitsu, and I'd be in my head like, you know, this instructor shows up, he's got a belly button that has hair in it, and it's a little floppy. And I'm like, I reckon if I'm low kick you, you're gonna feel something. And that was a big problem, you know, with the self-defense courses. And me and Fried, the jiu-jitsu guy, we actually used to go to a couple of youth camps where there was troublesome youth, you know, who get into fights. And we would do demonstrations where, do you know, in the 90s in Eastern Europe, there was a rise in people getting stabbed because people would think that you take this course on, you know, you take a course every Sunday where they teach you, somebody touch you with an I remember my friend telling me, like, if you attack me with a knife, you're more dangerous to yourself than you are to me, because he believed in this system. And then all these retards would be in fucking Latvia or something, and you're with your girl, and some crackhead comes up at you, and you carved up. Here you go, baby. And you see your fucking blood on your hands. And in that, and that's always what I learned from immediately. I was like, from working as a bouncer, is that, I'm comfortable in a sparring environment, mouth guard on, and we're friends. Even though you're trying to take my head off, I'm in a comfortable environment where I know if I go out, it's over. You know, if I get hurt, if you hurt me with a middle kick,
you're not going to get.
But there's men out there who go to bars, they get gacked up, and they just brawl. Those are men who are comfortable in the chaos of a bar, you know.
Also, probably not making good decisions at any stage of their life.
See, that's what I'm saying, is that even though I might be a jiu-jitsu guy, this guy's going to bite my ear. He's going to, you know.
You don't want to fight people, period.
So that's when I really put together all those self-defense. And me and Preet would go to youth camps, and he would crinkle up a plastic bottle, and he would be like, okay, Ari, do all the cool moves that they all teach, you know, like, hi, behind the back. Grab the knife, you know, and then he would just, you know, I would like grab his wrist, and then he would just pull the knife away, and he's like, at that point, you have a deep cut in your arm.
You'd be fucked.
And he would look at those kids and go, so you guys think that if you see your white flesh like a rose open up in your palm, you think you're going to look at that and go, okay, fucking get the pose. No, that's a instant panic attack, survival instinct, you know.
This video recently.
I don't want to see if it's really bad.
Is it a knife fight?
I'm a very
no. It's almost describing exactly what you're saying. Like this guy gets his leg cut really bad.
Oh, I did see that. Don't show it to me. Don't show it to me. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible.
I've seen
They're
all
beating up this kid, and the kid pulls a knife out and slices his thigh open, almost through the bone, like where it opens up like a flap. Dude, I got a piece so bad. Let's be right back. We'll be right back. And we're back. Doesn't it feel so good? There's a feeling that when you have to pee, that like you have like 30% of your mind is available. 70% is like, don't piss your pants. Don't. And you're talking about wrist locks. I'm like, right, gotta get it. I can't take it. Woo.
I had to pee too, but I was just like, I'm gonna piss my pants on this.
We did it. We held it together. Hey, thank you for being there Saturday night. It was a lot of fun. And Friday night too.
By the way, I have to say, dude, watching you do that live special is amazing. To just watch you, dude. Me and Ron White were in the green room when you were on stage, and we were like, thank God, we're just chilling. You know, in comedy,
it's scary. It's scary. Yeah.
But then again, and here's another point that I have to say, that do you know how crazy it is that you have, one of the biggest podcasts in the world, but you are an actual practitioner of an art form that only 10 years ago was not even, stand-up comedy wasn't even the main form of comedy. There was sketch comedy, improv, movies. stand-up was a subsidiary art form of comedy, like a small genre,
right?
And that you, with now your platform and your voice, are a practitioner. You could. This is how lucky we as comedians are to have a guy who's an actual practicing comedian. You could also be like a famous guy and just live in the shadows, show up at a club every 2 months, be a superstar, because you're talented and funny enough, do a good set. You know, people go home, that was great, that was Joe Rogan, because people come out to see you, they'll have a good experience. But you're a guy, you're writing bits, you're like coming to the club, your own club, of course, you're coming to the club and you're writing, you're working on it, you're fixing it. And how lucky we are to have a guy who's an actual, you could be like a piece of shit asshole. You could. Absolutely.
Yeah, but it wouldn't work. We would never have been able to do what we're doing. And what we're doing is really good for me, too. It's one of the reasons why, like, I think we're all benefiting greatly from that place. Dude, we're all benefiting from the vibe of it.
Nobody's benefited more than me.
Me? I benefited more than you. Yeah, we're both benefiting. Dude, it's all good, dude. It's all for everybody. We're all getting something out of it, and we're all getting something in it together, too. That's the cool part about it. We're all like, you know, Asan always says that. That's one of the things that door guys say. When one of them gets a gig, they say, we up.
Dude, they're so supportive. Because I auditioned for Adam. I got into the club the like proper way. I wasn't some fucking made guy.
Nobody knew who you were.
Yeah. And whenever I get some opportunity like this right now, they're all like so cheering for me, you know.
It's very supportive because they also know that all the stuff that's happening to you can happen to them. All the stuff that's happening right now to William Montgomery could happen to you.
Amazing.
All the stuff that's happening to David Lucas and Cam Patterson and all these guys. Hans Kim's selling out weekends everywhere. He's killing it, and he's doing great. His act is tight. He's got some funny shit, man. He's got some funny shit. He works at it. That kid has spreadsheets and shit. He's going over his material on fucking Google Docs. You know?
Also, dude, every fucking week there's another guy in that club that I'm like, who's this? And then, dude, Tyler Fisher.
Yep. Oh my God, he's hilarious, bro. That bit he does about being a cop for the pedos, bro. How funny is that? How funny is that bit?
I showed it to the door guys. I filmed myself behind the curtain at Fat Man having to follow Tyler. I filmed my own face and the applauses that he's getting and me being like this. And I always riff with Tyler. I go, hey Tyler, how about we keep 5 characters today? He has a full, because he has characters.
Oh
impressions.
Yeah.
He goes to the crowd. He jumps. He uses the stage. Liners, jokes, anecdotes, callbacks. Everything is tight.
Yeah, it's tight, and he's got so much energy, enthusiasm, and that guy was having a hard time. He was telling the podcast that like he got dropped by his agent because they couldn't handle any more white straight men. Like, you don't think? Did you guys? Are you in the talent business? You don't see how talented that fucking guy is. But you know, it's like this weird thing that we're all a part of.
Well, I was, dude. Think of my storyline. 8th of December, I'm in London, the UK. I went to London a couple of years ago, had a great time because I was doing the open mic circuit. But this time I went back as a headliner, wanting to maybe move up in the industry. 2 months, nothing's happening. Struggling, just because I went to New York, same thing. It was just because I didn't really have a connection. Nobody really knew me. And I'm also not a guy who's great at showing up at the park. I don't do coke. I hang, but I only talk bits.
Right.
So, and I would go to like, let's say a New York, like a Comedy Cellar, and there's like 20 guys with backpacks and tripods, all waiting to talk to the manager, you know? And when I see that, I always feel like, I don't want to be another asshole. You know, hello, I'm the guy, you know? So I just felt like on every audition I had, when you audition in London, that's also, dude, shout out to Adam Egat. Do you know how crazy that is? That he watches Sunday, Monday, he watches everybody. Yeah. You can be on the street, a guy, and you get to be in front of probably the most important talent scout, and he them, and he gives you, and if you do a good job, he'll give you a spot.
He's really good at it. He's really good at it. He really understands comedy.
He understands comedy. He gets it. He sees voices. He wants. He gives everybody a shot. He
was on a show with Norm Macdonald. Like they were co-hosts.
Insane.
His best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adam's awesome, and he was one of the first resources. He was the first guy that I got when I was deciding to do this. He was number one.
So I remember when Sam and then 8th of December I fly over to Austin, and 9th of December nothing's going on. Sam Talent is in town just by accident in Austin, and he came to Estonia to visit me. We only talked online before that, and he goes, "Yeah, sure, I'll get you a spot." But I didn't want to bother him, so I'm still signing up outside. And then Sam goes, "Where are you? Adam's looking for you." And I go, "Oh shit!" I go to the security. The Avengers are out there. I gotta be like, "Hey guys," I go like, "Hey guys," and they're all hear my accent. They're like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, you gotta get somebody. Sam comes out. I do my set, and even before my set, I see Adam Eget, and I'm like, "Oh, that's the Adam Eget," because I read about him in Brody Stevens in his special always says Adam Eget like 7 times. So I remember that name.
Adam Eget
trying to hold me down. This is my shot. And he would, and he's back there, and I'm like, oh shit, he actually, dude, I'm 12 years into this, and to see a talent manager or scout or whatever to actually watch your set is actually rare.
Well, the story with me and Adam is Adam was he used to work at the Tempe Improv, and that's why I met him, and he was always a great guy. And then he came over to LA and started working at the Comedy Store when I had left. So I had left after the Carlos Mencia thing. I was gone for 7 years. So I was doing the Improv, I was doing the Ice House, I was doing other clubs. And so then he came and met me. I think it was like 2014 or 2014. So 7 years after 2007 now. And I was like, come on, I'm the talent coordinator now. They got rid of the other guy. And I was like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to go back. It's just like, I just felt so fucked over. The whole thing was so gross. It was like, fuck that place. But then Ari was doing a special there. So I knew I had to be there. So I had to go back. So I went back Monday night before Ari, or whatever night Roast Battle was at. And I sat in the audience at Roast Battle. It was insane. Jeff Ross said this is like my first time at the club in 7 years. And like, that was a cool feeling. Like to be like, I felt comfortable there again. And then I watched Ari. I have to be there for Ari. I mean, this is not just Ari's first big special on Comedy Central, but it's also Ari, my friend, who I knew who was a doorman. Okay, when I guess I was on either News Radio or Fear Factor. I don't know what TV show I was on at the time I met Ari. It might have been Fear Factor. But like all of a sudden I'm hanging out with this young kid just starting out. And then we become friends, and he goes on the road with me, and we work together. We do podcasts together. And then all of a sudden, all these years later, he's got his own fucking Comedy Central special. And he's got his own Comedy Central TV show, which is one of the reasons why they gave him a special. And he's filming it in the fucking OR. I'm like, I have to be there. I had to be there. So then I came back. And so then I was there all the time. Then I just started going like every day. I was there all the time.
We heard about it on the podcast all the time.
I just went back. Full on. And then Adam and I started talking. And one of the things we started talking, I was like, what do you want? Do you want to do? He felt, like a little bit underpaid. And there's a lot. I go, what do you want to do? Like, what would be the ideal way to open up a club? And we would start talking about what to do. We start talking about what is really important. What's really important is like a talent coordinator is a lot of times it's just the manager picking headliners to come in for the weekend. Right?
Or some insane girlfriend of the owner.
Yeah, so this is the difference. The difference is, I think there's probably different kinds of classifications for what kind of clubs they are. Our club is a development club.
Absolutely.
It's not just a club for great headliners like when Colin Quinn is here or Dice is here. It's a club for developing. So we said, okay, how many nights a week should we have open mic night? And we said 2. Let's do Sunday and Monday. So 2 nights, full open mic night. And then it was Adam's idea to have door people audition with their act. And I was like, you know what? Door guys fucked off so much at the Comedy Store. They were so bad at doing certain things. They were scamming money and getting people to bribe them, which we've had that too. But that's normal, right? You got to
Yeah, these are comedians, dude.
Yeah, wild people. But the door people at the mothership are so much better than any of the door people at the Comedy Store. And I think part of it is because there is this ethic there that we're all the same thing. We're all together. Yeah. We're all the same. We all hang out together at Mitzi's Bar. We're all the exact same thing. Just some of us have been doing it 30 years. Mm-hmm. Some of us have been doing it 12 years. Some of us have been doing it 5 years. Some of us moved here because they did a few open mic nights. It's the only thing they ever loved in their life. It's the only thing they ever wanted to do in their life. And they're like, God damn it, I want to be in Austin. Mm-hmm. And then they moved there and they got a job there. And their act is what gets them the job. And if you could string together a few minutes and you could show that you could get those sparks going and make a little campfire, okay. Let's see how much better you get at making campfires. Let's see what you can do. And that's the difference between that club and everywhere else. And it all goes all the way up to the very top. Whether it's Shane or Tony or anybody who's working on their act and working on new stuff, you see them. You see Brian Simpson constantly. Ron White, sharper than he's ever been.
How
Assassin.
Is he, 70?
He's 1,000 years old.
Dude,
Ron White was born before there was feet. People still had fins. He's an animal. He's better than he's ever been before.
Yeah. We were driving to your special in San Antonio. He picked me up from my house, and I'm like, I'm in the car with Ron White. Yeah. And he's just talking about DMT doing 90 miles an hour all the way sideways. He's like, Ari, there's another world out there. I'm like, we're doing 90 in this one, though.
Ron's in the simulation for sure.
Dude, but also, like I was saying about you, you might think that this guy will come to the club and be a superstar. No, he comes in and works on his act, talks about bits.
Yeah, and we hang out.
And having a panic attack just like I am.
And he loves when a bit bombs. He comes back, well, that fucking didn't work at all.
At all.
And he's like, trying to explain to us why this bit bomb.
He comes to agree with us and he goes, that fucking sucked.
Yeah, they weren't my favorite. But he's two things. One, he's the reason why I moved here. Because he was the first guy. He was here before the pandemic.
But he's from Texas.
Yes. So he moved here. Like, I was like, where have you been? Because I knew he still had his house in Beverly Hills. I'm going to get rid of my house in Beverly Hills. I'm going to live down here in Texas. And so he said it was center of the country. You could travel anywhere. And I was like, damn, maybe. But I'm like, I can't live there. Because I was always wanting to get the fuck out of LA, but like, I can't leave the store. But once they shut the store down, I was like, oh, all right. Well, what the fuck am I here for? The crime? Like, what am I here for? If I'm not here for the store.
And you're not doing movies?
I don't want my youngest kids to grow up in this place. It seems like it's getting worse. And I also felt like there's better places to be. And so when we all came out here together, it's like we all, especially like when we first started talking about the developing of the club, was the whole idea was like, let's do it our way. Let's do it the right way. As opposed to doing it as a business. Let's do it as like, what are you trying to do? You're just trying to make the best club possible. Okay, well then do that. And then the business stuff, put that aside. You got to stop. Don't think about maximizing profits because there's only one shareholder. So let's just do it the right way. And the right way is the comedians get most of the money. The right way is you bring the best people in. The right way is you develop talent. The right way is you have a show like Kill Tony that sets the tone for the entire comedy universe. It sets the tone. And then
planet. Talking Iron Mike Timers.
Yes, he was the baddest man on the planet. Had some fast hands, very explosive knockout. Punching power that we hadn't seen since George Foreman. So he's a beautiful specimen to see in the ring. I mean, knocking out big guys. And what people don't also talk about a lot was he also took a great punch. A lot of those guys put a good hit on him first, and still was able to come back and knock them out. Like this,
This is where he became the youngest heavyweight champion in history. 20 years, 4 months, trouncing Trevor Berbick in less than 2 rounds. He would go on to become the undisputed champion. And here he is, beginning that journey to undisputed status against Pinklon Thomas.
And Pinklon Thomas gave him a minute, gave him a little time for a little while.
Who took his spot in the Olympics?
Yes, he did.
Well, Tyson made him pay.
Again, Tony Todd, another left hook, I'm sure. There he goes. Mike is something incredible with that left hook and that right uppercut. Power in both hands. Something
this was the apex of his career. When he reversed the Spinks jinx, wiping out Michael Spinks, an incredible fighter in his own right, and yet in just 91 seconds, sent Spinks into retirement.
That body shot was devastating.
And of course, that fateful night, February 1990, Mike Tyson goes to Japan to face 42-1 underdog James Buster Douglas. He dropped to Douglas, but then the unthinkable happened.
Shocked the world.
Yeah, Buster is right uppercut followed by right hook, left hand, right hand, brilliant punch by Buster Douglas. That shocked the world.
And of course, the ignominious rematch with Evander Holyfield. The night where Holyfield wishes Tyson was a vegan. He bit his ear, the world's first paper chew, Rosie, and it wasn't a funny matter, of course. But then Lennox Lewis took care of Mike Tyson in Tyson's final world championship fight. And hey, I was calling this fight during the pandemic. Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr.
Oh, low blow.
And this was during COVID, right? There was barely an audience.
During COVID, yeah.
And here we are 4 years later, at the age of 58. Hey, Brooklyn's in the house, Rosie Perez. You have followed the Dickensian career of the artist formerly known as Kid Dynamite. I know you're from Brooklyn. I know you have followed Mike Tyson's career since it started. Does he have one more knockout in him?
He possibly does, but we're going to see, because 58 years old is 58 years old. And they usually say that power goes first. But when you fought him, you said you felt like you got kicked by a donkey.
Power ain't going nowhere. Trust me.
What is your feeling about this fight when you look at the magnitude, the landscape? The boxing business is the hurt business. It's not an easy sport. And at 58, yes, he's Mike Tyson, but he's facing a guy in his physical prime at 27.
Yeah, it's definitely the hurt business. I like the fact that he's fighting a guy that's 27 because 2 minute rounds are not going to allow him to get tired enough or fatigued enough that he'll have to just stop. Mike takes a better punch than people think Mike takes. Now, fatigue is a different animal, but with these 2 minute rounds, he may never see fatigue.
But also the ring is much bigger, and that could work to Jake's advantage.
Hey, the stakes are as high as the Texas sky. AT&T Center Electric is Thomas Edison's basement. Let's go to Big Mo.
Hey, Caspi and C, can you hear me? Oh, excellent. We got the fight. Excellent. It's about to happen.
Time to get us ready for this main event and to perform the national anthem. It is my honor to welcome the two-time Grammy.
Can you see?
Yeah, it's on that one. You should be able to see it.
By the dawn, early light.
You can't see it? Oh, okay. Well, you're good then.
At the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through endlessly streaming, and the rockets red bursting in air, through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the
And sports superhero and a Canadian. Gotta love Scootaloo. Josh Duhamel. Joe Manganiello. Marlise Theron, she's a badass on the big screen. Furiosa's in the house. There they are, Karate Kid, Cobra Kai, Ralph Macchio, and William Zabko. Wax on, wax off, and sweep the leg, guys. Joe Jonas is in the house.
Joe Jonas is in the house, kids. Who gives a fuck?
That's my favorite Jonas Brothers song. Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys represent.
Shout out to Michael Parsons. He's on my fantasy football team.
The only Shaquille O'Neal. And it wouldn't be a party without Rob Gronkowski. So, a legally sanctioned boxing bout ever, and both have said they're going for the knockout. Tyson says if Paul doesn't run, you'll get it in round 1. Paul predicts round 4 or 5 KO. Tyson calls Paul a manufactured killer. Tyson says he's a natural-born killer. Paul says, yeah, I'm a manufactured killer. I'm a nuke. And let's bring in Sean Wheelock with the rules. Tonight's main event will use the unified rules of boxing, but with 2 variations. Both fighters will wear 14-ounce gloves instead of the standard 10-ounce gloves for the heavyweight division. Rounds will be 2 minutes in length rather than 3 minutes. Everything else is standard. There is no 3-knockdown rule. If an accidental foul ends the fight, 4 rounds must be completed to consider it official, and a technical decision with death be rendered. All right, time to take a closer look at a man who is changing the game. Jake Paul's a neophyte boxer. but the power's scarier than a gas station restroom. He has KO'd or knocked down every opponent he has been in the squared circle with. In this attention economy, well, he commands it and he turns it into capital. It's like his favorite artist, Drake. When it comes to capital, he left the caps lock on. He has really been a huge advocate for fighter pay and women's boxing. We saw another fight of the year between Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, and they earned big bucks here tonight. Yeah, his first pro fight came during the pandemic in 2020, but here now, in this large cavernous edifice, it's Paul versus Tyson.
I just came up with a crazy idea. Do you think I could beat Mike Tyson?
Feel my power, and I will go down as a man who put Tyson to sleep for the last time.
He's the problem child, Jake El Child. And his name is Jake Paul.
Mike, this is my sport now.
It's personal now. It's personal now. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. Making his way to the ring first, firing out of the blue corner, here is Jake Paul. Jake Paul knows how to make an entrance. It's a customized Chevy Dually crew cut truck built by Gas Monkey Garage. Full hydraulic lowrider with 12 inches of suspension.